Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Lagos lawmakers impeach Speaker Obasa, suspend clerk. Nigerian Air Force expresses concern over death of civilians in Zamfara airstrike. Commences investigation. Celebrations in Sudan's Wad Madani as army takes over strategic city. And magnitude 6.9 earthquake hits southern Japan. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind in your pocket.
Members of the Lagos State House of Assembly have impeached Speaker Mudashiru Obasa over allegations of abuse of office and gross misconduct. Lawmakers subsequently elected Mojisola Miranda, representative of Opapa One, as the new Speaker. Also, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly removed the clerk, Olaleka Onafeko. Onafeko was said to have been single-handedly brought to the Assembly by Obasa. Both were behind the ban on journalists covering activities of the Assembly. Meanwhile, armed personnel of the Rapid Response Squad, RRS, Lagos Task Force and police have taken over the premises and environs. Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State has presented the staff of office to the new Alafin of Oyo, Abimbola Akim Owade. The governor presented the official instrument legitimizing the reign of a king to the new monarch on Monday morning at the Esco Chamber of the governor's office in Ibadan, the state capital. The symbolic event was performed nearly 3 years after the death of a former Alafin, Lamidi Adeyemi III. The presentation of the staff of office was done amid controversy concerning the choice of a new Alafin announced by the governor last week. Last Friday, the State Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Dr. Oyelade, said Owade, after thorough consultations and divinations, was recommended by the Oyomesi and approved by the governor. Said the announcement put to rest all the social and legal bickering that have ensued since the demise of Obalamidi Olayiwola Adeyemi III on April 22, 2022. The commissioner called on all citizens of Oyo State to join the government in celebrating its momentous occasion and lend their support to the new Alafin of Oyo. An Oyo High Court, sitting at Ring Road on Monday, granted bail to an ex-queen of the Ooni of Ife, now Naomi Shilekunda. The bail also applied to a broadcaster and chief executive officer at Gidigbo Radio FM, Ibadan, Oriyomi Amzat, and the principal of Islamic High School, Abdullahi Fasasi. Justice KB Olawonyi gave 5 conditions for the bail, including 10 million naira and 2 sureties who must submit landed documents within the court's jurisdiction. Other conditions are that the applicants must deposit their international passports with the court and they are barred from granting any form of interview during the pendency of the case. The Oyo State government had filed 8 counts bordering on murder and manslaughter against the trio over the December 18, 2024 Funfest stampede, during which 35 children died. In the counts, the governor accused the defendants of conspiracy to commit a felony, to wit, murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit an offense, to wit, criminal negligence, and criminal negligence. The Nigerian Air Force, NAF, has expressed concern over reports that its airstrikes on terrorist hideouts, including areas linked to a notorious bandit leader, Bello Turji, led to the death of civilians in Zamfara State. Reports had said the airstrike on the Tunga Kara community under the Gidan Goga district of Maradun local government area, Zamfara State, on Saturday evening mistakenly hit members of the Zamfara Community Protection Guard, ZCPJ, local vigilantes and residents, leaving at least 16 people dead. A lawmaker representing Marandun 2 constituency in Zamfara State House of Assembly, Maharazu Salisu Gado Faru, who confirmed the report and described the airstrike as an accident, stating that it targeted local vigilantes who mobilized to counter the bandits. Responding to the incident, NAF spokesperson AVM Akimboyewa, in a Sunday statement titled, NAF conducts decisive airstrike in Zamfara, investigating vigilante casualty report, said its operations were usually conducted with caution for human lives. While confirming an investigation is underway to ascertain the truth of these claims, Akimboyewa emphasized that no credible evidence supports the reports of civilian casualties. 2 Reverend Sisters of Immaculate Heart of Mary, Mother of Christ, were kidnapped 6 days ago and regained their freedom. The Reverend Sisters Vicentia Maria Nwankwo and Grace Mariette Okoli were abducted around Ajali in Orumba South local government area while heading back to the base in the Boji community after an official engagement. In a statement titled Education of Release and Expression of Profound Gratitude, Senior Maria Sabena Ikotuonye, IHM Secretary General, announced the release of the Reverend Sisters. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum has strongly condemned the deadly attack on farmers and fishermen in Dumba, Kukawa local government area, which occurred on Sunday. The assault, attributed to suspected Boko Haram and ISWAP militants, resulted in the death of at least 40 people, with many others still missing. Called on the Nigerian military to intensify efforts under Operation Adinkai to track down and neutralize insurgents operated in the Lake Chad region. The governor also commended the armed forces for their ongoing efforts to clear vast areas of land for resettlement and agriculture, which are key components of the state's strategy to address internal displacement. Governor Zulum urged local communities to report any suspicious activities to security forces to prevent further strategies. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara said that it is more rewarding to celebrate the military and members of security agencies for their contributions and sacrifices while they are alive and not just when they are dead. Governor Fubara made the assertion at the Interdenominational Thanksgiving service held in commemoration of the 2025 Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration at Our Lady of Holy Rosary Chaplaincy, Catholic Institute of West Africa, Rumibekwe in Obiakpo local government area on Sunday. The governor described as unfair to only remember fallen heroes as a yearly Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration represents, but to also put in place a more enduring measure of acknowledging and celebrating officers and men in active service for their gallantry. Governor Fubara therefore assured that his administration will do everything possible within its powers to make life better for officers and men involved in various security operations, including legionnaires and survivors of fallen heroes within the state. Governor Fubara also appealed to all the clergymen in the state to stop politicians from desecrating the pulpits, as it is a place to choose.
Thanking God for what our fallen heroes have done. A day to remember the good work they did. And also a day for us to make declarations that will continue to support them so that their widows and all those ones that are also remaining will have reason to smile and believe in the cause of one Nigeria. Let me thank every one of you. Wish the Legionnaire and also myself a very successful celebration while we continue. This is the church service. The laying of it will come on the 15th, and any other thing that we also need to do to make sure that this occasion is consummated well and leaves for another memory for those members of the Legionnaire who will do it.
Federal government approves 4 airlines for 2025 Hajj operations. Ayawo resumes office as PDP National Secretary amid controversy. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
the coalition of northern groups CNJ have expressed support for Ali Ndume, senator representing Borno South Senatorial District, over his stance against the proposed tax reform bills. The national coordinator of CNJ, Jamil Aliu Charanche, during a courtesy visit to Senator Ndume, expressed the group's commitment to back the lawmakers' efforts to challenge the controversial bills. Charanche further explained that the visit was to exchange ideas on effective strategies to oppose the reforms at various levels, saying that CNJ is actively engaging with citizens across northern Nigeria through town hall meetings to raise awareness about the bills. He used the occasion to call on northern lawmakers to remain true to their constituents and reject the bills, which he said appeared ill-timed and serve as a tool to fulfill external demands, such as those from the World Bank. The coordinator said that the northern lawmakers must remember that they are in the National Assembly to serve the interests of their constituents. Nigeria's annual budgets, whether at its national or sub-national level, are supposed to be resource allocation for incremental development of a country. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, however, says such incremental development could be an illusion, which will shock many Nigerians if the details of corruption and budget implementation are made public. Signature TV correspondent Josephine Beatrice examines the import of the EFCC's revelation that graft is eating away Nigeria's capital budget allocation and undermining national development.
The cross of Nigeria's annual budget is theft. The shame of it is that the theft of budget allocations for capital projects is pervasive. The chairman of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, recently told the House of Representatives Committee on Anti-Graft and Financial Crimes that over 20% of federal government capital allocation in each year's budget gets stolen.
We discovered that in the last 15-20 years, we have not done up to 20% of our capital project implementation and execution. And if you don't do that, how do you want to have infrastructural development? How do you want to grow as a nation? So our mandate this year is to work with that directorate and with the National Assembly to see even if we can meet up to 50% of our execution of our capital project. If we do 50%, we'll be fine as a nation.
By that degree of graft, the federal government has lost over 5.04 trillion naira from a total of 28.040 trillion naira allocated to capital projects between 2020 and 2024. By EFCC's estimates, the federal government will lose over 2.72 trillion naira from the 2025 capital budget allocation of 13.6 trillion naira. This situation has got development economists worried.
About 20% goes into corruption. That simply shows why we have deficit in infrastructure, why we have deficit in social amenities like education, like our schools, like our health, because it is only capital expenditure that you can use to cater to the majority of Nigerians.
The Nigerian constitution seems to have anticipated that there could be leakages and the utilization of resources for the provision of critical infrastructure and services to the citizens. That is why committees of the legislature keep an eye through their oversight on how funds allocated to different organs of government as capital expenditure are utilized.
Can we say that the Nigerian legislature, whether the state or local government or even the federal level, have been doing their work? Let me concede that indeed they've been trying, no doubt, of course, to the extent that we have been seeing public hearings. But the question is has it been that effective? The answer is actually no.
The weakness or failure of the legislature to perform the oversight function raises worry that the EFCC chairman may have been speaking to those converted to graft in utilization of capital allocations.
It's only exposed the legislature more because they have what we call oversight function. So when there's a budgetary allocation for capital project, we expect a committee, as it were, to go into it and check if those jobs are actually being carried out. But if you don't look at it, we could also, it's not far from the fact that maybe they are party to it.
I think it's an unfortunate thing. I mean, some of what I've had calls to, come across most of these things, even in courts. I have matters where you see governors alleged to have embezzled billions of naira, commissioners, you have civil servants, contractors conniving amongst themselves and all of that. It is a notorious fact and is highly regrettable.
As anti-graft agencies grapple with corruption that ambushes money meant for capital projects, the confidence of the citizens in the government keep diminishing. A situation that reduces hope that the 2025 budget will improve state of infrastructure and services in Nigeria. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus for Signature TV.
Senator Samuel Nemekanyamu has resumed office as the National Secretary of the People Democratic Party, PDP, amid a controversy around the party's national leadership. Publicity Secretary of the party, Imo State Chapter, Lancelot Obiako, informed that Anyanwu, upon resumption, took a cursory inspection of the complex before fielding questions from reporters who besieged its office. His appearance at the National Secretariat, according to Obiako, was greeted with a resounding ovation by members and staff at the complex and a crowd of supporters who were around the complex before his arrival. A court of appeal in ENUGU had earlier restrained him from parading himself as the National Secretary of the party, a judgment it got a stay of execution on. In a press statement concerning the appeal court judgment, Anyanwu had said, the general rule is that when an application for stay of execution has been filed and is pending, the judgment cannot be enforced until the application is determined. Embattled National Scribe of PDP maintained that his application for stay of execution has been filed, pending in court for hearing, adding that the appeal court judgment has been appealed at the Supreme Court with a case number assigned. The federal government has approved 4 airlines as official air carriers for pilgrims of the 2025 Hajj. Statement by the Executive Chairman, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, Professor Abdullahi Usman on Sunday, said the 4 airlines were selected out of 11 companies that submitted applications to transport Nigerian pilgrims to Saudi Arabia for Muslim pilgrimage. According to Usman, the 4 approved airlines are Air Peace Limited, Flynas, a Saudi Arabia designated airline, Max Air, and Uzam Aviation Services Limited. Inalcon boss also disclosed that 3 excess cargo carriers were selected for the Hajj operations. The names include Agro Aviation Support Services Limited, Cargo Zeal Technology Limited, and Kuala Investment Limited. Congratulated its successful companies and urged them to fulfill their responsibilities as promised during the screening. Next is business news.
The Nigerian economy is projected to grow by 3.5% year-on-year in 2025, marking an improvement from the 3.2% forecast for 2024. This optimistic outlook comes from the NESG Stanbic IBTC Business Confidence Monitor report, authored by Dr. Olusegun Omisakin, Muyiwa Oni, and Dr. Shakiruddin Taiwo. The report attributes the positive forecast to a lower inflation rate expected in the second half of 2024, easing inflationary pressures and the waning impact of government policies on foreign exchange liberalization and fuel subsidy removal. These factors are expected to boost consumer spending and business activity in 2025. The report also notes that while inflation may remain sticky in the first 9 months of 2025, it is expected to fall below 30% by September, with an average of 30.5% for the year. A reduction in inflation is anticipated to influence the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to adopt a more accommodative monetary policy by the end of 2025. Nigeria has attracted significant investment interest with $7.6 billion secured at the Africa Investment Forum AIF 2024. The announcement came from Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank AFDB, in a tweet following the conclusion of the event. Held from December 4th to 6, 2024 in Rabat, Morocco, the forum brought together Nigerian state governors including those from Lagos, Kaduna, Katsina, Kwara, Plateau and Ogun states to present investment-ready projects. These projects focus on sectors like infrastructure, energy, agriculture and technology, highlighting Nigeria's potential to attract international investments. Dr. Adesina emphasized the forum's role in driving transformative investment and boosting strategic partnerships across Africa. This year's forum attracted a total of $29.2 billion in investment interest for African nations. In East Africa, Ethiopia launched its new Ethiopian Securities Exchange (ESX) last Friday, marking a bold step in Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's effort to open up the country's economy. Initially listing with Ghanaian Bank, the ESX is expected to expand with around 90 companies anticipated to join over time. The Prime Minister talked about the capital market of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has witnessed rapid economic growth in recent years, though armed conflict has slowed some of its progress. The country's efforts to liberalize its economy, including attracting foreign investment, have brought global attention, with companies like Safari entering the market. However, some challenges remain as investors wait for long-term commitment to economic reforms. Moving to international news, UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves is in Beijing for the 11th China-UK Economic and Financial Dialogue. Reeves aims to strengthen practical cooperation between the UK and China, particularly in economy and finance. According to founder Ben Grass, as the first international export market for the company, China presents a massive opportunity with its booming wellness industry and vast e-commerce space. David Hennick, director of the UK Trade Policy Project at the European Centre for International Political Economy, emphasised the need for both the UK and China to look beyond political differences and focus on mutually beneficial trade growth.
Business to be able to happen in a straightforward way with China. At the moment, that's the case, and we can sell very easily using cross-border e-commerce.
Despite recent political tensions, the UK-China Business Council reports that over 9,000 British companies are already operating in China. While some challenges persist, including increased regulatory pressures, 76% of the UK businesses are maintaining or increasing their investment in China. At the close of the trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on Friday, January 10th, 511.3 million shares valued at over 9.6 billion naira were exchanged across 12,877 deals. Compared to the previous trading session, this reflects a 4% increase in volume, but a 26% decline in turnover and a 1% drop in the number of deals. The market capitalization now stands at 64.3 trillion naira. A total of 126 listed equities participated, with 32 gainers and 25 losers. CNI Leasing topped the gainers, appreciating by 10%, closing at 4.51 naira per share. Other notable gainers include Honeywell Flour Mill at 9.99% and Trans-Nationwide Express at 9.89%. On the flip side, Sunu Assurances Nigeria led the losers, falling by 9.99% to 7.30 naira per share. Tantalizers recorded the highest trading volume with over 53 million shares exchanged. The NGX All-Share Index dropped by 79.68 points, that's 0.08%, closing at 105,451.06, reflecting a 1.8% gain over the past week, 7.38% over the past month, and a 2.45% gain year to date. And that wraps up the news on Signature Business. I am Tom Sinime Natus.
Civilians and soldiers celebrated in Wad Madani, the capital of Sudan's El Gezira state, after it was recaptured by the Sudanese army from the paramilitary rapid support services, marking a possible turning point in a devastating nearly 2-year civil war. The war began in the capital Khartoum in April 2023 over the integration of the Sudan Armed Forces (SAF) and Rapid Support Services (RSF). It has created one of the world's largest humanitarian crises, pushing more than 12 million people out of their homes and plunging half of the population into hunger. The RSF's occupation of El Gezira turned the federal state into one at risk of famine. Its tight-knit villages were emptied out by violent raids as fields lay fallow or were set on fire, residents and eyewitnesses have said. The RSF denies the accusations and says that its fighting rogue actors were committing abuses. The army's ability to regain full control of the state will be pivotal in its attempts to choke the RSF supply lines to Khartoum and the army-controlled eastern half of the country. The RSF still controls most of the capital. Britain and Mauritius said on Monday that there had been good progress in talks to finalize a deal over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, including a U.S.-British military base, with London hoping for sign-off before Donald Trump's inauguration. Britain struck a deal in October to hand over control of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, while retaining control of a military base on Diego Garcia, the largest island of the Chago Archipelago in the Indian Ocean, under a 99-year lease, an agreement that needs to be ratified. Since then, an ally of U.S. President-elect Donald Trump and new Mauritanian Prime Minister Navin Ragulam have publicly criticized the deal. Ragulam said last month his government wanted to renegotiate the deal. Britain has said the deal works for all sides. A UK-Mauritius joint statement provided by the British government on Monday reiterated London's position that good progress had been made and discussions were ongoing to reach an agreement that was in both sides' interests. It offered no new details. Austria's likely next chancellor, far-right FPÖ leader Herbert Kickl, has presented a roadmap on Monday how the next government aims to avert EU deficit procedures. Speaking at a joint news conference with the Conservatives' interim leader, Herbert Kickl announced a EUR 6.3 billion package that should spare Austria its deficit procedure. Kickl tasked the country's president with forming a new government, said there will be no new taxes, no new inheritance tax, no gift tax, no wealth tax. Instead, he said there will be savings in ministerial apparatus with an end to excessive subsidies, and all this with special consideration for the labour market and the economy. The European Union, if a country's deficit is above 3% of gross domestic product, it is put under an excessive deficit procedure and must cut it by 0.5% of GDP annually. Austria's public deficit in the third quarter of 2024 amounted to 3.8% of quarterly GDP, or EUR 4.5 billion, according to Statistic Austria.
We have made a fundamental decision and developed a joint roadmap to avert an EU deficit procedure against Austria. All relevant steps towards the European Union are now being taken as we speak to you here. This is the firefighting operation that I talked about a few days ago and that is necessary to prevent a conflagration. We have worked out a €6.3 billion package together that should spare Austria this deficit procedure, without new taxes, no inheritance tax, no gift tax, no wealth tax, with measures against tax loopholes and privileges, especially for big players, with savings in the ministerial apparatus, with an end to excessive subsidies, and all this with special consideration for the labor market and the economy. This agreement has been reached, and the chairman of the Freedom Party and I will sign a political declaration of intent, which Finance Minister Günther Mayer will then forward to the European Commission. This consolidation should bring the Maastricht deficit criterion back below 3% in 2025.
About 300 North Korean troops deployed to Russia have been killed, with another 2,700 injured in combat against Ukrainian forces, with a rising number of casualties attributed to a lack of understanding of modern warfare and the way Russia used the North Korean military, a South Korean lawmaker briefed by the country's spy agency said on Monday. North Korean authorities appear to have called for its troops to commit suicide by blowing themselves up to evade capture, lawmakers said, citing the National Intelligence Service (NIS). Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Sunday, Kiev is ready to hand over captured North Korean soldiers to their leader Kim Jong-un if he can facilitate the exchange for Ukrainians held captive in Russia. Zelensky said on Saturday that Ukraine had taken 2 North Korean prisoners in Russia's Kursk region, first time Ukraine has announced a capture of North Korean soldiers alive since their entry into the nearly 3-year-old war last autumn.
The area where North Korean soldiers have been deployed has been expanded to the entire Kursk region, and the spy agency, estimated about 300 North Korean troops have been killed with another 2,700 injured. After analyzing North Korean military combat video which was obtained recently, the spy agency, attributed the massive number of casualties of North Korean soldiers to firstly, the futile shooting at long-range drones, secondly, the lack of understanding of modern warfare including their assault tactics without fire support from the rearguard units, along with the way Russia used the North Korean military.
South Korea's Constitutional Court is set to hold the first preparatory hearing on Monday on the impeachment trial of former Prime Minister Han Duck-soo. According to judicial officials, the Seoul court would hold the first hearing at 4 p.m. for Han, who first took over as acting president since President Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached on December 14 for declaring martial law on December 3. Han was later impeached by Parliament as acting president on December 27, 13 days after taking office for not approving justices to the Constitutional Court. While Han will not be required to attend Monday's hearing, it will discuss witness and evidence selection among other preparatory procedures, officials said. Such sessions usually take place 2 to 3 times before oral arguments begin. Finance Minister Cho Sang-mok assumed the role of acting president after the impeachment of Han. Yoon's short-lived martial law declaration plunged South Korea, Asia's 4th largest economy and a key U.S. military ally, into its greatest political crisis in decades, threatening to shatter the country's reputation as a democratic success story. Japanese Foreign Minister Takeshi Iwaya held a meeting with the South Korean counterpart Cho Tae-yo in Seoul on Monday as the key U.S. allies seek to underscore improved ties and shared security concerns amid the worst political crisis in decades in Seoul. Bilateral meeting marks the first of its kind between the countries since President Yoon Suk-yeol's short-lived imposition of martial law last month, a move that stunned South Koreans. Yoon has been holed up in a hillside villa in Seoul since Parliament voted to impeach and suspended him last month over his martial law decree on December 3, which investigators vying to arrest him after a failed attempt earlier this month. Iwaya is also due to meet South Korea's acting president Choi Sang-mok, the Japanese government said. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 6.9 struck the Kyushu region of southern Japan on Monday, the Japanese Meteorological Agency said. Buildings and houses were shaken strongly, seen from footage by local surveillance camera in Miyazaki City with a population of roughly 400,000 people. Tsunami advisories for waves of a maximum height of 1 meter were issued for the southern prefectures of Miyazaki and Kochi. A 20-centimeter tsunami was later recorded, reaching Miyazaki City, public broadcaster NHK reported. There were no abnormalities reported at the Ikata nuclear power plant in western Japan or the Sendai nuclear power plant in Kagoshima prefecture. NHK said, referring to the 2 plants nearest to where the quake occurred. China's export growth picked up steam in December, custom data showed on Monday, while imports recovered, closing out the year on a positive note as the world's second largest economy braces for mounting trade risk with the incoming U.S. administration. Imports surprised to the upside with 1.0% growth, the strongest performance in July 2024. Economics had expected a 1.5% decline. The government is targeting economic growth of around 5% for the year, a goal that had proved challenging to achieve at times in 2024. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump set to return to the White House next week has proposed hefty tariffs on China's goods, sparking fears of renewed trade war between the two superpowers. Adding to the challenges, unresolved disputes with the European Union over tariff of up to 45.3% on Chinese electric vehicles threaten to hinder China's ambition to expand its auto exports.
In terms of total volume, China has consecutively surpassed the 42 trillion and 43 trillion yuan thresholds. Last year, the total import and export value reached 43.85 trillion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 5%. Exports of electric vehicles, 3D printers, and industrial robots grew by 13.1%, 32.8%, and 45.2%, respectively. As for 2024, China's imports reached 18.39 trillion yuan, an increase of 2.3%. According to the latest data released by the World Trade Organization, as of the first 3 quarters of last year, China's import growth rate was 1 percentage point higher than the global average. It is expected to maintain its position as the world's second-largest importer for the entire year.
Protesters took to Brussels streets on Monday to demonstrate against the possible pensions reforms as part of a nationwide strike in Belgium. Around 30,000 people marched through the streets of the Belgian capital, according to authorities. The strike crippled air and rail traffic on Monday, and many schools remained shut. Almost half of all flights at Brussels airport were cancelled as luggage handlers, security and other ground staff went on strike. The national train operator, NMBS, said it was running only a limited number of trains throughout the country. Public transport in the capital Brussels was also heavily impacted. Schools were shut with tens of thousands of teachers expected to join a national rally in Brussels to protest against the reforms that are being discussed by parties trying to form a new government for the June 2024 election. Government formation talks have dragged on for months without any real progress as the 5 parties at the table continue to disagree on government finances and the contested pension reforms.
This is a wake-up call to the government's negotiators, because according to the information we are hearing, very concrete measures are to be taken with regard to pensions, which will have an impact on all the workers in this country, and particularly on the railway workers whom I represent, since the preferential schemes, as they are called, will be abolished, resulting in longer careers and having a financial impact on the total amount of pensions.
Middle East crude oil benchmark premium surged on Monday to about $3 per barrel above Dubai quotes, the highest since October 2023, according to trade sources. The jump came as Asian buyers are rushing to source alternative supplies, following tougher sanctions by the U.S. on Russian oil shipments. The U.S. Treasury on Friday imposed sanctions on Russian oil producers Gazprom, Neft, and Saganagavs, as well as 1 A3 vessels that have shipped Russian oil, targeting the revenues Moscow has used to fund its war with Ukraine. Oil prices extended gains for a third session on Monday, with Brent rising above $80 a barrel to its highest in more than 4 months. The wider U.S. sanctions are expected to affect Russian crude exports to top buyers, China and India. Russian oil exports will be hurt severely by the new sanctions, pushing China and India, the world's top and third largest oil importers, to source more crude from the Middle East, Africa, and Americas, which will boost prices and shipping costs, traders and analysts said. Many of the tankers named in the latest sanctions have been used to ship oil to India and China as previous Western sanctions, and a price cap imposed by the group of 7 countries in 2022 shifted trade in Russian oil from Europe to Asia. The next round of nuclear talks between Iran and 3 European countries will take place in Geneva on Monday and Tuesday. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Bagher said on Monday, Iran last held talks about its disrupted nuclear program last November with Britain, France and Germany. Speaking to journalists, Bagher also said Iranian businessman Mohammed Abedini, who had been detained in Italy on a U.S. warrant, was released and returned to Iran. Abedini was arrested in Milan last month for allegedly supplying drone parts that Washington says were used in a 2024 attack that killed 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. Iran denied involvement in the attack. In 2018, the then administration of Donald Trump exited Iran's 2015 nuclear pact with 6 major powers and reimposed harsh sanctions on Iran, prompting Tehran to violate the pact's nuclear limits with moves such as rebuilding supplies of enriched uranium, refining it to higher fissile purity, and installing advanced centrifuges to speed up output.
Mr. Abedini was arrested in Milan, Italy. From the beginning, we have believed that this was part of the trapping and hostage-taking of Iranian citizens by the United States, which is a trend that has unfortunately become popular in recent years. Extensive efforts were made from the very beginning, and we are happy that with the help of the diplomatic apparatus and other related institutions as well as the cooperation of Italy, we succeeded in returning this citizen to Iran. Today and tomorrow, talks on various topics are in Geneva between Iran and 3 European countries. In the case of the United States, we will make a decision based on their approaches and actions at the appropriate time. But we have always emphasized that negotiation was not something that we begged for, but it was a two-way road that can be done with emphasis and by recognizing mutual interests and with mutual respect.
Angry members of some of the families of Israeli hostages still held in Gaza harangued Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich on Monday over his opposition to a deal being negotiated in Qatar to halt the fighting and bring the relatives home. Smotrich described the deal taking shape as catastrophic for Israel's security and said Israel should keep up its campaign in Gaza until the complete surrender of Hamas, militant group that ran the enclave before the war. Dozens of members of the hostage families, many carrying photographs of the Masons, squeezed into a committee room in Israeli parliament where a meeting of the finance committee was held to examine the 2025 budget. Some furious, some crying and pleading. They attacked Smotrich in an emotionally charged encounter that lasted for more than an hour, accusing him of abandoning the 98 Israeli and foreign hostages still left in Gaza since they were kidnapped during a Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. Smotrich, leader of one of the hardline nationalist religious parties in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing coalition, has been among the loudest opponents of a deal which he described as a surrender to Hamas. The head of the International Court of Justice, Nawaf Salam, secured the support of enough lawmakers to be designated Lebanon's next prime minister on Monday, political sources said. The designation of Salam would mark a blow to the Iran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah, which had wanted the incumbent Najib Mikati to remain in post. President Joseph Aoun is required to nominate a candidate with the greatest support among lawmakers.
The nature of Israel's acts, including the fact that Israel frequently confiscates land following the demolition of Palestinian property for reallocation to Israeli settlements, indicates that its measures are not temporary in character and therefore cannot be considered as permissible evacuations under the 4th Geneva Convention. In the Court's view, Israel's policies and practices are contrary to the prohibition of forcible transfer of the protected population under Article 49, Paragraph 1 of the 4th Geneva Convention.
And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region, or the southeast, or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Babara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I'm advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
It's a beautiful day. It is indeed 14 days into the month of January 2025. My name is Charles Pies. Welcome to the morning show.
My name is Belinda Nwobada. Just a month today, we'll be celebrating the Lovers' Day. It will be for the Lovers' Day, the Valentine's Day. I hope you are ready. This is a beautiful day, like he rightly said. We'll be taking you through the newspaper headlines, review and interviews, and everything we have lined up for you this morning. You don't want to miss any of it. Don't forget, you can always follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube at Signature TV and all the platforms at Signature TV News. We'll go for a short break and we'll come back and bring you the newspaper headlines. We'll begin with the Punch newspaper just above the mast. Again, Boko Haram strikes in Borno, kills 40, abducts cause.
Port rehabilitation delayed despite $700 million loan.
Inside story, how hubris intrigues power play sealed Obasa's fate, with the rider Deputy Speaker Miranda sworn in as Lagos' first female speaker. Sanwo-Olu claims innocence.
Coronation dates fixed as Alaafin designate gets staff of office.
Tariff hike, telcos, ICT firms, all banks, 1.69 trillion naira.
Depot raises petrol price to 950 naira per litre.
Gospel singer arrested with severed corpse members' head in Nasarawa.
Wow. Demonic.
It's been trending really on the socials.
We're moving over to the Guardian newspaper this morning. On the Guardian, USSD codes may become inactive in 14 days over banks' 250 billion naira debts.
Lagos Assembly alleges infractions against Obasa. Elects first female speaker. That's on the page 3.
Federal government okays 1,125 naira daily feeding allowance for correctional inmates.
NAS probes alleged 4 trillion naira loss to waivers by agencies.
ISWAP kills 40 farmers in Borno despite paying levies.
Tax reform bill set for passage as Senate FIRS clear key hurdle.
Mbata's emergence.
Lagos broadcast stations NLC protest non-payment of minimum wage.
All right, we're moving over now to the Daily Times newspaper. On the Daily Times, federal government's plan to abolish TET fund, threats to tertiary institutions, says ASU.
PDP crisis, Ayawo can't take to serve help. That's coming from party.
Why Lagos Assembly impeach Speaker Obasa.
NAF probes Zamfara airstrike over civilian casualties.
Nsako sacks staff, orders investigation over extortion allegations.
Police arrest gospel singer Oluwatibileyin for beheading Abuja girlfriend.
Indeed, Abuja girlfriend. On the Nation newspaper this morning, how federal government plans to raise 36.35 trillion naira revenue by Bagudu.
ISWAP kills 40 farmers in Borno. CDS to troops. Hot terror.
Senate panel, federal government's team meets over tax reform bills.
Ayawo back as PDP National Secretary.
Why Tinubu should intervene in ABCON firm disputes.
4 airlines to lift 2025 pilgrims. Group rejects Mbata as Ohaneze president.
All right, all the details you can find on The Nation. We're moving over now to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Tribune, just below the masts, no guarantee yet. There will be no more grid collapse. Power Minister speaks.
Ayawo resumes as PDP National Secretary. That's been trending.
Indeed, police arrest gospel singer caught with girlfriend's head in Nasarawa.
36.35 trillion naira revenue target. How will we realize our projection? That's from Minister of Budget.
Ibadan Stampede, court admits Naomi Oriyomi, principal to 10 million naira bail, 2 sureties each.
Loss of revenue. NAS Joint Committee on Finance to probe MDAs over 4 trillion naira shortfall.
Makinde presents new Alafin Staff of Office certificate, threatens to prosecute Oyumesi over bribery allegations, coronation to hold in 4 weeks.
On the Blueprint newspaper, how Lagos Assembly ousted Nigeria's longest-serving Speaker Obasa.
Coast now clear for tax reform bills in Senate. Abamoro Adedeji speaks.
After Makinde's alarm, suspected 100 ISWAP members arrested in Osun.
PDP back to trenches. Anyanwu resumes as secretary amidst protests.
60% of 48,932 inmates awaiting trial robbers, mothers. That's from ENUGU.
NCAA sues female passenger for obstructing Abuja-bound flight.
We will achieve 2025 revenue projection by good assurance.
Anambra Reverend Sisters regain freedom from kidnappers.
All right, moving ahead to the Daily Trust, which is probably the final. Right, on the Daily Trust, how Boko Haram killed 40 farmers in Borno. Survivors with the rider victims for mass burial today. Pursue attackers, Zulum tells military.
Federal government confirms bird flu outbreak in Kano State.
PDP crisis, Ayawu resumes as secretary despite court order.
Lawmakers queried JAM for spending 9 billion naira on meals, trips, trainings, others.
Tax reform bills top agenda as National Assembly resumes today.
Sins that cost Lagos Speaker his seats. Find out those things. I'm not sure they can be cleansed by any kind of blood. All right. It's time for us to do some review on the newspapers this morning. Chris joins us. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles, and good morning, Belinda.
The way you were staring on the newspaper, is it about the sins?
Well, the Lagos State House of Assembly decided what is seen in Lagos. Because what is seen in Lagos might not be seen in Enugu State. This set of House of Assembly we have these days. And to think that Obasa has stayed as longest serving House of Assembly Speaker in Nigeria, I think he has 19 years or so.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know for a state like Lagos, he must have been a very powerful speaker. And now, for him to stay down, for his powers to be broken just suddenly like that. And somebody said he was taking a trip
to Atlanta.
Yeah, he was in Atlanta, and it was a coup, palace coup. And then he will be hearing that his revered position is no more. But that's how volatile power and feasible, power can be. It can fizzle away over time, and that's what a lesson for everybody living.
But don't you think there's a higher power that did that? Because for somebody who has spent that amount of time for 19 years, you would think that he has a measure of connection within Frey. And some people are also alleging that he's eyeing the seat that the president's son wants, the governorship seat of Lagos
these
State.
are all the speculations. But whatever that has put together to make a heavy sin for him to go after 90 years is a sin enough for whatever. And you cannot rule off anything when it comes to this kind of power play. You can't rule off. For him, who has become this powerful, so he takes what the Igbos call aka kaka bajilaka. Then a stronger hand broke the less stronger hand. And then that's why it has to happen. And to think that, irudike na nyummanko. Now, if you see, behold a strong man, even if the sharpest knife will be to use it on him, you have to think twice. So that's why the Igbo say irudike na nyummanko. You can have a very strong knife, and when the DK is sitting on his desk, you even find it difficult. So his absence cleared the way, made it easier for whatever power play that worked, even to buy over his house and his loyal members of the House to impeach him. You know,
I'm scared for Sanwo-Olu. Remember, some few weeks back, he was shouting that EFCC are on his trail, and he went to court to obtain an injunction to ask the EFCC not to, probe him even after his tenure. I wonder what governor does that. So when you start seeing that, and now that Obasa is out, maybe the guy that is giving him from some protection, you never can tell. They can one day impeach the governor of Lagos State. It's possible.
Well, the proverb said, if a slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, you just know that the same fate awaits him or her. So they are all slaves. I'm sorry to put it that way. They're serving some power block and power that holds Lagos. So once you're out of, once the power you are serving has interest in it doesn't matter how loyal you are. So you are as good as your master say you are. That's Nigerian politics. And you can't rule off the Godfather and the implication and the challenges he has on Nigerian politics. So I wish him good luck. Come easy, go easy. He knows how he got there. It's just like when some of us were having this sympathy for Fubara. We said the person who willingly gave himself to befriend a broken West woman, he has the duty of carrying her up the bed and down the bed. And that's it. So whatever you see by playing along, you play along, they are all the same. It's just that sometimes we start weighing sin. Whose sin is bigger, and then that's it. But sin all the same, and the way you started. So Obasa's sin has found him out, and he's out. Let him go and enjoy his 19 years dividend as the longest serving speaker of one of the strongest states in Nigeria. It's not easy. He's not. I don't have too much sympathy. If I have the opportunity of getting to that level, I shouldn't consider myself as a mere man. I should consider myself as a fulfilled human being. The speaker for Lagos State, 19 years, it's not a mere feat. So once in a while, you find that this power fizzles out of your hand. So let's leave Obasa for his Atlanta, whatever Atlanta has cost him, because if he had known, and that's happened, he wouldn't have gone for that holiday.
But would it have changed anything even if he was back, or if he was? Just
like I used the proverb, if he's around, they will play. Power is play, and if you're looking at the faces of people who will say Judas, even you, Brutus, even you, and you look at all the people around them, maybe they will start saying, "Oh, sorry, we are being pushed, but their presence has." So then maybe he would have.
The lion was asleep.
Yes. So, and that has given all the squirrels and the ants and all the one room to do whatever they have to do. So let's move on.
All right.
The ISWAP and the fresh attack on Borno calls for what a sad way to start the year. And you can imagine when numbers, you can imagine innocent Nigerians, we just say 40. And we read it as headlines, review it as newspaper issue, and that's it. But the people will always tell you that the shoe, whoever is wearing the shoe knows where it's penning. These are human beings. There will probably be people's relations extended on nuclear. Husband, wives, daughters, sons, uncles, aunties, kids and kins. They just wake up and under nothing, they will just say terror. And they will still ask, what is so difficult about this? Why can't Nigeria? Because this issue of terror is now the highest in Nigeria, across the globe. You hear about, but the way the stories are jumping out of Nigeria is put Nigeria as the highest, among the highest insecure nation in Nigeria, in the world. It calls for attention. And we all talk about it. Why we are concerned. Like I said, if a fellow slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, who knows who's next? Makinde said in Oshu, it's not Makinde, the Oshu, 100 of them are arrested.
ISWAP. They're already everywhere. It means they are everywhere. There are visual audio going around about people who are kidnapped and killed and the things they say that they experience inside this terrorist den and all that kind of thing. It tells you there's no pretending that we are really sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Let the government in power, let all the chief security officers, the state governors not pretend. Because my concern is that the little security apparatus we have, these people that call themselves chief security officers, use them to secure themselves. And me and you, they will come tomorrow to ask us for the votes, are just vulnerable as anything. Because most of the people who have money have jackpot out of Nigeria. And that's a very fact. And more people are struggling, selling their property to go away. Because they look, what happened in the recent past has continued in the recent future. So, what's the hope? Every day, Nigerians are being killed, kidnapped, decimated, terror, insecurity. I'm not saying the security people are not, the apparatus are not doing anything. We're just saying there must be a way out. Even if it means a more, I don't rule out even to call some people to come and help us. It's not about signing bilateral agreement where people come here and exploit us. We signed bilateral agreement with France to come and mine our mineral resources. Is that the only thing they just come and take what is good and go, and we remain with our problems? And they sign bilateral agreement to help us solve this terror issue. Because there's no such issue in their own country. They must have a way they've secured their own country. Let the blacksmith who doesn't know how to mold a metal gong look at the tail of a kite to learn. That is the only thing I can say in that. Let's move on.
Gospel singer arrested.
The gospel singer, that will tell you the highest level of what Nigerians has gotten to. And when you hear how the devil has come to the church, it's a very serious issue. And it has happened. It started with when they say a gospel is now commercialized. It's one of the greatest weapon the devil used against the church. Now he has come into using other things. Now, if the church or people who claim they are gospel singers or gospel preachers can go to the extent of beheading and even have a girlfriend that you have the mind to behead, don't you think it calls for a lot of reflection? Are we in the last days? That you say, some preachers have said we are in the last days, so let everybody dress warm. Because from what is happening, in Nigeria, God may need to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Great.
No. The matter is true. What has happened in Sodom and Gomorrah that made God destroy Sodom and Gomorrah that has not happened 1 million times in Nigeria? What? Tell me. We have suddenly borrowed the issue of this LGBTQ. That one they sweep it aside and is eating and crippling under Nigerian situation, culture. You find that one as no more. Nobody think about the way it will going to take over Nigeria. Now you see the issue of Yahoo, all this quest for fast money, what it has brought some young Nigerians who would have used their energy for development of Nigeria into they use the word now because it hooks their tongue to use the word that you kill people. They now say bye. It's now easier for them to say they buy, and it will be when you hear that buy is to kill people. It will soon enter what they call it, Oxford Dictionary. As one of Nigerian words, yes, at the beginning of the year, I found about 20 Nigerian words that have entered Oxford Dictionary. Now, buy will soon enter, when it means when you hear buy is what Nigerians call kill. And that's what Nigerians have been buying themselves in different guises. Kidnap, kill, terror, juju, organ harvesting, cut head to go, okite, and all manner of useless things that when you say, are you going to blame government for this? A nation that has taken this path and the path of extinction. God will visit Nigeria soon. And it's going to be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah.
Interesting. I mean, I just thought about the circumstances around the, the killing of this young girl, a core member. If you look at him, the guy himself, he goes on TikTok advising people, very young person too, who you would think wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing.
That's how they come. That's how they come. But
very unassuming.
A lot of Nigerians are time bomb, moving around. A lot of people have a psychological issue. Most of these things are psychopaths. They are mad people by all ramifications, but they go about and people are not. In the first place, almost everybody is mad. It's just in different degrees. There are people who their level of madness they require. In Nigeria, we don't use psychologists, we don't use psychiatrists. If you mention that people should go and check their mental health, they will fight you and they'll say they are not mad. But the way they will respond, when you recommend that, we tell you they are really mad. I'll tell you a story of a young man who was in exam hall, and he was reading the question papers. He saw the first question, he knew it. The second one, it was like, this is a beautiful exam. He was going to make A. He dropped his biro and shouted in the exam hall, "Kai, I don't catch them." The vigilators caught him and took him to the clinic, and they gave him injection, sedative injection, and he slept off. When he woke up, he was asking for the paper. He said, "Where is the paper?" He said, "Say you are mad." He said, "No, it's not." And then the effort to prove that he's not mad even made him more mad. There's no guarantee that there will be no more power collapse, and that's coming from the power. And that's what we said yesterday.
Yes. Is it because
6,500 megawatt has been alternative source. So the power minister and his grid will soon become used after them. If Nigeria really are sincere and allow the market, if they think they are really operating, allow the real market regulation to take effect, very soon, me and you will be looking for alternative energy. And the minister will be using this power grid to go and power his toilets. or power the streets. Because people the industrialists who need this power are not getting it. The people, Nigerians who have not jackpot and need this power to work in Nigeria and survive, are not finding it. And the minister could come out this morning to tell you there's no guarantee. It means he's telling you, look for alternative power source and get it if you can. That's a very clear way. What else can a minister of power tell you? So good luck, power minister. When all Nigerians look for alternative power, you will go and become minister of grid. Because no more power. You go and minister the grid. That's how we tell you irresponsible people who put in authority. This kind of minister should resign. If he finds that he cannot guarantee, tell Nigerians that he is making effort. Even if he thinks he shouldn't come out to tell Nigerians this. And that's how they do not think and make statements. These are people we bestow with our lives to manage. And they come and tell you. Imagine when you go to the hospital and they say, "Doctor, is there anything possible to make revive this patient?" And doctor said, "We are trying to do something, just relax." It's giving you hope. Even when you know professionally that the case might be a serious one. But when you go to a doctor and the doctor say, "Hey, now this kind of sickness killed a car for yesterday. This kind of thing that is suffering, that the one man died yesterday in this hospital. Hey, I'm not sure this one." What kind of doctor would that be? He's telling you, better take your patient and go somewhere that he has not guaranteed anything. That is what the power minister is telling Nigerians. With power sector that Nigerians depend so much on, I'm thinking about future. And they have a power minister, and the federal government will allow him to sit there, tell Nigerians that I can't guarantee that the grid will.
So whatever you see, you take.
So whatever you see, you take. And that's why the kind of people we give our establishments to manage. God bless Nigeria. Well,
All right.
PDP, our time is up, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Almost, but just to wrap things up.
60% of 48,932 inmates that are waiting trial are robbers and murderers. Nigeria, I worked with UK8, then DFID, when they sponsored what they called speeding of criminal justice system in Nigeria. It was a almost 6-year project. When we did work that project, it became obvious that Nigeria is a nation that tells itself lies because of corruption. Why should this percentage of people be awaiting trial in Nigeria, what they call correctional centers? So how many people are on criminal justice, murderers and criminals? Who are you? Civil, somebody will steal a crate of beer. You put him in there and tear his paper and you'll be in prison for 12 years. That's the kind of thing we saw when we were doing that project. But robbers will be rolling these, doing their business inside the correctional centers, becoming more rich and controlling their business outside, feeding on federal government budget. And you cannot hasten. Even the people that committed small sins have no access to the court. For them to be tried, if you commit offense and you go to court regularly and the court say you have 1 year in prison to start, you go and start counting your year, it's safer for you. How can you commit an offense that should be 3 months or even option of fine? You find yourself 12 years in prison because of delay in criminal justice system in Nigeria. That is a nation that do not want to go forward. It is unfair. And this is a system that government, they will sit down quietly. Some of them, that unfortunate politicians, find themselves among them. Because once in a while, you go to prison, you find a politician, they are hanging, reflecting. You will say, if you had known. But if you go to how people stay in Nigerian prisons, they call it correctional centers. I wish they would bear the name correctional. Because I wish they are correcting anything. I wish. Because if you take a visit to any of the correctional centers, ENUGU has one of the oldest prisons. You go there. It has a capacity of less than 600 people. Go there and see the number of people in there. And most of them, more than 100%, are awaiting trial. So the people who are really serving their return are not to 300 out of that capacity. So when you say a nation, the corruption and whatever they call it that they run in correctional centers of this, there was somewhere they read this morning of how much federal government has budgeted for every prisoner.
1,125.
Before that 1,125 naira get to a prisoner, if you see the beasts they served, I swear to God, you cannot give it to the worst animal on earth to eat.
That's
and
really
they call
sad.
it. And the soup and things they eat there, these are money. Before that 1,125 naira gets to a prisoner, the grease and corruption will cut it down. Some of them do not get up to 125 naira.
Absolutely.
In this inflation, so you can imagine what that is. But some people are there in correctional center, living big, running establishment in and within and outside, and people are there and they are pretending they know what we are talking about.
Absolutely.
So I still say a nation that sits down on this thinking that we get better, we only digging our trenches. That's why some of the criminals, even when they have opportunity of coming out and being released, they go back there because life in there is better. For some of them that are running that cabal of underground crime, and they say they are correcting. Just wish you don't go to Nigerian prison or correctional center. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much, Chris Maduka, for your time this morning. Thank you. All right, well, that's the most we can take. We'll go for a short break and we'll come back. We'll bring you more. You don't go anywhere.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Recently, Serap dragged the federal government to court over the misuse of Cybersecurity Act. And as a matter of fact, that has lingered for a while. We're going to discuss extensively about that particular topic with a cybersecurity expert, Prince Will Basi Efyong. He is on Zoom with us this morning. Good morning. You're welcome. Basi?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. I'm sure you are very much aware about these developments. Can you give us an update from your end as to what specifically the Serap is talking about? What misuse are they referring to, and how in any way did that, offend the Cybersecurity Act?
Okay, so one thing we have to understand about the Cybersecurity Act is users have to understand that there is an act that is tailored towards individuals, and there are acts that are tailored towards the government. And what this is causing, and what's causing the whole uproar in the cybersecurity industry right now, is the government are really using this act and misusing it in a way where For example, let me narrate this. So, if an act prohibits cyber stalking, phishing, what other thing? I think cyberbullying, and then this act, cyber stalking, cyberbullying, and phishing, is an act towards individuals and not towards the government. But if it's a terrorism act, then it is towards the government, like, you know, such as cyber terrorism. But now, if the government starts to misuse the act where someone wants to vocalize their ideas and their opinion on the internet, and they get apprehended, and for example, journalism is supposed is an industry that's supposed to have free speech policy, but hence the governments know that the act prohibits this, prohibits that. They're not even aware of what they're doing. That's to say that they don't even know which act is tailored towards which problem. So they just do everything the way they want, probably because they're not properly educated on as to the Cybersecurity Act, what you're supposed to do, cybercrime, and it's really a problem right now that Nigerians need to look into. Why? Because young persons can't even have a voice of their own.
Right, Mr. Bassi. We understand, of course, also the international human right, which requires, that any restrictions on freedom of expression, be necessary, proportionate, and for a legitimate purpose. But how does this Cyber Crimes Amendment Act of this 2024 measure up against these international standards? And what reforms do you think, will be necessary to align it with global human rights obligations?
Now, I think one of the primal things the Nigerian government needs to do is set up a separate body that regulates these policies. Like, it shouldn't be a reform under the police, under the EFCC. It should stand on its own. If we don't know what to do as a country, if we don't have a body that regulates this Cybercrime Act, Cybersecurity Act, then we should look into what the international treaties are doing. Try to see how we could measure up to their own standards. Yeah? Because right now, if proper measures are not being put in place, I'm sorry to say, but we are going to have issues like this that would stir problems in the cyberspace with the people, the citizen itself, the government itself, with people, and to every individuals out there, because I bet you there are lots of people who don't even know what's going on. We need to set up a body, a separate body entirely, that looks into the Cybercrime Act, regulates the act, and puts measures in place for people who, should I say, for people who would, let's say perpetrators. Yeah, for anyone who would follow the law, okay, there is a body that looks into it, proper accountability, that looks into the system, proper accountability, so you don't get to prosecute someone who hasn't done anything close to what the prosecution term would say. For example, I pick up my phone and then I'm saying something regards to how I feel, regards to what's going on in the social space, and the government there, bam, gets me arrested without even taking proper look. There's something we call cyber forensics, which is going into proper details to ensure that everything is done properly. Every information, every data, every medium that was used to pass the information through the cyberspace is being detected. Which device, who, the API, which location, what did they say? Properly scrutinize these informations before you even prosecute a person. So in my opinion, I think we need to set up a separate body that will regulate this order.
Right. I'm just wondering what you think. Do you feel that the Nigerian citizens should go beyond what they are doing to protect themselves online? And how do you think citizens can protect themselves from cyber crimes, especially the ones that have been provided for by the Act?
We live in a country where cybercrime is on the know. We all know what's going on right now. Yeah. And on myself, in cybersecurity, there is something called the red portion and the blue portion. I am on the blue portion. Like, we do pen testing, try to test networks. Yeah. I think the Nigerian citizens should start getting education on cybersecurity and cybercrime acts. That's what I think, because where people don't know what's going on, you are all about to fall short of whatever comes your way. So I really think we should get ourselves educated. The same way we're pushing so much narrative in the social spaces, we should also push the Cybercrime Act to educate the people of Nigeria. For example, get the necessary softwares you need for your phone. Yeah, protect yourself out there, because right now, if the government does not know what to do, you as a citizen should at least know what to do. Yeah, get yourself educated. Like, for example, if I use my phone to speak on a certain topic in regards to what's going on right now, I know the act. I know that I'm not targeting the government. It isn't a terrorist attack towards high-profile documents or high-profile information. So I know what to do, and I know how to save myself and defend myself. So what I think that the citizens should do is get educated, get themselves on the know, read more. I mean, information is out there on YouTube, on Reddit, on Twitter. However, use the proper mediums necessary to you. Get yourself equipped with this information so you don't become a victim.
The arts, the arts provisions are said to, have a chilling effect on human rights advocacy and, of course, media freedom in Nigeria, right? So, but the question is, how do you think, what steps do you think the civil society organizations and, of course, the media, should take to safeguard freedom of expression and hold the authorities accountable for potential abuses of the Cyber Crimes Amendment of 2024?
What I think should happen is, the same way our media houses are speaking towards issues concerning government policies, we should also speak more. For example, this very session now, we should try to do more about the Cybercrime Act, because this chilling effect you're talking about is denying me the right to express myself using social mediums. Because if we want to understand what cybercrime is, it's just a simple way of causing or committing crime using technologies, computer systems, your phone, digital medias, and the rest of them. So I think, yeah, that we should start putting more videos, more educative content as regards to cybersecurity, cybercrimes. Get the people to know that, okay, we exist in the cyberspace. Right now, there are about 2 billion people online right now. So we need to talk more about that, get these informations out on the blogs, on the microblogs, on the news outlets, news platforms, educate ourselves more. When you see something more and more and more and more often, you get, even if you don't read about them, but you hear people talk about them, you hear incidents surrounding it, you get educated. Why? Because it intrigues you to want to know more. As a user of the internet, the best thing you could do for yourself is protect yourself out there, get the necessary knowledge. So that's what I really think should be done.
Right. What role do you think the judiciary really have when it comes to protecting the rights of citizens?
I'm sorry to say the judiciary system is not doing anything in regards to this. Or we have not created enough awareness in regards to this very matter. We have not created enough awareness in regards to this very matter. And there should be a reform from the judicial system, setting up a separate body that regulates and looks into the Cybercrime Act, first of all. and then get this to be taught out there. Get it to be taught out there. People should get to know, because it almost seems like the judiciary is paying blind eyes to whatever is going on. That's what's going on right now. That's why we're even taking the federal government to court for the Misuse of Cybercrime Act, because someone would just come out on the social media to air their view. Hence, the government don't even know the reason, because there is a difference between attacking the government as a body, attacking the system, or saying posing threats towards the sitting government or towards the president. And there is a difference between attacking an individual. So this is what we have to do. Get the judicial system to talk more about it, because they're not helping. Regulate the reforms, get themselves acquainted with the International Treaty Act, and, you know, maybe we will head somewhere eventually. For now, I'm sorry to say we're not doing anything, but we need to get the judicial system into this matter, to look deep into it.
You know, as of now, really, we've not, there has not been an official response from the government concerning the Serap's lawsuit. But what one would want to know, you know, what should we expect? What would be the expected course of action from the government? And of course, in addressing the raised question by Serap, and also how might this legal challenge, you know, influence future legislation related to cybercrimes in Nigeria?
This is how it's going to affect it. We should get ourselves acquainted to cybersecurity more, employ more cybersecurity guys, get ourselves equipped with cybersecurity experts, analysis. So when issues like this come up, if we have a strong organization in Nigeria that talk about issues regarding this, for example, let's say we have a body of cybersecurity forum in Nigeria, and people who can speak up, people like me, myself, stand up and say, no, this is not the way out. The government is doing something totally wrong. Then maybe we would start to push a narrative, and there would be a paradigm shift in the judicial system, in the internet space, and of course, even in the lives of the citizens who are using these media platforms.
All right. I mean, this cyber thing, you had just mentioned that we haven't really done a lot when it comes to creating laws and even protecting ourselves even more. You're even questioning if the judiciary even knows much about the cybersecurity situation, or even understand it, because our system is moribund. The people who are there are not even in the future. I mean, everybody talks about people's rights in person, you know, one-to-one, but you don't know that there is actually rights online. You know, you have the right to be protected online. And I'm just wondering how we're going to navigate this system. Do we need to employ people in the judiciary system who are cybersecurity savvy like you know, to help develop laws that will be able to merge into our system? Because all we hear is just amendment. You hardly hear some of these cybersecurity thing, you know, play out in our judicial system. How much so for you do you think that it is necessary to employ people of your capacity to be able to who understand that environment, to create laws that would help protect citizens?
So this is what we have to do. We have so many laws in Nigeria. Law that binds this, law that protects this, the child law, education law, like lots of them, name a few. We don't have lawyers. We don't have a system that is well educated in regards to cybercrime, cybersecurity. And when you don't have people who are knowledgeable in this aspect, it makes it very difficult for them to even regulate the law properly. Why? Because they're not aware. They have not gotten themselves acquainted with the act, what it entails. For example, myself, I can't write some things online, but I can say them online. Meaning you have a physical representation of who is saying it. Now, we need to get more lawyers, probably get them educated in regards to cybersecurity, the Cybercrime Act, and what it entails. get them well educated as to what can the people do that would pose as a threat to the government, and what can the people do that would just be a normal freedom of speech. Get the Cybersecurity Act, the Cybersecurity law embedded into the judicial system. Else, because I have seen cases where journalists were arrested for no just cause. Freedom of speech is being deprived. And it's a problem right now. And if we don't address this problem, it's going to eat deep like a cankerworm into our own society, our own media space. I mean, look at, of recent, I saw a video where the founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, was talking about how they want to regulate the Facebook policy where people can air their views, people can share their opinions, where there are no censored speeches, censored opinions. This is a country that understands the cyberspace. They understand what it means for the youth. We make this internet work. Without the people, there is no internet. So we need to get our own lawyers, probably infuse it into, should I say, the law school or the law practices. We just need, they need to be taught. I don't know if we need more cybersecurity guys in the judicial system, or we need to bring the judicial guys into the cybersecurity sphere. But either ways, there needs to be a paradigm shift. Something needs to change. Something really has to change.
You know, certain percentage of average Nigerians out there don't really know their rights, you know, to what extent their rights are being protected, or the freedom of expression they need in terms of all the cyber security stuff. So how much of sensitization do you think is needed for every average Nigerian out there, you know, to know his or her rights in terms of cyber security and how they can protect their freedom of speech?
Okay, so let's start with this. For every time a young person picks up their phone, they're logging into social media spaces. It could be Instagram, WhatsApp, name it. We need to put out content, more content, and not just skits. Not just, even if we're putting out skits, we need to put out more educative skits in regards to you who is using these very social media platforms. Do you even know your rights? Do you know the rights reserved by you to use these platforms? Do you know that someone cannot just wake up one morning who works in the government office and tell you, oh, you're bullying the government, for that I'm going to get you arrested? No. It's just like saying we're existing in a country that has laws, and I have a human right. Yeah, I know my fundamental right as a human, existing in Nigeria as a Nigerian citizen. So I should know my rights existing on the social space, because it's what do you call it? It's like a galaxy on its own. So you exist there. You need to know the rights you have. And what I think we should do is have more guys who are in the cybersecurity space put out more content, more educative content, more nuggets, educating people who are using the very social media, who are using the internet. That is what I think we have to do, because people don't have time to read anymore these days. You have to agree. So, okay, if they're not reading, at least they're watching it. At least they're seeing infographics about their rights as internet users existing in Nigeria, because the laws vary from country to country. It is different from the US to Nigeria. And I can tell you, the Nigerian Cybercrime Act is so vague, persecuted for it. Yeah, someone would type something out and you get prosecuted for it. This is why they are being dragged to court, because you're misusing the very act that you implemented. In regards to 2015 Cybercrime Act, yeah, and they're trying to do an amendment in 2024. So we need to get the users of this internet space more aware. I'm talking specifically Nigerians. I've seen too many young persons who came out on the space to air their views, and they got harassed, or they got boggled in their houses, taken away into custody, and they were in the prison custody for a period of a week, 2, 3. And if you don't have anybody who speaks for you, I'm sorry to say that's the end of you. You might stay there for as long as possible. So these are the problems. We need to get our citizens, our internet users, the young people more educated, put educative content, probably host seminars, host webinars to get them on the know that no, you cannot just be harassed. Why? Because you're using the internet. Get them acquainted with the Cybercrime Act, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. Get them acquainted with the provisions of the act that, okay, if you say this, these are the repercussions, these are the ripple effects to this course. If you do this, this is what's coming for you. Else, you're going to get yourself in more trouble. So we need to put ourselves out there more. For myself, I try to educate people using my close-up space like WhatsApp and Facebook, try to tell them more about cybersecurity, how to protect themselves on the internet, how to, identify, people who would pose as a threat to them using the internet. So we need to get this information out there more. Probably start putting out skits that has more information and more educative content as towards the cybersecurity. So that's what I think should be done.
Some time ago, the federal government banned some social media platforms in Nigeria. I don't know if you remember that period. Do you think that in any way violate the rights of Nigerians? And in that case, where you see that the federal government is going direct to banning some of these social media handles, how do citizens react? What do they do? I mean, is the federal government asking that this particular product be banned? So you wonder really, as a citizen, are you helpless? What do you do in that regard? We understand that people use VPN to also access their platforms, but then we understand that there were constraints, that people really didn't want to use VPN through to access those platforms. But, in that case, do you think it violated people's right, given that the federal government also gave some reasons why they are putting out the ban? And of course, we know how it went until, I think, 6 months later, it was finally removed. The ban was actually rescinded. Do you think that violates citizens' rights, and to what extent, and how can citizens react to that particular incident in case it happens again?
It definitely violates our rights as citizens. Getting the social media platforms that gives us people were making a living off that very social space, and getting it banned is a violation to our rights. Yes. Because we're not out there holding tanks and missiles and bazooka to say, okay, that we're threatening the government. We're people who are just airing our views, our opinions, telling our sides of the story, sharing our experiences. So if you decide to ban the very app, the very medium that we have, because like it or leave it, we live in a social era where not many persons can march to Aso Rock right now to enforce a movement. But as a people and as citizens of this dear country, we can come together in a social space to have one voice. And that is our own right. That is our tool. So getting that very application ban was a slap to us. Why? Because it's just like saying you don't have a voice. The very thing that gives you an edge to talk to me, I'm going to take it away from you. You see, this is why I said that the governments don't even know what they're doing to start with. They don't even know how this acts are regulated to even start with. They don't even know, okay, if I ban a social app right now, that's me depriving my citizens, that's me depriving the Nigerian people of the voice they have. So it's like saying, don't talk to me anyhow. Why shouldn't I talk to you? Why should I not question your actions? Why should I not have a thing to say in my own country? And everyone were so okay with it. We just started resulting into finding different measures to access the app. But people who really knew that this was a slap to us, this was a violation of our own internet rights, emphasis on the word internet rights, we tried to do something about it, and they finally saw the reason to lift the ban for us to come back in this space. So you see a government that wakes up in the morning and acts the way they want. And I wouldn't really blame the people who are at the top. I blame people who are regulating these laws. because they are not even aware of the laws that they are regulating. They don't even have an in-depth knowledge as to what they're doing. So they just feel, okay, Mr. A said something, and I think it's getting too much. So the only way I should stop this from happening is to get this social media app banned. And it's really wrong. It's bad. There was something I was saying back then. I said, if we as people could wake up and take the federal government to court for banning that social app that year, I think we would have won. All we have to do is get in line with what the international treaty says in regards to social app laws, social media laws, internet laws, cybercrime acts. Because as far as I can remember, people weren't saying they want to go bomb the Asu Rock. They weren't planning a terrorism attack towards the Nigerian government. We as a people were just saying that we don't like what's going on in the country, and we have the right to do so. There were no, what do we call them? The Red Forces. There were no cyber hackers hacking into the judicial system to tamper with sensitive data. There was nothing like that. So you would say, okay, the government is trying to ban the app so to curtail the uniformism that's going on. No. So we have to stand up, speak for ourselves. When people know that you know what you're doing, they start to understand that, okay, we should not mess with them. Why? Because they are very much aware. But when the citizens don't even know what's going on, they don't even know the rights they have in the social space, I'm sorry, there is little to what we can do. That's why the government will just wake up and do what they like, act the way they like. Why? Because there is no much awareness on the social media spaces as to what the rights we as citizens we have. So yes, it was, what do you call it? It was a slap to us. You deprived us of our own internet rights. Definitely it was.
Right. You know, to be fair to the government, remember how NSAS started and how it happened. I mean, so many persons used NSAS to mobilize people around the country. It was that very easy. And so because of that, you know, the government wanted some air of, you know, control. So people don't use that platform to, you know, cause chaos as we saw at the time. So in that particular environment, do you think that the government is right? In order for the government to be able to exert some control, it just had to ban Twitter specifically?
No, this is what I think the government should have done. If you as a body feel that people are misusing the app, mobilizing bandits to cause an attack to properties, lives, and the regards, what I think the government should have done is employ more cybersecurity experts, cybersecurity analysis, cybersec bloggers. Yeah, there is something we call phishing. Try to see how you can fish into that cyberspace, extract. And I talked about cyber forensics a few minutes ago. Hire the cyber forensics guy, hackers, experts, cybersecurity analysts, analysts, to dig deep into the app, people who are using it, now to fish out people who are like the perpetrators who are using the app for the wrong reason. Not ban the app entirely, but rather get the vital information you need to act on. That's what I thought they should have done that. If you've never heard the US government right now say they want to ban Twitter, rather all they have to do is they have a body that regulates these laws, and in that body they have cybersecurity experts in that very body that they know how to act, they know what to do. So they should have employed more cybersecurity guys, tell them, okay, this is what we want to do. We understand that people are going to hijack this movement. Get into this space, carry out cyber forensics analysis, fish out these guys, let's know what we're dealing with. There were people who were genuinely just coming out to protest during the NSAS period. There were people who were just coming out to cry. So shutting down the app entirely was you telling us that we as people, we as a citizen of Nigeria, we don't have a voice. Why? The only time we have to speak for ourselves, you can take that voice away from us. They should have done proper analysis, proper cyber forensics, filter the internet.
All right, thank you very much. It's been an awesome time with you, Mr. Prince Will Bassi F. Young, cybersecurity expert. Thank you very much for your insight this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, we'll go for a short break and we'll come back. We'll bring you more. You don't touch anything.
The clamor for prisoners' rights has been unprecedented. As a matter of fact, many people think that prisoners, or inmates if you like, should be able to vote even while they serve their jail sentence. That has been on for a long time. But recently, INEC is planning to do something in that direction that is going to be subject to some of the amendments to the Electoral Acts to include them. But at least an organization has spoken up and said, look, it is important that we add prisoners into this particular feat. We have someone in the studio, the program's lead, Carmelites Prisoners Interest Organization.
INEC, the Nigerian Correctional Service, National Assembly, to actually put in motion mechanisms to protect the rights of inmates to vote. Because our law, the Constitution, never actually prohibited them from voting. So it is actually an infringement that inmates are not voting in Nigeria during our elections. So I receive it with gladness, the news that INEC is actually making moves to show that inmates vote during our elections.
I know your organization has been in the forefront of fighting for these rights. What prompted the organization to embark on these kinds of things?
As a matter of fact, as our name implies, kind of like prisoners' interest. Even though they are not called prisoners now due to the new Correctional Act, but then we as CAPIO stand to ensure that the rights of inmates anywhere in Nigeria are protected. So in that regard, when we got to know that sometime in 2014, 4 inmates actually went to court in Benin City asking for their rights to be observed in terms of voting during elections. And the Federal High Court, Benin, gave them judgment. And over the years, nothing has been done in that regard. So sometime in 2023, we began to implement a project we call Poll Right, that is right to get involved in the polls. So that project has seen us engage with stakeholders to ensure that the right of inmates to vote is actually observed. So that is actually what prompted us. Observe the rights of inmates. They are still Nigerians. No law prohibits them from voting. So what we are doing is actually trying to protect their rights to vote. Thank you.
This is right, but then again, one would just be wondering, how will INEC, plan to address the logistical challenges that involves vote registration and voting systems generally for those inmates?
Actually, when we engage with INEC and when we engage with Nigeria Correctional Service, they told us that they are ready. All they need is for the legal framework, the law, to be in place. So it is their job. After all, they are actually conducting elections for those in IDP camps in Nigeria. So there's no difference. Yeah, one may shout insecurity, but the men of the correctional service have over time told us that they are ready to ensure smooth conduct of election in the prison. So the challenge of how to is not there. INEC has told us that once there is a law, they will do it immediately. So the challenge, there's nothing that is an obstacle, except that the law has not explicitly, as demanded by INEC, the National Assembly should actually pass a law instructing that inmates should vote during the election.
Also, how will your organization, try to ensure that there won't be vote buying? Because then again, during voting or vote registration or voting, you begin to see some of these politicians come to the prison to kind of bribe and all of that. How will you ensure free, fair elections, and also with the line of your collaboration with INEC? How would it happen?
Okay, over the years, when we apply to conduct activity in the correctional center, we are always asked to observe the rules, because it's a security setting and it's an enclosed place also. So it's only your access to the inmate is limited. You can only access them when the officers say you can access them. So of course, it's in Nigeria. We know the corruption in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria. So one cannot rule out the possibility of vote buying happening there. But the fact is that it will be minimal. If the officers are not, ready to compromise, it will be difficult for the politicians to actually buy the inmates. But we can still not guarantee what will happen, during the voting. That's just the truth.
But there should be some certain level of sensitization from your end to the inmates to make sure that they know their right to vote to whoever they want to vote for, and not be open for vote buying and all.
As a matter of fact, we have a documentary that we actually produced last year. That documentary, what do? We trained the inmates on their rights, and they actually were part of the advocates in that documentary, where they emphasize their right to vote as Nigerians. So they know that some of them are actually involved in politics before they have issue with the law. So they know all these things. Yes, we will continue to sensitize others who don't know, to know that your vote is actually what determines what comes to you tomorrow, because choices have consequences. So we should continue to do what we are doing, but most of them actually have this knowledge that what you do actually has consequences on what comes to you when your candidate wins the election.
I'm just imagining the environment, how it would look like during campaign period, when candidates come to the prison to campaign and speak to the prisoners about what they would do for them. I'm just thinking, for you, as someone who has worked in that space for a while, do you think a prisoner is psychologically in a good place to vote for the right candidate? Because, I mean, with all the stories we hear in correctional centers, people get into, be sentenced to jail terms and they don't really serve it. We know the corruption that exists there. How are we sure that, the people who are within that space, when they vote for a particular candidate, that candidate is who they wanted to vote? It will not be corrupted by prison warders, prison leaders who would either in one way or the other threaten them to vote in another way, or if not, they are not going to be, giving a certain kind of assistance of some sort. So there's a whole lot around there already, because I'm just thinking through it now, and I'm like, I mean, can this really work?
Actually, there's a limit to what we can control. Where you see human beings, you see shenanigans, you see cost-cutting measures. But then, what we emphasize is for these things to be in their barest minimum. Corruption happens everywhere. We have continued to fight some corrupt practices even within that system. Voting may not be different. We have no say in how the correctional officer does his work. We can only preach what should be done, and then we're gone. The prison or the center is open from, let's say, 10 to 2 for a visitor. What happens after then, you can't tell. We have had tests of how, inmates relate with officers who work during the rest time. But you do what you can do. But just like taking a donkey to the stream, it is for the donkey to actually drink or not to drink. We will keep pushing that inmates do the right thing in terms of don't be corrupted, and besides, this INEC personnel will still be there. So if INEC, in fact, it is actually come from the point of vote buying, because if somebody receives an inducement to vote for, he can't do anything about it. Understand? More so when the officer is in collaboration with the politician. We can't do anything about it. We don't know what happens behind the scene. We go there within the time allowed and we leave. What happens? We can't tell. You can't tell. So it's to press it on the conscience of the inmates to say that whatever happens has consequences. If you receive 5,000 naira, and they are even more vulnerable to receive this money.
Absolutely.
I understand, because a man in the street receives as low as 2,000. How much more are inmates who, even to buy paracetamol is an issue. So, but we keep preaching to them to do the right thing. Whether they do it or not is beyond our making.
What about the psychological balance that I spoke about?
No, they're actually down psychologically, because being in a place like that comes with heavy psychological weight. That is why every now and then we actually go to them with counseling. We have a project that will commence this week. That project is mental, it has a component of mental health awareness, how they will cope with effective mechanisms, because sometimes they use the negative coping mechanisms which compounds their woes. So they are down psychologically. But I believe that if there is if the process is in place for them to vote, we will volunteer to actually psych them up. We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a limit. How can we cover the entire nation? You know, it's just for us to maybe engage with other stakeholders. Nigeria Psychological Association, which has presence in everywhere in the country, to say we are now concerned with inmates in Nigeria. And the news I saw was there's Nigerians overseas, not even inmates in prisons overseas.
Well, okay, we know that there are other reforms in the correctional centers that your organization is looking out for beyond the fact that you want inmates to start voting. Are there any other ones? Can you list them out, and to what extent is that being met?
Okay, for instance, you know, the Nigerian Correctional Act 2019 actually makes provision for vocational training. The origin of correction is actually reform and rehabilitate.
Okay.
But there is almost near absence of any of such program going on. So someone enters the correctional center and comes out not being sure where to go. And you know, when you look at the stigma that follows going there and coming, even your family doesn't want to do anything with you. So they return to the same issue that brought them to the prison. So we have been pushing. We have some projects where we actually empower the female inmates with vocational skills, so that when they leave, they have a place to actually follow back. We have a center in Oji River. We call it Center of Hope. It's mainly for ex-inmates. If you are willing, you come there, learn at least 3-6 months, learn a skill. While learning, you are working and your proceed is being kept for you. After 6 months, we can say, take this money and start something. But this is actually what the correctional service should be doing. So while we are doing that, we are also reminding them that this is your mandate. That is one. Second one is access to quality health care. For us in ENUGU State, this is near zero. Near zero.
Near zero?
Yes, near zero, I tell you.
According to, like, is it something that you people verified, that there's nothing of such?
Okay, let me use ENUGU Correctional Center. They have a clinic, call it OBS, Observatory. Understand? They have nurses. But do you know there's no single medical doctor?
No medical doctor?
Really?
Yes, yes, I can tell you
this
that.
Particularly ENUGU.
Yes, so. Yes. And usually a medical doctor caters for the whole state.
No visiting doctor at all?
None. If there are, is on charity. The same way we do.
Oh.
The same way we do. Every quarter, we go there for what we call medical outreach. But now we have a project that takes us there every week. Oji River, Nsoka, and ENUGU, with qualified medical doctor. So, but minus that, there is nothing in place. Inmates buy their medication. Yes, and because most of them are poor, their access to medication is when we come from medical outreach. You see them struggling to have access to the place. And Nsoka, ENUGU has almost 3,000 inmates. We can only
3,000?
see, yes, 2,800 or thereabouts.
Wow.
You know, so we can only see maximum of 200 when we visit.
Wow.
So what happens to the rest who can't even have money to buy paracetamol? So the few that, you know, are able, they pay ×2. So healthcare is one of the reforms that we actually, and these things are provided for.
They are?
Yes,
So
by the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019.
The doctor should be resident in the correctional
center. The way is minus that. There's a way they arrange it that they collaborate with a secondary health facility within the town. But this has not been done. Because government will not be able to employ the medical people needed. So let them devise a means where maybe from Parkland or from UNTH, they'll be visiting doctors. What they do now is when somebody is terribly sick, they take him to, you know, a clinic outside. That has been a challenge because we have tried to take some inmates. They say there's not enough manpower to accompany us. You know,
not enough manpower
in terms of people they call arm squad. Those guys that they are busy now. So and somebody's life is at stake. Understand? These are the challenges that people in such a place.
What about feeding? You know, from the news today, federal government is approving 1,200 and I think 1,225 naira per person. Do you think that is viable? Do you think this is happening?
If all of that gets to them, we even clap for the federal government. If all of that sum you mentioned goes to them, we will clap for the system. But before that money goes from the ministry to the correctional service and comes down to the state command, most of them must have developed wings. So what happens in a place like ENUGU is that a certain in charge, certain year, ask them to cater for yourself. They cook there, even though it shouldn't be. They should be catered for by the government. But because we can't do it, and to avoid uproar, cook. So the practice is that if in a cell of 30 inmates, and there is 1 or 2 rich inmates, so they help to, you know, but you don't depend on that. Don't depend on that. A place like Nsukka, the inmates are terrible. You know, last month, actually in November, we went there for medical outreach, just with our doctors, with our drugs. But when we saw the inmates, we had to abandon the drugs and go looking for food first.
Oh my goodness.
No, yes. We go looking for food first because they were terrible. You see hunger in them. That is how bad it is.
Just this morning, we heard that they actually have 1,125 earmarked for daily feeding for inmates in Nigeria. I mean, by what you are saying, after visiting, it does not look like that 1,125 even gets to them.
That's just the fact. It doesn't get to them. And that is the Nigerian factor.
No, but then again, you ask yourself, how much is 1,125 naira per day?
You know, I said earlier that if that money gets to them, we will clap for them. We will. You know, which good food in any buka goes for 1,500? You say, I've eaten just one meal. You can just eat and say, thank God. So,
and that's the amount for the whole day.
For the whole day.
And you say that there be high level of vote buy
and corruption.
You know, corruption. I said it earlier. I said for us working, doing our job, we sell our votes. How much more somebody in a place like this? You know, really it's terrible. Really it's terrible.
But then again, how are the political parties reacting, civil society reacting to these new proposal? You know, about the voting for inmates to vote? How do you think they will
Actually,
react?
in our engagement with INEC, we collaborate with other civil societies, Yaga Africa,
Okay.
you know, and others, because it was actually, the engagement was at the high level in Abuja. So they are committed to saying that inmates vote in Nigeria. We have not engaged with parties to know what their opinion is about it. But then, when we held a meeting with INEC and the Correctional Service in Abuja, invited other CSOs. One CSO took it upon themselves to draft a bill and submit to the National Assembly, showing you that they are committed to this cause.
Okay.
Understand? They are committed to this cause. So, but for parties, we've not engaged with them to know their reaction about the developments.
What about the inmates?
If I show you the documentary, they were actually pushing, because they know, or some of them know, that they actually should vote. Understand? So why they are not voting is still the Nigerian system. So they are eagerly looking forward to a day where they will vote. I don't know the reason for the eagerness, but I think the thing
with the level of our party, voter party out there, I wonder what you think, prompted that eagerness in them.
Because that right has been denied over the years. Understand? And adding with every many other rights that have been denied. So for them, it will be a step to pushing for other rights. So if their right to vote is granted, maybe they could use the approach we use, because we engage them in the documentary. So some were even saying, there's a policy that you don't record an inmate with their face showing. But some were even begging us to show their face, that we want this thing. I want to be seen to be pushing for this thing. But we asked them, no, we still have to respect that policy of the Correctional Service to protect your identity. So they are looking forward to it. There may be other reasons behind the eagerness, just like what we have discussed here, because it opens them up to more money and other things. It's a possibility.
Right. I'm also thinking now that INEC has mounted it, it's not like it's an uhuru, or that since they have said it, next election these guys are going to vote. Now, how do you think that INEC should proceed in such a way that at least they can get the National Assembly to have this embedded into the Electoral Act and most likely into the Constitution? Because I know that the government even fought it. I mean, government was meant to obey the law because the court actually gave a judgment and said these guys deserve to actually vote. So, government can say, okay, since you have won us in court, now let's see, let's see how it will work, using its apparatuses to stop or delay it. Because I know this particular issue has been ongoing. Even in the last election, there were communications about this particular issue, and it was not added into the Electoral Act. So I'm wondering whether you guys have that mechanism to also have some sort of connection into the government, to enable this thing to actually scale through.
The good news is that INEC has come out to actually push for this. Before now, yes, they will say they are ready, but they have not made any concrete effort. We'll be in the forefront of going to National Assembly and pushing this reform. I think it will see the light of the day. Because before now, it has been the civil society, pushing, and sometimes the government sees you as an opposition when you are the one pushing for. But if INEC will collaborate with, say, Correctional Service, who will actually host the election and push it through, I don't think the National Assembly has anything to lose if they, make the reform see the light of the day. And so it even makes our job easier, since INEC has planned to now be in the forefront of pushing for the reform. Yes, we have submitted a bill, even submitted another memo to the Committee on Constitutional Reform. But from there, INEC will now continue to push. Who knows, before the next election, inmates in Nigeria will be able to cast their votes.
The same thing happened even in the last election. They just mounted it, they said it. And then it just came, and then before you know it, and you can imagine, this is 2 years to the next election. February next month will be 2 years since the last election happened. I mean, next 2 years we don't have a new election. One would wonder, why is there no speed regarding this reform to happen? So you would just see some hanky-panky game. They will just say it, and then when they get to that point of, oh, we cannot put this, maybe let's leave it for next time. And I know that bodies like yours, I mean, you have done a whole lot throughout this period. Is it possible to continue this engagement with INEC, engagement with National Assembly, critical stakeholders, in helping push this champion this agenda? Because I mean, if you drop now, if you don't even talk about it anymore, these guys will just say, you know what, nobody ever going to ask about it. And the prisoners, because they are handicapped, their freedom are actually being withheld. They would really not have the opportunity to do anything.
I think you are right. There is need for us to keep pushing. We actually came up with a framework for inmate voting in Nigeria. That document is with INEC to actually adopt it for use. And what we will do is to then galvanize the support we got from other CSOs to say, INEC has said this, let's use it as a point to push them. Most of the reforms that we'll see are actually products of consistent pushing. Because when you drop, most times they give you this news to make you relax. Okay, they want to do something. Okay, but then having gone through what has happened in the past, where it gets to a year to election, they say, okay, let's leave it for next year, as if it's a tactic to actually not make it happen. So we will keep pushing from our own end, leveraging the support of other CSOs. I think that's what we will continue to do.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin Ubo, Program Lead, Calamites Prisoners Interest Organization, CAPIO. Thank you for your time and expository this morning. It's been an awesome time with you. All right, that's the discussion so far. My name is Belinda Nwobodo. We'll be linking you with Abuja Studio for the continuation of the Signature Morning Show.
My name is Charles Pius. Have a beautiful day ahead. Cheers.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides with bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land, you have refineries. You have technology have even provided what's called modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying they are burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
A very good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. I am Godwin Sunday. This morning we'll begin the conversation by talking about the Bridging Horizon, enhancing partnership for economic prosperity. And my guest this morning is Honorable Quadri Adu Kene, who is the president of Afro-Caribbean Chamber of Culture and Tourism. You're welcome to Signature Morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's even begin this conversation. What you've been passionate about the tourism sector and even from the cultural perspective. Why is this so?
Well, to us, I believe that culture has been there, with the time immemorial. And for any country that want to move forward, that really want to increase its GDP, that really want to get it right, they shouldn't, push their culture aside. And then when we talk of culture, that is where tourism comes in. Because culture is big, culture is large, to some extent. When you're talking of culture, you're talking of the clothes we're wearing, you talk of the hairdo, you talk of entertainment, you talk of dance, you talk about music. And that is why no country should joke with it. And that's why we're so passionate about our culture.
But then when you talk about the Afro-Caribbean culture, it's almost the same thing, or there's a lot of similarities. But lead us through this line. Is there any difference between the Afro and the Caribbean culture?
Well, I won't say there's any difference, to some extent. It has been the same thing because when you travel to some of these Caribbean nations, you talk of Barbados, you talk of Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, you are in the midst of your brothers, you will even, you will see them, like as if you're in Lagos, and that is why, we thought it wise at Afro-Caribbean Chamber of Culture and Tourism to see that we create a kind of synergy, a kind of fusion, to see how just our brothers and sisters will feel the impact of the continent. They should be part of us, because when you see them, majority of them don't even know their history. The history is that maybe they evolved from the slavery, but we are telling them through the chamber now that you have history, you are part of us. This is where they took you away from, so you can still come back home and be part of building the continent.
Honorable Quadri, I was coming back to that history, which is believed that a lot of Caribbeans are from the Yoruba origin and also from other parts of Africa, but largely from the Yoruba extraction. How correct is this?
Well, they've done their research. Because when you travel to some of these Caribbean nations, what you will see is that they even worship our gods better than us in Africa. You talk of Yemoja, you talk of Shango, you talk of Obatala. They worship Shango, they worship it seriously. Oshun, they don't joke with it. And majority of them, is here we see ourselves as Christians, Muslims. Over there, they are traditional worshippers. That is the way we call them. They don't joke with it. And because of that, maybe because of the way people are seeing Oshun, Shango, Batala, all those deities, maybe that is where people made a conclusion that majority of them are from, this part of the world. That's from the western part of Nigeria. And then a whole lot of them have done their DNA. And then, of recent, in Brazil alone, we had close to 4,300 Brazilians that have done their DNA. They found out that they're from Yoruba
extraction.
And then one of the things we are planning to do is to see how these people can come back home. We're not in Africa. When you come back home, this is your origin, this is your source. And then anywhere you are in any part of the world, you know that you are from Africa and you can contribute your quota to the development of their continent.
Again, Honorable Quadri, looking at the fact that when it has to do with culture in Africa, most people have tend to tag culture along metaphysical lines. That is, if you're talking about culture, automatically you either diabolical or you are identifying with diabolism. But then, talking about Afro-Caribbean culture and that of Nigerian culture, having a chamber that see how to fuse this culture together, does this have anything to do with diabolism?
Well, it depends on the way people look at it, because that is what the Westerners, the colonials, that's what they sold to us. They took this thing away from us and then brought their own religion. Well, we've embraced this religion, but that doesn't mean we should forget where we came from. That doesn't mean we should forget our source. Because up to today, when you watch during the inauguration of King of England, there's a lot of things that was done. Bringing out goats, it was shown. And then even when I was in Spain, in Madrid, when you go to their kings. Their palace, they have so many palaces, you see some form of, what we call diabolism here, some of this, it depends on the way you look at it. If you believe in this cup, that it can protect you, it will protect you, but we are not ruling out Islam or Christianity. I'm a Muslim, but it's high time we go back to the basics. That is a clarion call. It's high time we go back to the basics, because most of nonsense and most of things that are happening in this part of the world, let me use Nigeria as an example, we really follow our culture. For example, member of National Assembly, let them sweat with iron.
ENUGU?
Oh, yes, I just iron. Give them water, put water inside what do you call it, gun, and pour it out and let them drink it and swear that if I steam or if I do this should happen. It will happen. And that's why we are dodging, we are hiding under, let's use Quran, let's use Bible to swear. They believe that God of Quran, with time, God of Bible, with time, once they beg, the God will forgive them. It's high time we go back. If we really want to go into sciences, if we really want to go into technology, as Africans, we don't need to throw these things away. For example now, Ifa, when you see somebody with Ifa now in Yoruba land, bring out Ifa, people will look at it that it's diabolical, but Ifa will tell you the beginning of this. It will tell you where you are today and the future. That's what Ifa can do. And then the Westerners, they came in, no, this is not, but up to today, they're still making use of all these things. I've seen a friend that came all the way from England. He would come to Nigeria, oh guy, what are you doing here? He said, I came to buy things. The day I saw this guy used to come and buy, I was baffled, He used to come and buy our masquerade clothes, ancient artifacts. So that way he would buy and take it, and they went extract the spirit. All those things, if you keep something for 50, 200 years, one way or the other, it has extracted some supernatural power. They will extract it and use for them good. And here we said, no, it's diabolical. So religion has come, but to me, whether you are a Christian, you're a Muslim, don't throw away the culture. Let me use the culture. I don't want to say traditionalism. I don't want to say spiritualism. But the culture, don't throw it away.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Basically, again, I want to find out from you, what has been some of the challenges that you've been encountered, especially within the Afro-Caribbean region so far, even as you promote culture and tourism on these regions?
The main challenge, is unity of purpose. It's high time we Africans come together and love each other, because without it we cannot move anywhere. In a situation whereby, as an African, as a Nigerian, I want to go to South Africa, I have to go and queue for visa for months, and the consular may decide, I'm not giving you my visa. Let's open our borders. The day we open our borders, that is the day greatness will set in immediately. It will be like magic. Because if I can move from here to Uganda, I can move from here to Burundi, I can move from here to Egypt to do business without any hindrance. If Europeans can do it, what's stopping us? You get a Schengen visa now, whether you came in through, you enter through France, either you enter through Spain. You can move to all the Schengen countries, the European countries under Schengen. What is stopping us? And they are using it for their benefit. It's that time African leaders, it's that time we come together and open our borders. When we do that, the unity will come, what we call Ubuntu. There'll be unity. When we do that, there will be progress. The GDP of Africa will become stronger and will become the wealthiest in the world. Because once we come together, everything will open for us. And that is why the African Union and every other regional bodies, is that time we come together. You know, we may not get there today, but let us start striving. Let's open our borders. Rwanda has done wonderfully well. As a Nigerian now, when you enter Rwanda, you just need your passport. You know, when you get to the border, you know, entry, you know, and border, what they do is to stamp your passport, and you go in, even without paying a dime.
Well,
Africans.
Honorable Quadri, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about this. There tend to be some form of a diversion when it has to do with knowledge transfer, cultural knowledge transfer. Most youth are far from the culture. Now, before we now even start talking about what the chamber does and how we can bridge this gap. So we'll go for this short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking to Honorable Quadri about some of the cultural diversity and how to integrate the Nigerian youth into this cultural sphere. Please go nowhere. Signature Morning continues in a moment. Welcome back. Just in case you're just joining us, this is still Signature Morning, and I'm talking to Honorable Quadri Adukende, and we're talking about some of the gaps that have been able to be identified by a lot of cultural enthusiasts across the world, especially that has to do with Africa. Now, Honorable Quadri, we tend to be far from the corroboration between the youth and the adults. To a very large extent, most youth try to shy away from cultural practices and they don't want to even get involved. At what point do we miss this integration of our youth?
Well, to that is still westernization, you know, because, you know, when you watch, you know, when you through your phone, you watch so many channels, you know, and most of the channels, you know, don't really talk about African culture. So, and that's what made our youth to be so far away from culture. And a whole lot of young Africans don't really know much about our culture. And that is one of the things that Afro-Caribbean Chamber of Culture and Tourism, that's one of the things we are doing, to see that we bring our youth to really understand what culture is all about. Culture is not all about masquerade. It's not all about entertainment. Is culture. You see the way our boys, you know, the way they are promoting, you know, promoting Africa, promoting Nigerians. Most of our young artists, you know, see the way they are doing. Look at Davido, look at Burna Boy. They still wear our direct, they still wear our Kampala. That's to promote our culture. And then it's high time, like from that's October 21st, to engage the youth of Africa through the African Youth Leadership and Culture Summit, we came up with that idea that once in a year, let us bring our youth together to discuss about what binded us together. We did that in Nigeria, 5 days of rigorous discussion, you know, and by the grace of God, the next one is coming up in Burundi, which we started preparing for Burundi 2025, you know. So once in a year, let's bring young Africans together. For that 5 days, let us discuss about our culture. And when we discuss about culture, by coming together, unity is coming in. You tend to understand me more, because if you don't me, you may not understand. You know. I was in Ghana about 2 years ago to deliver a lecture where I sat down. I heard Ghanaians talking about Nigeria. Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. You know. So when I mounted the podium to speak, the first question I asked, because majority of them are in the hall, you know, how many of you have been to Nigeria? It was only one girl that has been to Nigeria. So when we start moving, you know, the Europeans, they know what they did. By the time you break that barriers, by the time you open the borders, the African will be great. Ghanaians will come here to know more about us. We travel from here to South Africa, you know. We move around. Because even in the Holy Quran and the Bible, God instructed us to move around, to learn new things. You know, it's in the Quran. Move from one point A to point B, go and learn new things. But they are restricting Africans because they know that by moving around, by coming together, we become great. You know, and that is why they are stopping us. But I'm still saying it that if they can do it in Europe, through the European Union, African Union should do it in Africa. Let's open our borders. Let people move from point A to B. It's good. It will propel us to greatness. It will move us to that promised land we'll be dreaming about. And Africa will be good for it.
In addition to that particular question, let's narrow it down again to even the children. Most parents will tell you right now, I think the children have missed it. We don't talk about respect even from primary school, and it goes on like that to nursery school and kindergarten. Honorable Kende, well, some time ago, when you can recall, or growing up, you dare not pass an elderly person without prostrating or bowing down or show some form of respect. But right now, you see children greeting you, want to even stretch their hands to shake you. Are there also plans to be able to integrate some of these cultural practices that have been passed to the youth, also to children, even from the primary and kindergarten?
The greatest disservice that our previous government have done to Nigerians, to some of these African countries, was the fact that they removed history from our curriculum. When you see your history, today you read about our forefathers, this is how they're doing it. You know, when they are having challenges, this is how they came out of it. But now, there was nothing like that. And you look at the type of film we are watching. Look at the type of film. It still goes back to Nollywood. It still goes back to, you know, even government, you know, because the moral value need to come back. You know, that time, a child will not pass, even because it's not only one person that will train children that time. The whole community will train you. Where we have schools that you cannot even talk about history. How you can come and tell me that it was Mungo Park that discovered my River Niger and River Benue? How could you come and tell me River Niger and River Benue has been in existence before the great-grandfather of Mungo Park was born? These are things, Charles Dickens, this, Charles Dickens, that, you know. It's high time we start talking about our history, and that's why I give it to some of our young Africans, you know, like Bello. There's this lady that was doing something on African history, you know, tell stories. You see her, she has a podcast, you know, people follow her. She talk about African history. We need more of our youth to do that. Do research and come out, you'll be making money from it. So until we get it right, our moral value need to come back. You know, you see homes, is it a parent that doesn't even know anything that will train the child? Is it a parent that is not cultured that will train the child to be cultured? You know, these are some of the things we need to go back into. Bring back our moral on the part of government. You know, there are some things government need to reintroduce. You know, history should go back into our curriculum. That is number one. Then number two, government you can't just fold your hand akimbo and say it's none of my business. The way we dress, the way we do things, you know, it should be part of. There's a ministry, maybe Ministry of Youth Development, Ministry of Women Affairs. There are some things that then more trainings to officers, even at home. You know, there should be there's need for organization that will come and talk to people in the time of MAMSA. You know, I don't know whether you know about MAMSA. You know, there's this public address system. They will come into the community, talk to people. This is how to do things. People listening to them. I think there's need for us to bring all that back.
There's need for us to bring that back. Honorable Quadri, let's even talk about economic prosperity using culture and tourism, which I know you have always championed. Now, it is believed that Nigerians have not been able to build some form of a cultural partnership. I think NYC tried to do something like that by ensuring that people travel to different locations to be able to understand what they do. But aside the NYC program, really, from marriages, we really want to, when it has to do with culture and cultural practices, to understand what each person, each particular region, each particular culture believe and what they do. Now, having said that, now we're talking about Afro-Caribbean Chamber. Charity, they say, begins at home. One will not begin to ask, if Nigeria is not getting it right, even from our partnership for our own economic prosperity, would the Afro-Caribbean Chamber be able to deliver some of these lofty ideas and promises that it holds even for Nigerians?
Well, to that, we continue to appeal to government, because there's no way you do some of these things, because we are talking of culture. You know, for people to move from point A to B, you know, government policies really matters a lot, because now, for people to travel from here to Lagos now, apart from security, the challenges, you know, the insecurity, the cost of transportation is at alarming rate. You know, we are not talking of flights now. We are talking of traveling by road. For you to travel from here to Kaduna now, I don't know, you know, Kaduna, that is very close. You know,
So
you'll be talking.
Kaduna is trekking.
Kaduna, that's very close.
Yeah.
You'll be talking of nothing less than between 15 to 20,000, if I'm not mistaken. Then Lagos now go and keep 50,000 to go alone. So all these things, you know, still come back to government. You know, government should provide an enabling environment. The present government is trying its best in the area of security. Kudos to them, but like Oliver Twist, we want to ask for more. Let them do more to see that people can travel from the north to south, from south to east, east to west, you know, unhindered. You know, that is number one. Because when you have security, you know, people can move around. Then number two is government should provide means of, you know, a support for young people that want to go into culture. Because culture that we're talking about can provide 99.9% jobs to our unemployed youth. Ask me why.
Okay, why?
Or how. Those that goes into a alone. There's a lady I know. This lady will travel to Abeokuta to go and bring adire. That is the kind of clothes, you know, is pishy. That is our own. Yes.
Yes, so our non-Nigerian audience can understand what adire
yes,
is.
adire is. Yes. So when you bring adire, she will now sew it into different sizes, different, you know. Start selling it. People, by now, she doesn't travel again. They used to send it. You know, that's adire alone. Our hairdo, those ladies that know how to make hair, when they travel outside Nigeria here, they make good money. That is number two. If you want to go into music, nothing stop you from going to music. It's still part of culture. It's still part of art. You know, those that want to go into drawing arts, you know, they should, the government should provide means, you know, through Ministry of Culture, through Ministry of Arts. You know, I've seen some of the programs that Ministry of Culture is coming on, Ministry of Culture and Creative Economy. Now they added tourism. They're coming up with, you know, they should expedite action so that the youth of this country can benefit from it seriously. And not only Nigeria alone, we're talking of Africa as a whole. You know, some African presidents of some African countries are doing better. They are doing well. You know, I visited Tanzania. When you go to Zanzibar, when you see their youth, you know, into creativity, they don't joke with it. When you enter Kenya, you know, some part of maybe Mombasa, you know, you see their youth, they're engaged, and some other African countries, you know, like Botswana, they are doing well. So every other African country should emulate this president and then learn from them. You know, Nigeria is huge, Nigeria is big. You know, our population should be a blessing to us.
All right, Honorable Quadri. My producer is already signaling that it's time to go, but before I let you go, looking at the Nigerian tourism sector right now, one will ask, is there light at the end of the tunnel, especially for young people?
There is. It's that time young Africans take their destiny into their hands. It's that time, you know, you don't wait for government to do everything for you. Though government should provide enabling environment. But with tourism, you know, for example now, on your phone today, I want to challenge you. On your phone today, post it out that you are a tour operator. You are a tour operator, I'm a tour operator in Abuja, and this is a clarion call on everybody coming to Abuja from any part of the world. When you go to Abuja, call me. I can take care of your transportation. I can book your hotel. I can post it today. You will see one person that will call you from now to maybe in the next few days. People enter Abuja every day. That is an avenue to make good money. You know, you can start as a tour guide. You know, tour guide. You know, people come in, they call you. We want to go to Wuse Market. You are the one that will take them to Wuse Market.
Well, Honorable Kennedy, I need to bring you back to the show again for us to talk about this business aspect of tourism. Yes. Because it's getting interesting, because now you're putting me on the spot. Of course.
It's a challenge.
No, you're putting me on the spot. It's okay. Well, we'll go for this short break, and when we come back, Signature Morning continues in a moment. Please stay with us.
Due to the current economy of this country, I don't see any way forward in the country. Because the country is being built on the rich men and the politicians. They have built the country in their favor. We, the poor masses, are just in open prison in this country. From the way things are going, if you understand, you see the FIROS, they just paste their memo for recruitment. And they said is within the years of 27 to 30, a graduate of Nigeria that gone to NYC through the poor masses will be in the year of 30-something and above before being a graduate. How do you think such person will get the work? Now you will see all Nigeria running to NIM to see if they can bring down their age to apply. So the country is just built for the rich. With the poor masses, I don't see anything for us in this country.
And in Nigeria, due to lack of knowledge, a lot of them are even the leaders. They don't have they call it common sense, but it wasn't common sense. They were shouting, Buhari didn't go to schools. They took all these things, finish. Yet Buhari managed this country. We weren't suffering like this. Can you imagine a bag of rice now is 90,000? Then tell me, can you afford it yourself with your salary? So these are the things we are talking about. Tinubu shouldn't betray the opportunity God gave him. You know, God gives people a chance. He gives them chance, but they don't want to utilize it properly. And when God just turns his back, they will say, they've killed him, or they've this so. but they are the cause. So, my dear, I don't like to really talk about this nation. It's embarrassing.
I did not see hardship because I see Nigeria moving forward. But as for hardship, I did not see hardship. Because I remember that year where they said, I remember we buy a bag of rice, 1,500 naira, the other year, from 1,500 to 7,000. So it's now 15,000. My country is moving forward. Everything we are hoping Tinubu should continue within a while. It was not something that has spoiled for how many years. We don't expect him to repair it under 1 year or 2 years. So with that, things will be okay.
Current economy in Nigeria is very, very bad. For instance, I'm a businessman and the price of goods goes up almost every 2 weeks when I go to the market to buy goods. It's just very, very annoying, but we're hoping that it will get better, but we don't see any good thing coming soon. The generation that we have T-Pain is kind of funny, but it's annoying and it's very, very sad. So I hope that maybe one day God or a good person in government can do something better for us, because basic things are not even affordable anymore. So I pray that in the future, something better will come up, government will be better, and the people too will see a better way to live their life than we are now. Because going by this method, the country is going down.
Just joining us, this is still Signature Morning here on Signature Television, and I am Godwin Sunday. At this point, we'll be talking about the role of youth in shaping the future of Nigeria. And joining me in this conversation is Usman Bashir Shagari. He is the National Speaker, National Youth Assembly of Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin. Thank you.
All right. Let's begin this conversation from the youth perspective. I know you are the speaker for the National Youth Assembly, but the recent happening, the president's reshuffling of his cabinet and taking out the minister of youth and other key ministers, has this in any way affected the youth or demoralized the Nigerian youth?
Thank you, Mr. Godwin, and I firstly thank you for having me in this your program, and I appreciate it. The secondly is your answer. I think I'm going to just a bit about your answer. Definitely to affect seeing some changes. Of course, we did. We also ever since this cabinet was stopped, there has they really work with. So we have been seeing that, and some of the ministers really tried. And we have our friend, our brother, the Minister of State for Youth Development, who is now the Minister of Youth, Ayo Wisdom. He was really trying as Minister of State, so we were hoping for him to even get promoted in terms of his activities and his functions at the ministry. So the minister, the federal minister, she was also trying, but you know, there's something that we call that whenever you are in a place, you can be in a good place, but not at the right time. So most of the ministers, they are there to contribute and they want to contribute, but the fact that they are not being in the right portfolio, that will affect their performance. So we are happy with the reshufflement, and we saw some changes, and we are hoping that these changes will make effect, because we are hoping we saw that some people really get the place they deserve. So I think with this, I can see that it really affects us, and we are hoping in the next few months or in the coming days we will start seeing some effect regarding the performance of the ministers.
Well, Bashir, Nigerian youth are pregnant with ideas, with visions. They are hoping to deliver. But right now, instead of them to deliver in the country, we've seen a lot of them start delivering these ideas in other countries using the Jackpot syndrome that we've seen right now. Do you think again that this whole process of can also add to facilitate more Jackpot syndrome, even as we've seen so far?
You know, whenever you are talking about Jack Passenger, no one will prefer to leave his country and go somewhere to be working as a cleaner or as a gardener or as a gate man. You know, but the thing is that when you don't have a favorable environment for businesses to thrive, for people to work peacefully, for people to work without any any scared any effect on them, you know, definitely that will encourage people to leave this country. The problem we are having now, look at just the business area of this country. How many people are thriving? For example, before you can start a business with 500,000, 1 million, for example, now what can you do with that amount? It's not possible. When we talk about the employment sector, for example, how many undergraduates do we have that have finished their studies and that have finished their NYSs without job? I'm not saying that the government must employ everyone, but what I'm saying is that when you look at these scenarios, you will know that these are the things that are really causing people to leave this country. You cannot come and set up your business peacefully and thrive. There's no enabling environment for people to thrive. If there's no enabling environment for people to do business, do you think they are going to stay? Especially people that study professional courses like medicine. How can you spend 7 years, 8 years studying, and at the end of the day you will not get something reasonable? Even if you are getting job, how much are they paying you? And you will see an opportunity to go to Canada or US that you will just live like that. Do you think it's something that you can do? So that's why I'm saying that we have the mind, and I'm telling you the Nigerian youth are very smart and innovative. We can thrive in any society that we go. So the thing is that let government create an enabling environment that will encourage people to stay. This is just like a business. Whenever you want customers to come to you, you must be customer centric. If a government wants people to stay and participate, they must be what's it called, people centric government. They must always try to solve the people's issues. If there's no this, if the government is not doing this, then I'm telling you that this jackpot syndrome will keep increasing. Just look at the data now. We were not here 10 years ago. The amount of people that are leaving this country now is outrageous. Most of them are not even getting serious job when they go. Most of them, they don't even have anything to do when they go outside. But they prefer to go there because they still have hope there than having hope in our country. So of course the government needs to do more to support this.
But then, Bashir, there's another angle to even the story of the Japa syndrome. A lot of people still believe that majority of the Nigerian youth are not investment worthy. That is, no, because you have been an advocate of the youth, so definitely that might sound strange. But it is of a clear fact that people say that majority of the Nigerian youth don't even know what they want to start with. Body. Correct as this narrative.
To be honest with you, not only Nigerians, everyone have his loopholes. Everyone. But I'm telling you that from the time I have been advocating for this for Nigerian youth, I can tell you that we have many innovative, we have many people that I can vouch for any investment. We have people that can do excellently well in any place there. We have them. But the issue is that, are they given the chance? Will the government give them the chance to showcase themselves? If you don't have the chance to showcase yourself, you might be the smartest man in the world. But if you don't have the chance to showcase yourself, I'm telling you, you cannot do anything.
So invariably, you're saying the Nigerian youths, if given the opportunity to lead the country right now, they are ready and prepared to lead the country.
They are ready, my friend. Just look at even in this cabinet. I'm not going to say names, but you know there are some youth ministers that are performing better than the normal minister. Apart from the minister, go and check the parastatals. There's one agency for science. Go and check the head of that agency. If you check the head of that agency, he has done in just 1 year. I think that agency haven't done that in almost 5 years. But he has achieved more investment and activities in that agency than all his predecessors. So just look at the narrative. Some of them that were given the opportunities, they are doing well. So that's why I'm saying that if we are given the opportunity, we will do excellently well.
Speaking of even reshaping Nigerians' future, Look at the end bad governance and protests that we've had of late, and also other form of protests that we've experienced as a country. Seen youths have divided attention when it has to do with these. That is, most of them tilt towards political lines and not for the to champion the cause of a formidable nation. One begin to ask at this point in time, are you sure at this point in time Nigerian youth can champion the cause of a future for Nigeria?
Yeah, of course. I'm sure and I'm certain about that. We can do that.
Using the end bad governance protest and also that of the end SARS protest as a case study.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I cannot say that the end bad governance protest has really achieved much. But when we look at previous protests, for example, the end SARS protest, I can tell you that a lot of actions has been taken. Even this protest, a lot of action has been taken. One thing I want people to understand is that no matter how, the government is for the people. So if there's no people, no government. If people really want the government to change, I'm telling you, they can do that. If all the people come together and against a government, I'm telling you, the government will not rule ghost. They will rule the people. They must listen to the people. So it's very important that we, the people, know exactly what we want. And if we are not getting what we want, it's democratic that we protest peacefully. It's democratic that we look for other alternatives to showcase our anger. You understand? But the issue we have is that most of the time, whenever we are coming up with this kind of protest or something, there are bad people that normally back this kind of protest, that at the end of the protest will turn into violence, looting of items and other things. But I'm telling you that if we can have a clear and concise mindset, we can come and change the outcome. No matter how hard the government is, no matter how hard they are trying to play, as long as people are against them, they must try to listen to us. Well, I'm telling you that we can do that, we can achieve that.
But could the fact that the youth do not have your kind of organization spread across the country, that's why we cannot have a uniform voice? I'm just curious, because I was doing a study on the organization National Youth Assembly, and I know you've always advocated for youth, but it's not spread across the country. We saw a lot of ambassadors from Lagos, I think Lagos West, Lagos Central, and Lagos. Then you, the national speaker, and we don't have representative. We don't have a formidable representative across. But you have always been. We've known you to be at the forefront of youth advocacy in the country. Could this also be that a tree cannot bring down a forest, or the other way around? That's why we are experiencing such decline in advocacies for youth.
When it comes to our organization, the National Youth Assembly of Nigeria, to be honest with you, we have spread all over Nigeria in all the 36 states or 37 states. The thing is that when we came this administration, the 5th Assembly came into power, we noticed that there are some lapses in the structure. So we decided to dissolve all the state assemblies to see that we organize convention in all the states. Because the process, the main aim of this assembly is to enlighten entrepreneurship, innovation, and also governance in Nigeria. So if we are not doing it the right way, I believe that what we are doing at the end of the day is not going to make any impact. So when we came in, most of the structure in the state were appointed, not elected. So we decided to sit down and say, no, we are trying to show people, we are trying to train people, we are trying to do something. So we don't believe in appointment. Appointment will not give people of less privilege the opportunity to come and participate. Appointment will only favor some elite and not other. So I said, okay, let's come up with a structure where every state will hold their convention. Ever since we came in, we had 6 state convention. That's why you're not seeing the spread across everything, because most of the states, you know how now the economy is hard and the activities are hard. And when it comes to youth, whenever it comes to this kind of things, it involves resources and other things, which the youth, we don't have much. So we decided to say, no matter what, let's try and be following the state one after the other to be holding their convention, which that convention is democratic in nature. It will allow everyone to have sense of belonging and everyone to come and participate. So I believe if our major goal is to train people and to enlighten people, I believe this is the first step that we can do to allow everyone to have a room that they can come and participate. That's why if you see most of the states you are saying that we're having activities, Lagos, Delta, Oyo, and some few states, Edo, and some few states, most of them, they held their convention. They elected their people. Because of that now, our structure is growing strong and stronger every day in the state than just appointing the people. That's that's to tell you this is the narrative. So and when it comes to the national spread, no, even without this structure, I'm telling you that here at the National Assembly we have been doing our best to make sure that we get what's it called? We get spread all over the nation. There's a program we launched earlier this year in February called the SDG Youth Summit in collaboration with the Brazil Embassy. We launched that program to see how the youth can help in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 goals that are very critical to every human being. So we feel like these goals, we the youth are supposed to be champion the implementation of these goals, because we are going to be the beneficiaries of these goals. So if we are not helping in the implementation, then how do we intend to benefit from these goals? So that's why we come up with this thing. We partner with various NGOs and come up with this kind of this program. And earlier last month, October, we also launched another one in the northeast in Bauchi. And currently in early December, we are going to launch another one in the southwest, which is going to hold in Lagos. We are planning to launch this program in all the 6 geopolitical zones to encourage implementation of the SDGs and also to promote active youth participation in this implementation.
Well, Usman Bashir Shagari, before I let you go, let me even come personal on you right now. At this point,
Yeah.
it's first. I want to ask, what informed your decision to even want to go into advocacy for youth? Could it be your background, where you're coming from, or you've seen a lacuna and this has what has spurred you up? Because the passion at which you speak about youth in most conferences, seminars, and symposium really calls for concern. So I said, when you come to the studio today, I will ask you in person, what has informed your decision to all of this advocacies?
To be honest with you, Mr. Godwin, I'm an economics by nature, economist. I studied economics at the university, and we economists, we always believe in negotiation. We always believe in human capital development. We always believe in other factors. So as an economist, I've always had it in me that whatever the situation is, negotiation is the key. And the only way to be part of negotiation is to be part of the structure. If you are outside the box, you cannot help in that. So that I'm telling you, this is one of the major reasons that has motivated me a lot to be part of this youth advocacy, because I have been seeing some lapses and I have been trying to see how I can affect some changes personally. So with this, it's really motivated me to see that I go into the pitch and to see that I try to make a reasonable amount of impact, because I always, just like I said, I always believe in negotiation, and I feel like no matter the situation, no matter how hard things are, if you are in the pitch, you can be able to be part of the negotiation. When you are part of the negotiation, you can be able to make impact.
So before I let you go again, sorry, I know that I said that would be the final one. The timing for Nigerian youth advocacy, even though we know that this present government is trying to put structures in place to ensure that we have a smooth administration. Some of these negotiation and meetings right now, to a large extent, won't it distract government from its objective?
Sorry, can you just...
Okay, so I'll take that again.
Yeah, take that again.
Just on the
Yeah.
final note,
Yeah.
because I've already been signaled that our time is fast spent.
Yeah.
I'm asking at this point, don't you think some of these advocacies by youth at this point in time for calling for their future, the timing for it, do you think it's right?
There's no perfect timing for anything you are doing. The fact is that once you want to do something, just be committed to it and do it. The timing, I'm saying that I can't say the timing is not right. I can't say the timing is right. But what I can say is that this advocacy that we are doing, no matter what, no matter how small, I know it's contributing and it's reaching to the right people. And sometimes we are even seeing the changes immediately. So, and even in democracy, it's always good to be advocating for something, because that will tell you that the government is really doing well, especially the Ministry of Youth Development. Minister has some initiative. There's this National Youth Conference that they are going to hold early next year, and there are many initiatives just to bring the youth together in terms of the Ministry of Youth, to bring the youth together to see that we collaborate, and to see that we are all on the same page. So I'm telling you that these things are all thanks to the advocacies that we have been doing, to see that we call on the government to listen to us, and I'm telling you that they are listening.
Well, in your plight to shape the Nigerian political future, we look forward to the geopolitical elections, as you've said by your organization, and also we'll keep track with movement that you're doing to ensure that people from the grassroots also get a feel of what the government is about. I want to say thank you so much, Usman Bashir Shagari, for being on the show this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. I appreciate it.
I hope for next we need you. You'll be available for us.
Thank you.
This is I want to say thank you so much for being with us till this time. Till I come your way again. Do remember that you can join in the conversation on your social media handle. I am Godwin Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, this is the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. You may have noticed that in the last couple of weeks, we've been bringing you Nigerian icons. Those in their special way, in what they do, that signposted the Nigerian name. Today I have another great Nigerian, and it's my pleasure, very distinguished pleasure, singular pleasure, to welcome to our show Chairman Christian Chukwu. Chairman, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you very much, Vin. It's a long time.
A long time. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good.
You're looking good too.
Well, let's change.
I want to start our story from the very beginning.
Okay.
But before I do that, you were named the captain of the Green Eagles. Tell me how you felt, player.
Yeah. You know, those days is the coach that looks at his players and know who has the command and everything to make a captain. And before my captainship, Dominic Ezani was the captain. So when Dominic left to the United States, that's when Dan Ayam brought me in as the captain.
Dan was the coach at that time?
Yeah. It was a difficult task, but I said, well, it's a responsibility, you know, so I took it over. So if Dom hasn't traveled, he will remain the captain.
So was it like, oh, here I am, I just realized every footballer's dream?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the way you felt?
Yeah, and you know, it was my first call to the national team.
The very first call?
First call, 74.
And you became captain?
Yeah, because Ezani left to the United States, who was the captain then. You know, and then I looked at everybody and gave me the captain. He knows the reason why he did that.
You don't want to hazard a guess why he did that?
Well, maybe the guess was that I was so, you know, I was so close to all the players. You know, they know me very well, I know them, and they have respect for me, and I have respect for them. And they feel I can represent them very well too.
You also captained the Green Eagles to win the Nations Cup.
Of course.
How did you feel?
Well,
that this happened under your captainship?
Yeah, I feel very, 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 very happy. You know that winning the Nations Cup was not easy. We started in that 1994, 74. You know, I was the captain 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. See how many years we are together. So we become a solid
gunning
team.
for that laurel.
Our first Nations Cup was in Ethiopia, when we went there and came back with a bronze medal. Our second Nations Cup was in Ghana. We went there too. We came back with bronze medal. And the third one was in Nigeria, where we are hosting. We said no. We can even play without a coach because we are together by then. We are like a family, brothers and so on. And God willing, being on our side, we fulfilled our promise to Nigerians and we won the cup. And on that day, may he so rest in peace, let President Shagari honor us very, very well.
Anyway, we are going to come back to all this because, because you know, I'd like to pick what you already said. It was not easy.
At all.
So we're going to come to the journey, what happened in 74, what happened in 78, I guess, and all that.
But let's take this story back to where it started. You're from Enugu State.
Of course.
And you were born just a few days in January 1951. In 1951.
Yeah.
I mean, what a beautiful year for your parents that would have been. I mean, you just started the year and you had the son. You know, so let's start from there. What was it like? Were you born, I mean, were your parents in Enugu State at that time? It wasn't, of course, it wasn't Enugu State then, it was the Eastern region and all that. Were they in the East when you were born? Were you born in the eastern part of Nigeria?
Of course. I'm from Kanu local government, Enugu State, yeah?
Yeah.
So I was born in Kokam.
Our own Kokam?
Our own Kokam. So from our own Kokam, my parents came to Owani. My father had a plot there. We moved over to Owani. Before from Owani, we moved over to Kenyatta. Owani Extension. You know,
But
people may
as it
not
was
know
then,
these names.
Yes.
And by then, I started my primary school in Christchurch.
You know, Owani.
Yeah. So in actual fact, that's where my football started.
In Christchurch?
Yes, Owani. But my parents were not in support of that. Those days now, yeah, you play football, I say you're a vagabond. You're a comedian. People came to your father's place and made them happy. Say, look at what Oyon is, and so on. You know, it's not that people are seeing it as a good thing. So in Christchurch, I played in Christchurch school. I played in junior. That time for you to play in junior, your hand must reach your ear, and so on. From there, I played in the senior team of the Christchurch.
The primary school?
Yeah. From the Christchurch, then I went to National Grammar School, Nika. You know, I went there, I played there, captained them, and from there, I played to all these local clubs, Olympic Football Club. If you know ENUGU well by then and so on.
Olympic, that had to do with the man that owned the Olympic Hotel then?
Of course, Chukwuma. You know. So from there, I played for Highlanders of ENUGU. Highlanders is owned by Ministry of Lands.
Then,
and survey. I was still in school. And from Highlanders, I was selected.
I think we are going too fast. Let's go back, you know, to Christchurch, where you started your career. Was there something the school did in a special way to groom those of you that were young then to actually be interested in football?
There was no particular thing. We have the game masters. Those days we have game masters that were interested in sports. And when we came to play, they look at you and they make their selections. You know, and from there you started playing. Even after that, when I come back from school, my mother and I will carry my own and put one side and start playing football.
I thought as much. I thought as much. Because
at times after playing football, I come, I will not see my distance again.
You will not see your plantain?
The plantain again. What will I tell my mother and my parents? So when I come back, I have to stay at the corner of the house till it gets dark. For me to enter inside the house, what will I tell them? But when I come in, I told them what happened, and my father will flog hell out of me. You know?
You know, because that was what a lot of children did even then.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining that even then, there were no boots.
No.
There was no socks.
No.
You guys just, probably there was no ball. It could be an orange. Was that the kind of, you know, environment that you were exposed to at that time?
Yeah, it's the kind of environment we were exposed to. But because of interest I have in football and everything, my parents cannot stop me.
No matter how much they flogged you?
Because I was stubborn and I love football, you know. So That is how it started.
Would it be right to say that even then, you knew what you wanted in life? You knew that this was your star, this was your talent. Did you know then, or you were just being a child?
I knew then, but I didn't know it would be money spinning like this nowadays. It's just for pleasure. We use it for pleasure. We are not playing for money. We are not playing for anything. After the game, maybe the head of the place or everything will buy glucose. You put in there, you lick orange and so on. That's what you get, and you are happy. You know, you are part of the team.
You were playing for Highlanders in Enugu.
Yeah.
A team that was owned by the Ministry of Lands, which even brings something out. That even then, so many individuals and organizations were interested in growing football. Because you talked about the Olympics, which was owned by Chukwuma, who owned the Olympic Hotel in Enugu then.
Yeah.
And one is wondering why you don't see such interest anymore in the football, especially in the Southeast. Not many individuals want to invest in football in the Southeast.
Well, it's because of interest. Most of them don't have the interest. Those that are
even now that it's money spinning,
are having the interest and now money spinning, are trying their best. They are trying their best, but it's very expensive
to run
a football club.
It's
very, very expensive to run a football club. You know, so you have to buy a bus, you have to buy this, you have to buy balls, you have to buy boots, you have to kit the teams, you have to camp them, and so on and so forth. So many of them don't have that kind of money. And those that have that kind of money don't have that kind of chance and interest. But gradually it's coming up.
Okay, let's go back to Highlanders. So you were playing for Highlanders. So at what point did you leave Highlanders? How did you end up at Rangers, which was the #1 at that time?
Yeah, well, I left Highlanders after my school days.
Secondary school?
Secondary school. And from there, I was invited on East Central State Academic House. And we went to Lagos, East Central Academy. They said, we are just from war. We don't know how to play.
You were just from war?
From the war, you know, Biafra war. We were just coming out of the war. And the Igbos were not regarded in football-wise and so on because we were fighting war. And from there, we won the Academic House.
Oh, the team that came from East Central State?
Yeah, we beat the Kwara Academic House 2-0 in the finals and so on. So on that day, the Igbo people in Lagos went wild. That is what started giving Igbo people the courage, the power to come up. As we were leaving the stadium, you can see the Igbo people singing a hymn, and any car that blocks our bus, they do a shobe and put the car out of the way and so on. You know?
That must have been very, very exciting.
So during that time too, the Rangers won their Macri Cup, which is National League now.
Oh, that same year?
That same year.
That your school team won the Academicals?
Yeah. They won their Macri Cup the same year. So the two teams, we have to come back. They organize a friendly match.
Between the Academicals and Rangers?
Rangers as the champions. You know. And there, after the match, only 3 of us, myself, Ezani, and Obueze, were drafted into Rangers. The rest of us went to Vasco da Gama. That will tell you why Vasco was a very formidable side by then. You know? So that's how it started. You know?
So you started playing for Rangers?
Yeah.
And at that time, Rangers, like you said, was a very formidable team in Nigeria.
Of course.
As a little boy, I don't know whether it was, whether 73 or 75. there was a match that Rangers played that even as a young little boy, I can't ever forget because it was celebrated all over. Rangers Mahala of Egypt match. Were you in Rangers at that time?
I was the captain.
Of Rangers?
Yes.
Tell me about it, because as a
And
little boy,
it was
the number one story.
When we were drafted into Rangers, not quite long ago, Achebe retired and became our coach. Luke Obara retired. Ezani played briefly and went on. You know those people that came from Lagos that formed Rangers? You know, Will Amosu, NSU Fele, name them, that formed the Rangers. Okoseme,
yes,
you know, and so on and so forth, you know, that formed the Rangers. So we started replacing them gradually.
As they were retiring.
As they were retiring. We started replacing them gradually, you know. And by then, for you to enter Rangers, you must come from school, academicals, and so on. And not now that anybody can come and they say they are going to bring him and so. Rangers have their procedure.
And tradition.
Tradition of promoting team. So that's how we came in, all of us.
So you were captain?
Yeah.
When you played Mahela.
Yeah.
Which year was that?
We played Mahela in 70, is it 76 or so, you know. We went to Mahela and we lost.
I think it was 3-0.
Yeah, and we came here, we said, Mahela, we see Wahala, you know, because by then we are not used to cold weather, you know, Egypt and all this.
Oh, so it was cold when you played there?
So when they came to our own, we brought them in the sun by 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah, that's when the match started. And luckily for us, that was a fantastic team. But we were lucky and determined, you know, and we were able to eliminate them from the tournament.
I remember it was, but then Rangers of those days, you had two arch, I don't want to call them enemies, but opponents. One was in your back door, Vasco da Gama, and the other was somewhere in the southwest, IICC of Ibadan. Tell me about those encounters. Why was it so difficult for Rangers to win almost everybody in Nigeria, and it was always a tough match playing Vasco da Gama?
You know, those days, we are not opportune to change clubs, travel, because we were employees of the Sports Council.
Okay, for you to play for Rangers, you had to be an employee of the Sports Council.
They will give you a job, not that you have to play. If you decide not to take the job, it's left for you. But most of the teams by then don't move about. It's not only IICC, but then insurance have a very good team then. Kano Pillars, you name them, stationary stores.
Yes.
All those clubs, we have formidable clubs then because the players don't move about. Like nowadays, you know, I'm playing for Rangers and another club can come and offer me better condition. Then I leave. You know, those days there were no such things. And that's why we have formidable teams. Secondly, the two clubs, Rangers and IICC, have a strong chairman. Lekon Salami is a fantastic chairman, football fanatics, and he's the chairman of IICC. Jim Mobodo is the chairman of Rangers, and he's a fantastic person too, you know. So these two big wigs are always competing, not only the players and so on. And Vasco da Gama have a good administrator, Ogufere. Ogufere started Vasco da Gama, and they have a good team. That's why he took about 18 of us to their team. And so teams were very strong by then. But immediately we finished match, we beat Vasco da Gama, we know we are going far.
Did they ever beat Rangers? Did Vasco ever beat Rangers?
Well, I couldn't remember to my knowledge.
But it was always a tough
game, because they have Patrick Ekeji, Osaka. All those are colleagues.
That knew even how you guys played?
Yeah, in the academicals. Umero was the goalkeeper. We was our goalkeeper in the academicals. A lot of them, were playing for Vasco da Gama. And Vasco was a very formidable side by then.
How did your team, even then, because there was something you said about when the Academicals won in Lagos and the new pride it gave to the Igbos who were just coming back from war. When you played for Rangers then, because Rangers became like a rallying point for the Igbo people, did you see yourself as an ambassador? You and your colleagues, when you played for Rangers, did you see yourself as ambassadors of the Igbo people that, look, we have to win?
Well, that is our motivation. We don't want to disappoint Igbo people, because if you go to IICC, it's all Yoruba. You go to Vendel Insurance, it's all Benin. You go to Sesame Stores, it's all Lagosians and so on. So everybody has people they are representing. So we don't want to disappoint our people, the Igbo people, and that is what is part of our motivation. Then there was no money, there was nothing, It's for you to make sure that you represent your people very well. And they reciprocate. Because after that, when you come out in the streets, you are being held. You go to market, they dash you meat, they dash you everything. Christian Chiku. Benyan, no problem. But, and so that is our benefits those days.
Not the money.
And we are proud of it. There was no money, nothing. And when we win any tournament, the Sports Council gives us promotion. That's another promotion, another motivation. We get promotion, we go to the level of level 8, they give you a car, then, and so on. So that's kind of motivations we have, And Jerry Yazo was our director of sports by then.
So how would you compare those that led sports then and those that lead sports now? Is there anything missing?
Commitment. Those that were then when we are playing are very, very much committed to the game. I don't know about those now, because there's money in it, everything. Everybody wants to be this. Even a lawyer will leave his profession. He wants to be chairman of NFF. A doctor leaves his profession. Those days you don't have such things. That's the difference.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Let's look at your days in Rangers. When you look back, which match can you tell me was the most challenging for you in Rangers? I know there were so many.
So many of them, but the one that got us angry and annoyed was the final we have to play with Hafi of Guinea.
That's for the club championship, African Club Championship.
We went to Guinea and played. And when we come to Nigeria, instead of them allowing us to play it at ENUGU, we were forced to play it in Lagos. And we were in ENUGU preparing.
Who forced you to play in Lagos?
The National Sports Commission. So we have to enter, we struggle to enter flight that day in the morning to be in Lagos to settle down and play the match. And we lost that match to Hafi of Guinea, which would have been the first African Nations of Cup we would have won.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria.
Do you think there was sabotage?
Well, I believe it's sabotage because those days it was home and away. When you go away and come back, you play at your home, and our home is ENUGU. No matter we are Nigerians, it's all the same thing. But they forced us to play in Lagos. It's just the same thing like when we played IICC, Tracy now. We played them in Lagos. They choose Lagos as their home. We played them there. On the second leg, we're supposed to play in ENUGU. And they said no. They brought in politics that IICC did not play at their home. Our home is in Ibadan. But they choose Lagos. It's not we that choose Lagos. So it became a big controversy. And the Yeredua, the then head of state, have to decide that we move to Kaduna. That's how we moved the match to Kaduna. And luckily for us, when we got to Kaduna, the match ended in a penalty, which we won.
So even then, there was a lot of politics in football.
Of course. Of course.
So how about matches that were tough because of the opponents you were playing that was not politics? Do you remember any?
I believe all the matches were tough, especially African competitions. You know, I could remember we went to play Police of Senegal, in Senegal, and they gave us beating of our life. And Obasanjo had to send a flight to us to come back that day, that night.
You won that match?
Yeah.
And the people got the Sierra Leoneans?
Because it's second leg. They came here and got a draw, and they believe they have won. So when we went there, we said, we beat them. And they beat hell out of us. And Obasanjo had to send us a flight to come back that night.
I'm not laughing really, but you mean like they descended on the players?
Straight ahead, everybody. You know? So
Obasanjo sent a flight that night?
We came back that night. We went straight to our hotel, packed our luggages and so on. The flight was waiting for us at the airport. We have to fly back before we are killed. You don't know what they will do next minute.
This must be the dangers of playing football.
Yeah, a lot of
Was it
dangers.
something that worried those of you then? Because it's not like today that there's so much security.
We were surprised that the people that did this was Police of Senegal, who would have given you protections and everything. And when Police of Senegal did that kind of a thing, why are you sleeping? You don't know what will happen in the night. It pained them a lot. They never believed it.
But that's football.
But that's football.
That's football.
Yeah.
So, you were captain for Rangers for several years.
Yeah.
How did you end up in the Green Eagles? Super Eagles as we know it today.
Yeah, in the Super Eagles, I ended up after the Nations Cup in 1980 when we won the cup.
No, how did you get into Green Eagles? At what point were you invited into the team?
Yeah, I was invited in 1974. That was
the same year you joined Rangers?
No, Rangers was 72.
Okay.
I joined the national team, Green Eagles. And by then, Achebedem, all these old players have gone. Ezani became the captain. And not quite a long time in that 74, Ezani traveled to the United States. And I was made the captain. So I was in the Green Eagles / Super Eagles till 1980, from 74. And the name was changed after we won the cup in 1980 to Super Eagles. We were all along Green Eagles.
Tell me about the struggle. I mean, 80, like you told me earlier, was not the first time. You had made an attempt in
76, attempt in Ethiopia.
What went wrong there?
We came back with bronze medal.
What happened? Why couldn't you leave the cup?
It was a game other countries were preparing. you don't underrate other countries. We have good teams, good countries that we are preparing. You know.
So you lost in Ethiopia?
We lost in Ethiopia, but we came back with bronze. We won the 3rd position.
Okay.
You know.
Then you went back in
76.
You went back to in
78. We went to Ghana. And the same thing happened to us. We lost in the semi-final, then played in the 3rd position and won the bronze. Then in 1980, we won the cup.
Tell me about the journey. Tell me about how it was possible. You were captain, so you knew.
It was not easy. All of them were not easy. They were very hard journeys. But luckily for us, we were building ourselves. We were knowing ourselves, understanding ourselves very, very well. You know, at a stage, we became brothers and everything. At a stage, I can close eye and pass the ball to Shego Debame without knowing where he is, and he will get the ball. You know, so we became one unit. Even without coach, we can even play a match. We have a solid team. And that led us to winning the cup in 1980.
You know, one thing I'm learning from the story you're telling is that in those days, it didn't matter how many Igbos were in Green Eagles or how many Yorubas were in Green Eagles. Because just telling me, from what you're telling me, an Igbo man was captain, Ezra, and he became captain, and then you became captain. And it was not such an issue.
No. Then there was nothing like Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, anything. No. We are just one. The coaches were selecting people they feel that can give them results. And nobody queries them. You know. And you know, once you are winning, Nigeria don't know where you come from.
You're correct.
Everybody is giving you the support, the Hausa, the Yoruba, everybody. So far, you are doing well. Nobody wants to know where you come from. It's Nigeria. You know. So there was no such thing by then. And of course, the most big teams by then was Rangers and ISIS.
And it was healthy competition. I remember the match in ENUGU that was played at the temporary stadium. Yeah. It was always a fight.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, by then the fence of the temporary stadium was zinc. Mm-hmm. And everybody was struggling, and a
lot of people got wounded
and everything.
But that was how important those matches were.
Yeah.
Chairman, why are Nigerians not supporting local teams like they did when you were playing? What is the problem?
Well, I think the problem is that the English football came out. The television came out.
Cable came out.
And so on. When we are playing no such, the television then was black and white. How can you get Europe and get all these things, and everybody was, you know, coming. You can see last match Rangers played on Sunday. It's because the English League have ended.
The stadium was filled up.
The stadium was filled up. If not, if the English League was still on, you see people going in the bar to watch Arsenal or Chelsea or this or that, you know. So it's part of our problem.
But you've been in this business, Chairman, for a long time. You've been a player, you've been a coach, you've been this and that. What can we do to promote our local football? What should we do? Yes, we know there is the English Premiership, the European Premiership, and all that. What would you suggest we do so that we can have a robust, local football in Nigeria that will not only bring money for the sponsors, it will bring money for the footballers or whoever is interested? What do you think we should do?
Number one, we should get people who are interested to run the football. It's not everybody that can run the game of football. And number two, in Nigeria, let me not say Africa, there's no money in football. So you see all our players moving out. Some are going even in the Benin Republic to get a higher pay. Some are going to Europe and everybody, all our players are moving out. So there's no motivation, no incentive. The money was not there. You play a match finish, there's no match bonus, no allowance, and so on. So this discourages the teams. In those days, when we are playing, before you come to the stadium, you know the 11 that will start the match.
You know the 11?
Rangers.
Yes.
But nowadays, you cannot see people will come to the stadium and say, which side is Rangers? And which side is this? And which side is that?
They are not interested.
They are not interested because they know the player today. Tomorrow they say the player is out. And so on. So a lot of motivation have to come inside it. No sponsors, and so on and so forth. A lot to be done. And
okay, Chairman.
Football will come back.
Let's go back to 1980. You led the Green Eagles that became the Super Eagles to win that coveted trophy for Nigeria. So what happened after that?
As I said, after that, we have to give thanks to Shagari. May he so rest in peace. Shagari awarded us with buildings in First Stack.
In Lagos.
We got cars. We got money. We were taking around Lagos. And that was the first time I rode a horse in Lagos.
In celebration of your victory.
So, in short, Shagari rewarded us very well, more than well. And that is why the football is promoted to the level it is now. Otherwise in those days, they don't take us as nothing. And we are playing it for the interest. That's the difference. People playing now are playing for money. Our only was interest. There was no money, no nothing. It was after that 1980, we got this gift and everything, that people started
taking it seriously.
Taking it serious, and so on and so forth.
Tell me how you felt when all this was happening. You were celebrated everywhere, in Lagos, in ENUGU, on the streets.
Well, we never believed it.
Were you walking in the air?
We never believed it. We're just playing that we want to satisfy our country, our people, and we make them happy and everything. And in response, they made us happy too.
Mm-hmm.
So it was that time we knew what we did. We don't even know what we did when we won the cup. It was when the showering was coming in.
From everywhere?
Everywhere. We said, so this is a big thing. And we thank God for it.
Let me ask you a question. Was your father alive in 1980?
Of course.
Tell me, what happened? Because he was the same man that wouldn't let you play football.
Yeah, my father and my mother considered when I entered the Rangers.
As they say today, they became loyal.
They wanted their son to be a doctor, mama doctor, pardon, a lawyer, something, But when I entered the Rangers, they started hearing their son's name. And when they were passing, I said, "Do you know this woman? Mama Christian Chuku." They say, "Hey, oh yeah, Mom Christian Chuku." The same thing with father. That is why when they surrendered, you know, and started giving me prayers and encouragement.
And respect.
And respect.
because,
you know,
because they
wanted me to be one of the doctors, lawyers. That was what is reigning by then. And my mother wanted to answer one of the names.
When you won the cup in 80, did your parents come to you and say, "Oh, thank God we didn't stop you"?
They were so happy, so pleased, and even they reigned more than me.
Oh, they enjoyed the fame.
They enjoyed the fame. They reigned more than me. Because anywhere they are going, they are being recognized easily than somebody who has a doctor and a lawyer. Those days.
It looks like I'm missing something.
Yeah.
At what point in this, your journey, did you think "Oh, come, I need to settle down. I need a wife"?
That was after the Nations Cup.
It was going to be a big challenge for you because every woman wanted you. So how did you navigate?
My mom intervened. It was even
she
my
knew
mom.
She knew you were in trouble.
You see, it was even my mom that made me to marry. Oh. Because I was not ready.
You were enjoying...
those days, the parents will get a wife for you, whether you like it or not.
No, but in your case, I knew...
But I had so many girls.
I know.
I had so many girls, girlfriends and so on.
They wanted to be girlfriend to Christian Chuku.
My mom said, "I'll find a wife for you. This is the person you are going to marry." And we respect our parents those days. We obeyed them. I said, "Okay, to make you happy, no problem. You have to make your parents happy."
So there is no doubt that even when you got married, especially after the Nations Cup, you were still a very busy man. Of course, your career even got you busier than ever. How did you juggle your career in football and your family life?
Yeah, I was very, very lucky. The person my mother chose for me that she brought, was very understanding. I married after 1980, and we wedded in 1981, and we had our first child in 1983. So she too understands my movement, my profession, So she was coping, to my movements, because after the 1980, 81, I coached Rangers briefly, before going to coach the first under-17 that won the cup for Nigeria with Sebastian Broderick. So from there, I was drafted to the national team. But from national team, I went to Kenya, become the Kenyan national team. I'm from Kenya, yeah. I'm from Kenya. When I came back, I went to Lebanon.
As a coach too?
As a coach too. It was in Lebanon that I was told to come back and handle the national team again. But before I could come back, they said they have given Shaibu the job. I said, "Okay, no problem." It's all the same, but you wouldn't have told me to come back when I was comfortable in Lebanon.
No, so the National Sports Commission or the NFA reached out to you in Lebanon where you were coaching a team, and asked you to come back to Nigeria and coach the national team, only for you to get here, and they told you they'd given the job to Shuaibu.
Yeah.
So What happened? Why?
So from there we said, okay, no problem. It's a colleague, it's everything. So there was this one man called Noel, who is a Nike man. He brought Nike to Nigeria.
The sportswear company.
Yeah, Noel. Then he found me a job in Kenya. So I went back to Kenya as a Kenyan national team.
Okay. So you went to Kenya twice?
No, once. I went to Lebanon first.
Okay.
It was Lebanon that I went first. When this thing happened, I came back. He said, no. He found me a job in Kenya.
As a national team coach?
That's how I went to Kenya.
Tell me about Kenya and your career in Kenya.
Yeah, when I went to Kenya, I found out that Kenya was so backwards.
In football?
Yeah, I went to Kenya. I have to build junior teams for them because I have coached under 17 in Nigeria. I built under 20 for them and so on. So they were enjoying it, and the senior team. So when I went there, those East African Nations Cup and they are playing and so on, Kenya was dominating, doing very well, which they have not done before, So they enjoyed my stay in Kenya, and they never want me to go.
So at what point did they now ask you to come back to the Super Eagles to coach?
I told you when they called me from Lebanon. Mm-hmm. Kenya, my contract expired, and I said, no, I'm going home. So when I came back home, then they called me to Super Eagles with Clemens Westerhoff.
Okay.
So I worked with Clemens Westerhoff, and from there we went to World Cup, we won Nations Cup, and from there we dispersed again.
What a journey.
Yeah, so that's how it was.
You played football, wonderful career, a lot of successes here and there. Do you have a regret that you didn't play football when it became gold? Do you sometimes sit back and say, oh, if it were now, maybe I'll be a billionaire? Does it occur to you sometimes?
Yeah, it occurs to me. If it were now, I will invite Vin Euro to London to come and do me this interview. But I was not regretting anyway.
Yeah.
I was not regretting because I got everything I deserved because I was not playing it for money then.
Yeah.
It's for fame, posterity, and so on. When I look back now, I'm happy that I built the football.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria. I built it to where it is now, for people to start recognizing that football is a big business, and so on. So that's my pride. Whenever you want to talk about the progress of football in Nigeria, well, we will not forget Chairman Christian Chukwu.
Do you think that our country, Nigeria, has paid enough attention to footballers like you who made Nigeria proud in your retirement? Do you think Nigeria has taken good care of you and your colleagues?
Well, that's a problem in Nigeria. Other countries are trying to build their footballers. You see in Cameroon, Eto'o is the chairman. You see Ivory Coast, Drogba. You see, they are starting to recognize footballers, But in Nigeria, we don't recognize footballers. People running our football, there's none of them played football. None of them knows what they are talking.
They're businessmen.
They're businessmen. They come. Otherwise, people like Kanuman Kodem, Okocha them, and all these people should not be lying low while football matters are being taken. You leave the job for the footballers to run. And you see the change. It's affecting everything we are doing.
A lot of you worked. For instance, you told me that as a Rangers player, you were a staff of the Sports Council. Do you get your pensions regularly, even now?
Well, this is the state government problem, you know. I'm a pensioner, but anytime they pay, I get my own.
When they pay?
When they pay.
Don't you think that for men like you, who have done so much, I mean, in their prime for this country, that maybe there should be a special package different from just you getting your pension? Is it something you think about sometime?
Well, I think if Martin is governor tomorrow, I will get all my entitlements and more, because when I come and say, Your Excellency, say, Chairman Chuku, what are you doing now? I say, I'm sick, oh. I don't have anything, oh. You know. Like when I was sick, the person that took care of me, so Tedora, you cannot imagine that. A Yoruba guy. Tedora, who was a small boy, his father was the governor of Lagos State by then, you know, and he was enjoying my game and everything. So when I became sick, he was the one that took me to London and made me to survive today.
But we also heard that the state government had helped.
They have helped. Help comes in different ways.
But if it wasn't for Tedola?
There was no time the state government wants to take me abroad. Help is that if you enter hospital here in Nigeria, maybe they shall offset your bill.
Your health, that the state government is not reaching out to you?
No. The only state government that is reaching out to us is Anambra. Anambra from P2B was giving us 2 pence to take care of ourselves. P2B started with 10,000 naira. Then this person came in, Obiano came in, and increased it to 15.
15,000 naira. A month?
A month. And now Soludo came in. I said, no, 50,000 will not do anything for you. And increased it to 100,000 every month. You can imagine.
And your state in Enugu does not pay you anything?
Nothing. Oh.
Chairman, wonderful journey, wonderful career, wonderful life, and of course, the greatest one, getting ill and getting well by somebody's magnanimity. What are your regrets in life?
Well, do I remember anyone now? I don't think I have any. I thank God I was alive. I was successful in what I choose, the profession I choose, and everything. So I'm not the kind of person who is expecting the nation to give me millions of naira or the state to give me this and that. I feel comfortable myself. Maybe that's what is keeping me alive till today, you know. So everything I have, I achieved myself, you know. So I think I'm satisfied with myself. I don't have much regrets. I have a wife. I have 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. We just married, so I'm a grandfather now. So what else? What else am I looking for? So I thank God for life.
Of course, you already told me you have so much to be grateful for. But in your very, very eventful life, what time can you look back and say, this was the height for me?
Well, as a player, when we won the academic house. 2, when we won cup winners, Rangers. 3, when we won the Nations Cup. I think that was the highest for the first time. So anytime you want to talk about Nations Cup in Nigeria, you must look for people who won it first. And you find our names there. So that one is there forever.
My last question. Successful footballer, great coach. Do you regret not playing in the World Cup?
Well, it's part of my regret.
You didn't remember that?
Yeah, it's part of my regret, but because we nearly went to the World Cup until we lost to Tunisia here. When Odie headed the ball mistakenly inside our net, we lost 1-0. You know, because apart from that, we were been to the World Cup. It's part of my regret. Thank you for reminding me.
Chairman Chukwu, I must thank you so much for your time. I know the back and forth for us to have this interview take place. I'm really grateful, sir.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And as you age gracefully, as you are aging, I say congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. You know my place now. You're always free.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And that's the signature show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, NFF unveils new Super Eagles coach. Power Minister requests for 2 trillion naira in the 2025 budget to address incessant grid collapse. United States Justice Department releases report on Trump bids to overturn 2020 elections, and Los Angeles District Attorney unveils charges for burglary looting in fire-ravaged neighborhoods. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Football Federation unveiled the newly appointed Super Eagles coach, Eric Chell. The event was held at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja on Monday as sports enthusiasts and journalists gathered to welcome the 47-year-old Franco-Malian citizen. Correspondent Nasiru Usman witnessed the event and now reports.
It's a happy day for football lovers in Nigeria as the 37th coach of the Super Eagles has just been unveiled by the Nigerian Football Federation. Can the new coach take the Super Eagles to the World Cup?
The NFF president, Ibrahim Gusau, expressed confidence in Chile's ability to lead the Super Eagles to new heights. He appealed to Nigerians to support the new coach as he has the qualities to achieve success with the Super Eagles. Gusau further assured Nigerians that the Football Federation would provide the necessary backing to ensure Chile's success.
We want somebody that understands the mentality of African football. And Eric is here, and by the grace of God, he is going to give us the results. The only thing I want from all of us, football stakeholders in Nigeria, let us rally around Eric and give him all the support he needed. I know we at the Nigerian Football Federation, as well as the Sports Commission, we are ready to give him all that he required and needed for him to execute his job diligently without any hitches. And I know we are going to get the result. And I want to assure all Nigerians that if Eric can give us what happened in Mali, by the grace of God, we are going to the World Cup.
In his remarks, Eric Chile promised to do his best to ensure the team qualifies for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. He thanked the NFF for giving him the opportunity to serve.
To coach the most nation-black populace in the world. For me, the best nation in Africa. I believe Super Eagles still have a chance to qualify World Cup. I believe it. I would like to thank my agent, thank the NFF, thank the Sport Commission, thank my director, and thank the Nigeria government and Nigerians for this opportunity. I'm ready to work. I come to work, and I'm ready.
Super Eagles have poor starts to the 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign with 3 points in 4 games, sitting third in Group C. Chile's challenge will be to take the Super Eagles to the 2026 FIFA World Cup, with crucial matches against Rwanda and Zimbabwe in March.
I am Nasiru Usman, reporting from the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja.
Former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury announced his retirement from the sports after losing his rematch for WBA, Super WBA and WBC world heavyweight titles against Alexander Usyk last month. The 36-year-old Briton had earlier announced his retirement after beating Dillian White in 2022, but returned 6 months later. He had also announced retirements in 2013 and 2017 on social media, but both were short-lived.
Hi everybody, I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'd like to announce my retirement from boxing. It's been a blast. I've loved every single minute of it, and I'm going to end with this. Dick Turpin wore a mask. God bless everybody. See you on the other side. Get up!
Fury earlier said the judges made a mistake in awarding a unanimous decision win to Ukrainian Usyk after he failed to regain his heavyweight world championship belts. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, says the ministry needs a budget reallocation of 2 trillion naira in the 2025 budget to help revamp the national grid. Adelabu, who appeared before the Senate Committee on Power for the 2025 budget defense, emphasized the need for substantial upgrades to stabilize the electricity supply and reduce frequent outages. The minister said the ministry remained committed to improving the power sector to serve Nigerians better and assured that no effort would be spared to ensure that electricity reaches all parts of the country.
We have not even listed the locations. All we need to do is to buy the number of transformers these amount can afford and distribute it evenly into local governments and wards so that every House of Rep member, honorable, every distinguished senator will have a number of transformers they can actually take to their constituency so that everybody feels the impact of these transformers.
A cross-section of the lawmakers expressed their concerns about the recent electricity outages across the country, emphasizing the urgency in addressing the challenges and ensuring that budget reallocations translates to tangible improvements in the power sector.
In Plateau State, 70% of the population are without light. That aspect, 2 senatorial districts are without power. And that is we're talking about agriculture. The areas that was producing heavy rice. Even milling, ordinary milling, you can't do milling.
My local government, even though we are riverine, even though we produce so much to the development of Nigeria in terms of oil production, after in 1956. In 1957, oil was also found in my local government headquarters, Oporoma, in commercial quantities. And up to today, there is no light there in Oporoma.
This is your Ban A. I believe where I live is Ban A. I live in Asokoro. And I believe Asokoro is it not Ban A? Oh, what Ban are we? It should be Ban A. Asokoro. Ban A. I don't think we'll get 60% light. And secondly, more importantly, cables. There are cables underground. In most cases, they break down, and we use our money to fix the transport.
The committee announced plans to hold a joint meeting with the Minister of Power and representatives of distribution companies to clearly define areas of responsibility and streamline operations for better service delivery. The House of Representatives Joint Committees on Interior and Customs and Excise has threatened to recommend the removal of the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, if he fails to appear before it for an investigative hearing on the operations of the Nigerian Customs Service. The threat was issued in Abuja during an investigative hearing where the Minister of Interior, Comptroller General of the Customs, Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, and the other stakeholders were invited for questioning on the modernization of the Nigerian Customs Service. However, while the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, was said to be out of the country and could not attend the session, no reason was given for the absence of the customs boss and his immigration counterparts. The chairman of the House Committee on Customs, Leke Abejide, explained that the investigative hearing on the customs modernization has to do with improving government revenue.
I cannot talk to any other person apart from the head of the agencies and the minister, because this assignment was given to us to carry out on behalf of the House of Representatives. We are not doing it by ourselves, and we have to report back to the plenary. Now, the motion on grounds, those in support say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Then, this sitting is hereby suspended indefinitely. We don't know the date yet. We will write you again and give you dates to appear. And the head of agencies must appear here. Because we are not joking. This is not for us. It's for Nigerians and for the progress of the country. So if there's any stakeholders not present, we will invoke the wrath of the law and then show them that we are not joking here.
Members of the committee who on the matter described the absence of the minister and the heads of agencies under his ministry as an affront on the parliament.
Recommending for their replacements, because such attitude will not help in advancing the cause of this government. And knowing too well where we stand, especially relative to the challenges of financing the budget, this hearing and the outcome is very key, principal and primary to all that this government and administration will achieve. So if they continue disrespecting the invitations without any obvious reasons, we should contemplate recommending, because they have shown probably gross negligence, or they are tired of the assignment that Mr. President has granted them.
In parliamentary practice, is the chief executives of the ministries, departments, or agencies that will take, because they are the only ones that can actually hold brief on their ministries, departments, or agencies. In view of this, I'd like to move a motion that these three committees suspend this hearing and give them another time where and when the chief executives of the ministry, which is the minister, the CGC of Customs, and the Controller of Immigration will be present to give the committee the right report.
The House had in its previous sitting ordered the committees to investigate the modernization project of the Nigerian Customs Service, the concession to the Trade Modernization Project, TMP, and the role of Webb Fontaine in the e-customs framework. It also spoke on the needs to employ modern technology to secure Nigeria's borders and address the challenges posed by illegal migration and border management. Still on the budget defense, the National Assembly Joint Committee on Finance says it may stop further federal government grants to the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, in the 2025 budget, alleging excessive spending by the board. This followed the presentation of the 2025 budget proposal for JAMB by the Registrar, Professor Ishak Oloyede, to the Senate and House of Representatives Joint Committees on Finance. Oloyede had disclosed that JAMB remitted 4 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund in 2024, but received a government grant of 6 billion naira.
We have the sources of IDR, registration of UTME, registration for direct entry, services on e-facility, consultancy, and miscellaneous. This comes to 19 billion 816 million. And the federal government personnel grant direct centrally paid is 6 billion 638 550 716. And on that page 13 we have the expenses, and going up to page 14, and remittance, operation surplus remittance to CRF is 4 billion naira.
The disclosure did not go down well with the lawmakers, including the chairman of the House Committees on Finance, Abiodun Faleke, who questioned why JAMB, a supposedly self-sustaining agency, continues to rely on government funding. He also raised concerns over why the agency retained 4 billion naira in its coffers while still benefiting from federal allocation.
Instead of you giving us 4 billion and we give you 6 billion, take your 4 billion and pay your salaries.
We don't mind that, but
so,
permit me.
Sir, we are not debating this. I'm sorry. Take your 6 billion, take your 4 billion, which you wanted to release, and save yourself and pay your salaries. Give you what your please knows. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next thing is,
in 1 year, we monetize compensations. As a senator, I am not entitled to a personal car because my salary has been monetized. And then you have utility cars. And when we go into the detail, these are cars that the managers will use. They are not in the pool. They are assigned to officers in clear violation of the monetization policy. But if it is something that goes down to level 8, level 9, level 10, level 12, I have no problem. But usually this is something that goes over around the MD, the level 17, level 13, a few privileged people. And what about what happened to the ones you procured last year, the year before, or 3 years before? What is the depreciation policy, even if we are to assume that they are poor guys? So on the whole, when I look at your expenditure, you spend as if you are in Saudi Arabia. Because the resources that you are drawing is from people who can hardly pay it.
A member of the Joint Committees, Adams Oshomole, who spoke in the same vein, drew attention to JAM's expenditures, including 1.1 billion naira spent on meals and refreshments, 850 million naira on security and cleaning, and 600 million naira on local travels in 2024, as well as a 6.5 billion naira allocated to local training. The committee called on JAM to justify its spending and reconsider its reliance on government grants for its operations. Meanwhile, the National Assembly Joint Committees on Finance has constituted a special committee to probe a shortfall of over 4 trillion naira in revenue due to indiscriminate waivers by government agencies. The decision to set up a panel to investigate the shortfall followed a motion moved by Adamu Alero during a hearing to examine the revenue profiles of ministries, departments and agencies and government-owned enterprises ahead of the 2025 budget. The hearing is to enable the Senate and House of Representatives committees to develop accurate and realistic revenue projections for 2025. This joint committee was co-chaired by Senator Sani Musa and Honorable James Faleke. Meanwhile, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly have impeached Speaker Mudashiru Obasa over allegations of abuse of office and gross misconduct. The lawmaker subsequently elected Mojishola Miranda, representatives of Apapa 1, as the new speaker. Also, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly removed the clerk, Olalekon Onafeko, who said to have been single-handedly brought to the Assembly by Obasa. Both were said to be behind the ban on journalists covering the activities of the Assembly. Meanwhile, armed personnel of the Rapid Response Squad, RRS, Lagos Task Force, and the police have taken over the premises of the environs. Up ahead, court sacks Rivers PDP chairman, nullifies congresses. Makinde presents instruments of office to new Alaafin of Oyo. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has barred the state executive of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) led by Aaron Chukwuemeka from parading themselves as officers of the party. The order is contained in a ruling in an interlocutory injunction delivered by the presiding judge, Justice Stephen Jumbo, on Monday. The case was filed by two Port Harcourt-based legal practitioners, Edwin Woko, Love Otoye, and two others who are members of the PDP against the party's national chairman, state chairman, and 9 others. The plaintiffs asked the courts to declare null and void the purported PDP local government and ward congresses conducted in the 319 wards and 23 local government areas by pro-Wike supporters of the 27th of July, 10th of August and 31st of August to an order of the Rivers State High Court issued on the 16th of July 2024, stopping the PDP, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as well as their agents and privies from conducting congresses pending the hearing and determination of the originating summons already filed. The ruling is coming on the heels of a similar decision last year, which also nullified the ward, local government and state executives of the All Progressives Congress APC, which had produced Tony Okocha. This has been interpreted in some quarters as a blow to the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, in his running political battle in Rivers State with Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Still on judicial matters, an Oyo State High Court sitting at Ring Road has granted bail to an ex-queen of the Oni of Ife, Naomi Silekulola. The bail also applied to a broadcaster and the Chief Executive Officer, Agidigbo Radio FM Ibadan, Oriyomi Hamzat, and the Principal of Islamic High School, Abdullahi Fasasi. The presiding judge, Justice KB Olawoyin, gave 5 conditions for the bail, including 10 million naira and 2 sureties who must submit land documents within the court's jurisdiction. Other conditions are that the applicants must deposit their international passports with the court and barred from granting any form of interview during the pendency of the case. The Oyo State government had filed 8 counts bordering on murder and manslaughter against the trio over the December 18, 2024 Funfair stampede, during which 35 children died. In the counts, the government accused the defendants of conspiracy to commit felony, murder, manslaughter, and conspiracy to commit an offense of criminal negligence. Still in Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde has officially presented the instruments of office to the new Alaafin of Oyo, His Imperial Majesty Oba Akeem Abimbola Owode. The presentation ceremony took place at the Executive Council Chambers of the Governor's Office, Agodi, Ibadan. In his remarks, Makinde expressed the importance of the Alaafin stool to the entire Igbo race, or Yoruba race rather, reiterating that under his watch, the stool will not be sold to the highest bidder. He warned that any chief found guilty of collecting bribes during the selection will be prosecuted. The Nigerian Air Force, NAF, has expressed concern over reports that its airstrikes on terrorist hideouts, including areas linked to notorious bandit leader Bello Turji, led to the deaths of civilians in Zamfara State. Reports had said that the airstrikes on the Turgan Kara community under the Gidan Goga district of Maradun local government area, Zamfara State, on Saturday evening mistakenly hit members of the Zamfara Community Protection Guard, local vigilantes, and residents, leaving at least 16 people dead. A lawmaker representing Maradun 2 constituency in the Zamfara State House of Assembly, Maharazu Faru, who confirmed the reports, had described the airstrike as an accident, stating that it targeted local vigilantes who mobilized to counter the bandits. Responding to the incident, NAF spokesperson Air Vice Marshal Akin Boyewa, in a statement, said the operations of the Nigerian Air Force were usually conducted with caution for human lives. He confirmed that an investigation is underway to ascertain the truth of the claims and emphasized that no credible evidence supports reports of civilian casualties. The Borno State Governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, has strongly condemned the deadly attack on farmers and fishermen in Dumba Kukawa local government area, which occurred on Sunday. In a statement, Zulum called on the Nigerian military to intensify its efforts under Operation Hadinkai to track down and neutralize the insurgents operating in the Lake Chad region. The governor, however, commended the armed forces for their ongoing efforts to clear vast areas of land for resettlement and agriculture, which he said are key components of the state strategy to address internal displacement. Governor Zulum urged local communities to report any suspicious activities to security forces to prevent further tragedies. The assaults attributed to suspected Boko Haram ISWAP militants resulted in the deaths of at least 40 people, with many others still missing. The Federal Capital Territory has warned that vandals arrested for destroying public infrastructure within the territory will be charged to court for economic sabotage. This was one of the outcomes of the first security meeting for the 2025 held in Abuja and chaired by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. Addressing journalists shortly after the meeting, the FCT Police Commissioner Olatunji Disu said severe consequences will be meted out to those involved in such nefarious acts. Disu stated that those vandals pose a significant threat to the lives of the FCT residents, as removing manholes creates serious road hazards, potentially leading to fatal accidents. He said previous punishments for vandals, such as community service and minor fines, are ineffective warning that charges could include attempted murder or murder in addition to economic sabotage. The police commissioner also announced the committee's decision to ban activities at all Panteca markets, scrap metal and second-hand goods market within the FCT for 2 weeks, allowing security agencies to profile their operators. He urged residents to be vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the authorities, insisting that every citizen has a role to play in protecting the community by saying something anytime they see something. The Anambra State Governor, Chukwuma Soludo, wants religious institutions and communities to rise up and outrightly condemn those who engage in killings, kidnapping for ransom, and other forms of crime in the state. Soludo, who spoke at a ceremony to mark the commencement of this year's Armed Forces Remembrance Week, said that all citizens must join hands to stem the prevailing insecurity in the state. The governor maintained that there was no justification for the killing of soldiers and police officers who were sent to protect the state, and her citizens insisting that prayers were not enough. The Anglican Archbishop of the Niger Province and Bishop Diocese of Oka, Most Reverend Alexander Ibezim, thanked God for protecting the nation against natural disasters like the current wildfire raging in California, United States of America. Archbishop Ibezim and other ministers later led the congregation in prayers for the nation and its leaders, the Nigerian Armed Forces, as well as for the welfare of the retired officers and the families of the fallen soldiers. And elsewhere in Abia State, Governor Alex Oti has redirected his special advisor on security, retired Navy Commander MacDonald Uba, to sit with the leadership of the Nigerian Legion to see how the government can make life easier for the members of their families. Governor Oti stated this at the interdenominational Thanksgiving service as part of activities marking the commemoration of the fallen heroes and wreath laying by the Nigerian Armed Forces held at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital Chapel of the Federal Medical Center, Umuahia. He said members of the Nigerian Legion and the entire Nigerian Armed Forces deserve to be celebrated. The governor used the medium to speak on the ongoing judicial workers' strike in the state, saying the government is not owing the workers. He explained that the government had since 24 December 2024 approved 300 million naira for the payment of the workers' salaries, including an additional amount for their 13th month salary, accusing the leadership of judiciary of staff of refusing to pay the workers for some selfish gains.
Yesterday, I saw in the paper that the Nigerian Bar Association was advising me in the newspapers to pay judiciary workers. And I thought that the Nigerian Bar Association should have known better. First of all, you should know that this is a government that does not pay. It's a government that does not pay. So it is untrue. It is untrue that judiciary workers have not been paid. I'll give just a few minutes to explain what happened. By the time the minimum wage was reviewed upwards, we started engaging with them just like the Nigerian Labour Congress. But interestingly, they refused to come and sit in government. They sat in the comfort of their offices and did their own review themselves. And the matter was getting a bit more serious. So I had to intervene. I engaged with the Honorable Chief Judge, who intervened and asked them to bring their workings. And when we saw their workings, we found a lot of errors, which we corrected and sat down and to ensure that by the 23rd of December, I worked with the Commissioner for Justice and Commissioner for Finance, and we concluded everything about their salary. And on the 24th of December, we remitted 283,242,318 naira 50 kobo. To the judiciary. Interestingly, as of this morning, they have refused to pay their workers. Now, the judiciary is an arm of government that is independent. Our job is to remit the money to their accounts, and their job is now to pay their workers. I even approved another 27 million naira to make it about 300 million naira, which they should have also received. And I approved an additional money for the 13th month salary that I pay other people. So, my son, okay, you need to go and find out from them why they are sitting on the money. As in my previous life, I still have that Plato knowledge, financial knowledge, that amount of money every month that he sees in account without doing anything, the owner will be collecting about 7 million naira. So what I'm driving at is that any time they decide to pay, judiciary workers will also ask their leaders about the interest because the money is with them. We will allow them to pocket.
In his remarks, the state's chairman of the Nigerian Legion, retired Captain Ekwekwe Duroha, observed that nothing can quantify the sacrifices made by the ex-servicemen, calling on all to always uphold them in prayers. Earlier in the sermon, the administrator of the FMC chaplaincy, Very Reverend Ernest ENUGU, while appreciating members of the armed forces for their bravery and sacrifices, prayed God to always protect them and their families. The interdenominational Thanksgiving service was attended by wife of the governor, Priscilla Oti, the deputy governor, Chief Ikechukwu Emechu, and wife and speaker, Abia House of Assembly, Emmanuel Imerua, and a host of other citizens. Governor Hope Uzodinma has expressed satisfaction with the quality of construction and the speed of ongoing project in Imo State ahead of the anniversary of his wife of 5 years in office Wednesday, saying the projects are meant to close the infrastructure gap in the state. Fielding questions from newsmen while on inspection of the ongoing project, Uzodinma said a good number of the projects had recorded appreciable progress and that he was impressed. The ongoing projects which the governor inspected include the Emmanuel Iwanyawo International Conference Center, Azamta Control Post Roundabout Flyover, Ellen Selev DSS Onisha Road Flyover, and the 3R Government Digital Complex located at ICAP's Ebu Road, Owerri. He noted that after the removal of the fuel subsidy, the income of the state from the Federal Allocation Accounts Committee appreciated, saying the resources have been deployed to tangible projects. The Imo Healthman said his administration has not done badly in the first 1 year of his second tenure, going by the promises he made on his inauguration on January 15, 2024, when he assured that he will increase the number of infrastructure, healthcare, services, education, schools, and human resources development, as well as the speed of his developmental projects. Operatives of the Kano State Zonal Command of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) have arrested 5 officials of the Katsina State Board of Internal Revenue over alleged diversion of over 1.2 billion naira belonging to the Katsina State government. The suspects are Rabiu Abdullahi, Sanusi Mohammed Yaro, Ibrahim Soro, Ibrahim Aliyu, and Nura Sauri. They were arrested following a petition from the Katsina State government alleging that the suspects colluded and diverted the sum of over 294 million naira accruing to the state from the World Health Organization, Medicine Sans Frontiers, Alliance for International Medical Action, ALIMA. Preliminary investigation by the Commission showed that Rabiu Abdullahi, a former Director of Collections of the Board and current Permanent Secretary of the Board, authorized the opening of the bank account in the name of Boers at Sterling Bank, where the allegedly designated Sanusi Mohammed Yaro, Director of the Revenue Account, and Ibrahim Kofa are sole signatories to the account. Subsequently, the account became the primary channel from which all the funds were allegedly funneled to main beneficiary ENUGU General Suppliers, a company owned and controlled by Noura Lawal, an assistant director of career skills, staff welfare of the board. Investigation further revealed that Noura Lawal and his company ENUGU became the principal conduits used to launder the stolen funds. These laundered funds were traced to the various banks' accounts of the suspects. The suspects are currently being detained at the Kano Zonal Command of the EFCC. They will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations. The federal government has approved 4 airlines as official air carriers for pilgrims of the 2025 Hajj. A statement by the Executive Chairman of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, Professor Abdullahi Usman, said the 4 airlines were selected out of the 11 companies that submitted applications to transport Nigerian pilgrims to Saudi Arabia for Muslim pilgrimage. Usman, who listed the 4 approved airlines as Air Peace Limited, FlyNas, a Saudi Arabia designated airline, Max Air, and Aviation Services Limited, also disclosed that 3 excess cargo carriers were selected for the Hajj operations. They include Aglo Aviation Support Services Limited, Cargo Zeals Technology Limited, and Kuala Investment Limited. He congratulated the successful companies and urged them to fulfill their responsibilities as promised during the screening. 3 Nigerian women detained in Karada prison, Baghdad, Iraq, have called on the intervention of the Nigerian government to facilitate their immediate return home. The women, identified as Adetunji Elizabeth, Aladetan Rachel, and Adebayo Blessing, were arrested for lacking residence permits. The women, speaking through a phone interview arranged by Nigerian-based human rights group Hope's Haven Foundation, clarified that they were not trafficked to Iraq but that traveled willingly in search of better opportunities. They stated that upon arrival in Iraq, they were met by an agency whose name they could not identify due to language barriers, which placed them in temporary jobs, including caregiving and salon work, while Adetunji alleged how she was subjected to unsafe working conditions and threats from an employer, prompting her to return to the agency's office. The women were arrested in September 2024 for not having residence permits, while they have expressed willingness to return to Nigeria and offered to fund their own tickets. Immigration authorities have reportedly delayed the process. The women's plight points out the challenges faced by Nigerian migrants in countries without Nigerian embassies, such as Iraq. While Nigerian embassies in neighboring countries often extend support, the lack of direct representation in Iraq has left the detained women isolated. Still to come, police clashes with supporters of former Bolivian President Morales. South Korea's acting president vows to sternly respond to North Korea's provocations. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith concluded that Donald Trump engaged in an unprecedented criminal effort to hold on to power after losing the 2020 election, but was thwarted in bringing the case to trial by the president-elect's November election victory, according to a report published on Tuesday. The report details Smith's decision to bring a 4-count indictment against Trump, accusing him of plotting to obstruct the collection and certification of votes following his 2020 defeat by Democratic President Joe Biden. It concludes that the evidence would have been enough to convict Trump at trial, but his imminent return to the presidency set for January 20 made that impossible. Smith, who has faced relentless criticism from Trump, also defended his investigation and the prosecutors who worked on it. The indictment charged Trump with conspiring to obstruct the election certification, defraud the United States of accurate election results, and deprive U.S. voters of their voting rights. Trump pleaded not guilty to all charges, regularly asserting he was seen as deranged. Trump depicted the cases as politically motivated attempts to damage his campaign and political movement.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6, 2021, was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
If I don't get immunity, then crooked Joe Biden doesn't get immunity, and all of the things he's done to allow the border invasion, millions and millions of people coming into our country, many from prisons, jails, mental institutions, insane asylums, many terrorists coming into our country. That's really allowing insurrection. I mean, Joe would be ripe for indictment. So you're saying that Trump shouldn't get immunity, but Joe Biden would? I didn't do anything like he did. I ran a great country.
Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hodgman on Monday announced charges against 9 suspects accused of burglary and looting, as well as 1 for arson amid wildfires that have devastated large swaths of Los Angeles. Hodgman detailed charges against several people arrested for looting homes and against a man in Azusa, California, who was detained for setting fires, although the suspect's actions were not connected to the wildfires that have raged in the communities of Pacific Palisades and at Altadena.
Today we're here to announce that the promise that we made when we started this, that these criminals would be arrested, they would be prosecuted, and they will be maximally punished, is a promise we are keeping. As we announced today, the charges being filed on 10 different individuals, 9 of them for looting in both the Palisades and the Eden fires, and 1 for arson. And arson, by the way, not connected with the origination of the major fires, but an arson that occurred in Azusa. The first set of charges are against 3 individuals, Martrell Peoples, Damari Bell, and Travin Coleman. What 2 of these individuals did is on the night of both January 8th and the early morning hours of January 9th, they went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon.
Authorities presented footage from a residence surveillance cameras after allegedly captured one of the burglaries. According to Hodgman, the thieves stole $200,000 worth of goods during the incidents. Hodgman also stated that one suspect, Martrell Peoples, could face a life sentence under California's 3 strikes and you are not out law, designed to impose severe penalties on repeat felony offenders. Officials say they would also go after people who they said have been illegally flying drones in the fire-stricken areas in violation of an order banning such devices. One such device collided with a firefighting aircraft last week, grounding it for repairs as the fires raged. Meanwhile, a contingent, according to Zunitas, of former Bolivian President Evo Morales during an anti-government protest in La Paz on Monday. Protesters threw dynamite as police responded with tear gas and rubber bullets, injuring several protesters. Among other things, protesters demonstrated against food shortages, rising prices in basic goods, and lack of fuel and dollars in the country. Bolivian Government Minister Eduardo del Castillo attributed the demonstrations to hearings scheduled for Tuesday concerning a probe into Morales over allegations of rape, trafficking, and people smuggling. The march coincides with a critical period as Bolivia faces economic challenges and political divisions ahead of its August elections. Morales, under investigation, remains in the Tropic of Cochabamba, supported by his followers, pressuring for the acceptance of his candidacy for the August elections.
We don't want to be murdered.
We placed brother, Bolivian President Luis Arce in power.
The government should regulate the price of basic goods. Sadly, they don't know how to control the country's economic administration. They must also ensure fuel and dollar supplies. That is why the government. It's a protest to defend pedophilia, EDS note, referring to Prosector's investigations into former President Evo Morales for alleged rape, trafficking, and people smuggling, including a minor. All the people of Bolivia knows that tomorrow in the Tarija department a hearing of precautionary measures will be held to determine the legal situation of the former president, Mr. Evo Morales Ima. It is no coincidence that today, a group of people from the Tropic of Cochabamba region arrived with the sole intention of
Air raid sirens blared across central Israel early on Tuesday as Israeli defense systems attempted to intercept a missile launched from Yemen, according to an Israeli army statement. The missile was likely intercepted, said the statement, after several attempts were made to intercept it. No injuries or damage were reported. On Monday, Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi group said it had launched missile and drone attacks on targets in Tel Aviv in an operation that achieved its objectives successfully. Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi group said on Tuesday they had carried out a missile attack on Israel, the third in 12 hours. The group's military spokesman, Yahya Sarrier, said in a statement the operation targeted the Israeli Ministry of the Defense in Tel Aviv with a hypersonic ballistic missile of the Palestine II type. According to Sarrier, the Yemeni Houthi armed forces and the Great Yemeni people reiterated that they will not abandon their religious, moral and humanitarian duties towards the oppressed Palestinian people regardless of the consequences. This latest strike marks the third such operation claimed by Houthis in 12 hours.
The missile force of the Yemeni Houthi armed forces carried out a significant military operation, targeting the so-called Ministry of Defense of the Israeli enemy in the occupied city of Jaffa, Tel Aviv, with a hypersonic ballistic missile of the type Palestine II. The missile reached its target with Allah's help, and the interception systems failed to confront it. This operation is the third one within 12 hours. The Yemeni Houthi armed forces and the Great Yemeni people reiterate that they will not abandon their religious, moral and humanitarian duties towards the oppressed Palestinian people, regardless of the consequences. And, with Allah's help, they will escalate their military operations against the Israeli enemy until the aggression on the Gaza Strip is stopped and the siege is lifted.
China kicked off its 40-day Spring Festival travel rush on Tuesday. Last year, around 8.4 billion total trips were logged during the holiday period. Authorities expect an increase in journeys this year, estimating a record 9 billion domestic trips will be made. Travelers at Beijing railway station were excited to return home and expressed optimism for the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday. University student Xie Zhengyu hopes the economy will improve, boosting their likelihood of finding a job post-graduation. This year's Spring Festival comes at a time when China's economy is in the doldrums, struggling to recover from 3 years of pandemic control and hamstrung by a prolonged property market crisis. Exports are a bright spot in growth but face possible new U.S. tariffs when Donald Trump takes office this month. The government has rolled out a flurry of stimulus measures in recent months, including interest rate cuts and an expansion in the scope of a consumer goods trade-in scheme, but has so far failed to stage a sustained recovery.
The mood in China is pretty good. In my hometown, they've started decorating, and in Beijing I can see the city is starting to decorate. It's beautiful. Although the economy has slowed down, I think the country as a whole has its own considerations.
If the economy does get better, in the new year, I will have a better chance of finding a job, and I won't have to go back to study for a master's or doctoral degree, because of it. And, also, if the economy improves, because we are not like everyone else living in the big cities, we don't too much pressure of coping with high living costs and finding jobs. We did actually stay in a big city for a while after graduation, and then later chose to return to our hometown.
South Korea's acting president Choi Sang-mok said on Tuesday that the country would sternly respond to North Korea's provocations as he condemned Pyongyang's latest missile launch, saying it is a violation of UN Security Council resolutions. North Korea fired multiple short-range ballistic missiles off the east coast on Tuesday, South Korea's military said, marking Pyongyang's latest show of force just days ahead of U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's return to office. The missile traveled about 250 kilometers after lifting off at around 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday from Gangye, Jegang province near the country's border with China, Seoul's Joint Chiefs of Staff said. The launch came about a week after the North fired what it claimed was a new intermediate-range hypersonic ballistic missile, which was its first missile test since November 5th.
This morning, North Korea conducted another missile provocation 8 days following the missile launch on January 6. This is a clear violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Our government will sternly respond to North Korea's provocations based on a strong defense posture in the solid South Korea-US alliance. Our military detected several projectiles which appear to be short-range ballistic missiles launched from North Korea's Jegang province toward the East Sea. Our military has strengthened our monitoring and vigilance for possible additional launches, while closely sharing information with the United States and Japan and maintaining a full readiness posture.
That's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pies. Thanks for watching. Take care.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region, or the southeast, or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think this, then it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Welcome. You know, as you know that the slogan of this year is "Day for who, day for you." So I day for you, day for me now. This is the E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. I'm your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and hosting today's show with me is...
It's your baby girl, Queen Mokunta. And of course, we are doing this together once again.
Yes. So guys, get ready. We're about to fill you in on all the gist and the updates that have been happening in the entertainment world right now. So sit back and enjoy. So in the first news that we have for you today, the former chairman of Cinemas Exhibitor Association of Nigeria, CEAN, Patrick Lee, has addressed ongoing allegations regarding cinemas allegedly promoting certain movies over others. In a recent interview with Nollywood on radio, Lee responded to the claims, providing clarity on the issue raised. Allegations of biased cinema practices surfaced in December 2024 with actress Mercy Aigbe accusing some cinemas of dissuading fans from seeing her latest film, Tin Line. Similarly, actor Femi Branch alleged that certain cinema staff actively promote select films, sometimes by wearing branded merchandise instead of maintaining neutrality. A reality TV star turned filmmaker also claimed to have suffered substantial financial losses due to these practices. In his interview, Lee rejected the notion that cinemas gain any benefit from exhibiting buyers. He explained that decisions to prioritize certain movies are driven by business factors, noting that misunderstood as favoritism, but in the reality, promotional material provided by film producers. Another contentious issue discussed was the relationship between producers and distributors, with some producers alleging unfair treatment and poor financial returns. Addressing these concerns, Lee explained the role of distributors on the often misunderstood revenue sharing formula. Lee provided clarity. Lee urged producers to submit formal complaints to the appropriate authorities instead of airing grievances on social media. You stressed that official complaints allowed for proper investigations and resolution, whereas social media posts are difficult to substantiate. What do you think about it?
Okay. Nice one. You know, the reason why she actually came out to say that, when Everybody Loves Jennifer came out on cinema, you'll see those cinema cashiers wear this Everybody Loves Jennifer clothes. So I feel they feel that kind of thing gave the movie the popularity it deserves. Do you understand what I'm saying? But wearing those polos to advertise, no. Because she came out and warned against piracy. She spent a lot of money in this. Because, I mean, is this her first movie that they're wearing Everybody Loves Jennifer kind of outfit?
Yeah, I feel like, as Lee said, if you provide your materials and the staff decide to wear
Yes,
it, no problem.
no problem.
But I don't think that
across social media, with many asserting that the designer was encouraging women to settle for less. The backlash comes after the one she faced in November 2024 for participating in the social media suspect challenge and spilling what others called intimate or private information about their marriage.
I think we just leave this for them to figure out themselves.
I don't know.
What do you guys think about this? Let us know in the comment section.
We are beginning to do too much on social media. People tend to misunderstand certain things. I'm sure they must have seen the comment section. They have their own opinion. I mean, our viewers.
If
we
you
listen, we
Laura Con, like in summary, if you put out your things on social media people, Southern California, the neighborhood of Pacific Palisades, has been all but destroyed in recent days, taking with it a number of celebrity homes. In fact, Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles, lost her home in Malibu last week after the Palisades fire spread to the coast. So why focus in on the Eaton fire destruction over the general wildfire relief? Well, Bay's decision may have something to do with the fact that the Eaton fire hit Altadena, a historical black neighborhood where a number of black-owned businesses were wiped out by the inferno. Meanwhile, the Palisades is known for being a star-studded, affluent community, so she's likely putting her money where it is needed the most. Which is really nice from Beyonce, like big ups. I don't know why they are trying to dictate where she should put her money.
Someone's money.
It's her money. The point is she's helping. Are you helping?
How many has even come out to help ever since this wildfire?
So she's helping, and she feels like, okay, let me. If she not help the black people and she helped white people,
the black people will still
attack her. In this life, do good.
Do what works for you, I beg. Just do what works for you.
So okay,
so at the annual Voodoo Festival in Ouida, Benin Republic, spectators watched as a group of women danced wildly, making backflips. Show religion in Benin. Practitioners like Modezinsu seeks to combat negative stereotype of voodoo, a 500-year-old religion that celebrates a rich pantheon of deities and spirits. Zinzo is a manager and the Python temple where he drapes like snakes around the neck. Ogosi Toilet, a voodoo priestess from the neighboring town of Grand Popo, said the belief system had nothing to do with witchcraft or harming others. Toilet's life had always been tied to the traditions of her ancestors. Growing up, she said she had a sudden illness that defied medicine. She was declared dead, only to reawaken at elaborate mask and costume crafted from an array of colors and materials take center stage. These iconic festivals, renowned globally from their mystic and rituals, showcase the rich cultural heritage of Benin Vodou community. During the celebration, devotees dance with reckless abandon, accompanied by the pulsating rhythms and of drums, while guests witness as animals are sacrificed to the gods. A tourist from the French Caribbean island of Martinique, Nati Anika Nsemi, said that learning about the religion had helped reconnect with the spirituality of her ancestors. The celebration
It is true that we were introduced to several religions, including Christianity, but I'm sorry, that is not our identity. The identity of Africans is voodoo. Regardless of their nature or skin color, as long as they are of African origin, they carry the seal of voodoo. Voodoo is our identity, it is our culture, it is what represents us, it is our education. Because voodoo does not have a very good image, as we think, that image needs more visibility. Stop saying that voodoo is about voodoo dolls. Voodoo is spirituality. Voodoo is you, it's me. It's the air we breathe. It's the four elements, as we say, water, air, fire, and earth. Voodoo is ecology. Voodoo is respecting nature. So today, Benin and Voodoo Days give a much clearer and better vision compared to what happened in 1992.
At some point, I fell ill and was taken to several hospitals, but modern medicine could not save me, and I died. My body was taken to the morgue, and there, I was brought back to life. Upon waking up, I found myself connected to the voodoo deity, Sikpata. My family immediately consulted the oracle, which revealed that I was destined to sit on the throne of this divinity.
J'allais parler de... Vous le voyons, je vois la fraise. Je crois que nous allons très rapidement plonger dans...
I do not go to church. I have faith in my divinity and find happiness through it. If a child has a fever and is sprinkled with sacred water, they recover. Voodoo is a sweet as sugar for anyone who practices it with faith. It is not witchcraft meant to harm others. One simply needs faith to receive blessings.
Voodoo goes beyond stigmatization, and the fact that I took the time to discover, explore, and remove certain veils of fear or illusion. For me, voodoo is communion with the world around us, with all beings. Voodoo is love, it is nature, and it is simply the spirituality of my ancestors.
Ciao,
Me too.
Okay, I just finished reading, so you take this one.
Welcome back to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. We'll be going to our celebrity segment. I know that you guys really like to know who we're recommending this week for you. Like every week you look forward to it. So when we are done, you let us know what you felt about it. So I'll be starting from the films and art department. We have, did I say department? But still like a part of entertainment world, yeah.
Department.
We have Edward Regan Murphy. He was born on April 3rd, 1961. He's an American actor, he's a comedian, a singer. He has had his breakthrough as a stand-up comic before gaining stardom for his film roles. He is widely recognized as one of the greatest comedians of all time. He has received several accolades, including a Golden Globe Award, a Grammy Award, an Emmy Award, and as well as nominations for an Academy Award and a BAFTA Award. He was honored with the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor in 2015 and the Cecil B. DeMille Award in 2023. Oh my goodness. So if you're into art and you love film, you hope to have a career in it, you have seen someone to follow, go and study Eddie Murphy and go and look at his journey, how it was, and yeah,
you know,
learn
thing,
things.
whenever I see Eddie
He's
Murphy
a veteran.
in a particular movie, I must watch that movie.
Yes, because you are sure to have a good time.
Watch that
Once
movie.
you see Eddie Murphy, you are sure to have a good time. You are sure to have. Is it the way he talks, the way he delivers his lines? Yes, he embodies the character, and it's always very nice.
He started as a stand-up comedian.
You wouldn't believe.
So you can start small. You know, you can start small. All right, so from the music category, we have Minister GUC. His real name is Gift Gochi Christopher. He was born on October 8, 1993, in a Nigerian singer-musician. He's a Nigerian singer-musician and gospel songwriter, popularly known as a stage name Minister GUC. He gained recognition following the release of his first album in December 2020 with the hit track All That Matters, Desperate and Yours. He officially began his music career in 2019 after he was signed to Easy Concepts, a Nigerian gospel record label.
Yeah.
You know that song, I Am Desperate for You. That was my favorite. That was my favorite in his album.
Whenever he ministers, there's not to be blessed. There's not to be blessed.
Coming from you, why not?
Yes, now we know our stuff. So if you're someone looking into delve into music and maybe happening to be like the gospel kind, yes, do well to follow Minister GUC. I think there's a lot you can learn. So we'll be moving on to the fashion part of the entertainment world. We have Donna Karan, born Donna Ivy Faskey, also known as DK, is an American fashion designer and the creator of the Donna Karan New York and DKNY clothing labels. After leaving college, Karan worked for Annie Klein, eventually becoming the head of Annie Klein design team, where she remained until 1984, where she launched her Donna Karan label. I love this woman. Like, I love how free-spirited she can be.
Her style.
Yes, and her designs are amazing. We cannot deny that.
Very simple and classy.
Her designs are amazing.
She doesn't really do too much.
Yes, for her personal style. But her works, you can see different, like, exploring different styles and everything.
Let me use the word.
She's good.
Aesthetically pleasing. That's the word.
Yes, aesthetically pleasing pieces. So if you're looking into going to fashion design, this is someone you can also look up to as well. Okay,
so from the entrepreneur category, we have George Timothy Clooney, who was born on May 6, 1961. He is an American actor, a filmmaker, and he's known for his work in both blockbuster and independent films. He has received numerous accolades, including 2 Academy Awards, a British Academy Film Award, and 4 Golden Globe Awards. His honors includes the Cecil B. DeMille Award, the Honorary C-Scar, the Affy Life Achievement Award, and the Kennedy Center Award. This man gets so many awards. This man is doing too much.
That's why he's one of our celebrity picks now, so they can pick him and learn from him.
So he's not just an actor, he's a producer, director, kiniko.
Film business, he knows film business.
Did I just say kiniko? Okay,
So
let's
from
move forward.
media personalities, yes, we have Moet Abebe, Laura Monyazo Abebe, born 29 July 1989, popularly known as Moet Abebe, is a Nigerian video jockey, a television presenter. She started working for Sound City TV as a TV presenter and producer. She became a very popular face on Sound City TV as a host of the one-on-one show, Body and Soul, and Global Countdown show. In 2016, she began a career on South City Radio 98.5 FM, where she handled the afternoon popularly show called The Takeover from 2 to 6 p.m. from Monday to Friday. She featured top Nigerian musicians on her radio shows such as Vector, the rapper, Tubaba, Olamide, Chidima, and The Bunch. In 2023, she announced her exit from the Sound City. She opened her event management and catering company with her mother called LM Occasions. This woman, you know, she's a lot.
She's bold and beautiful.
Like, you know, that kind of she's what you think, what you really see, like media personality. Like, I'm not ashamed. Like, I carry myself with so much confidence, and I know what I'm doing, and I'm good at what I'm doing.
Work like a mother.
Yes, now she's even into like podcasts now,
and
everything. I'm
bad
like,
and bougie podcast.
So if you want to learn some things about being a media personality, she's someone you can look up to as well. So guys, we'll be going on a short break, but do not go anywhere. We have an interesting guest for you today. Oh my God, I'm blushing just talking about it. Stay tuned.
Alright, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. So we'll be having a conversation with our guest. She's a media personality. She does this hosting kind of thing. Her name is Promise Naji. popularly known as VJ Proms. We'll be talking about the outcome of the Yuletide events that took place in Enugu State. I mean, we may not talk about all, but few. Okay, so thanks for joining us, VJ Proms.
I mean, you guys are like family now. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me again.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You look so great.
Thank you. 2025 glow.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so let's delve right into it, right? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I would love her to like tell the viewers, let them know some of the events you were involved in.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh. Wow, 2024 was, you know, an incredible year for the Southeast, particularly, you know, ENUGU. We had a lot of events. I mean, if you start checking, we had from October, events were really happening in November, December. It was a blast.
True.
You know, personally, I was privileged to be part of SEF, that's Southeast Food and Fashion Festival. I was also part of the Cola Boy Cola from the East event. I was also part of the VIP event, which you guys
attended.
You know, just to mention a few, those ones, you know, I was greatly a part of.
Yeah.
You know, those ones I was greatly a part of. You know, the other ones maybe I emceed. You know, I did some background things for them. But these ones I just mentioned, I was, you know,
like doing the background work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So, according to our topic, we want to talk about the outcome of those events.
Yes.
Did you think that they went the way they should have gone?
Like, all planned.
You know, knowing the Christmas season, the festive season, not just even Christmas, festive season, how events normally play out. So do you think that 2024 events played out in like
the way
better,
the way it's meant
to, the way it was planned? I would say yes and no.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Let's go.
Because a lot of the events that happened in Enugu had government backing. You know, you remember the Niger Brown chick when she came in, she had government backing, and you know, a lot happened. You know, the publicity, okay, I would say yes, because the publicity was also a lot. You know, a lot of people did publicity this year, like the way publicity is supposed to be done. You know, of all the events, I'll give them credit for that. A lot of events, you know, did well. There was also government backing, and Enugu people really came out to support events this year.
Last year, you mean?
I mean, last year. You know, Enugu people look for a different venue. Don't want anybody using the, you know, the Okpara Square again. And that was a very big blow, you know, for the organizer herself and also the team members and everybody, you know. So, for me, that was really, even though at the end of the day, we had good publicity, you know,
you guys took
out of
3
it,
days.
you know, good publicity out of it, but at that first time, both the brands and everybody was
feeling it.
The feeling was just bad.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the wrongest thing to do to any event planner.
Like
move their venue
close
24 hours to the, you know,
even the people that are coming to like sell, the vendors, I'm sure they would be affected as well.
Because everybody, vendor, security, you know,
right,
just do my stuff so that somebody doesn't sleep well at night, wake up in the morning and decide that, oh, my event is not going to do because it feels a certain type of way. So yeah, the event was good.
But what happened?
The lapses were still there, you know. It affected a few other events as well that I would not like to mention. The change of venue thing.
Yeah, it did.
Did
lots of them.
Did the government give any reason for this? Was there a way you could have questioned them? Like,
I would say we really tried. We really tried to see that we used that particular venue, but they were very, very strict.
Yeah, because I could remember we had the guest earlier. And he said,
as far as I'm concerned, there was. If I tell you one of the reasons, you start laughing. So to me, there was really no reason.
Yeah,
it's just that they wanted to. They had the veto power and they decided to exercise it. And unfortunately for us, our event was the one they chose to start with.
Wow,
so sad.
So right now, no event is being held in Okpara Square?
That's not true. A lot of events. I've seen a couple of events happen there. Even I was scrolling through Instagram the other day. I saw Sorry to my mom. I'm going to
Lockdown actually happened in Opera Square. Lockdown.
A lockdown, okay.
Yeah.
But
I
saw, though that was a government event, but I saw some women doing something there. I just saw on Instagram, you know, with the governor's wife. You know, they were doing a program. So maybe, the way I see it, maybe they just want the venue to be. Government events.
Or calm events.
It wasn't really calm. The women were praying and shouting and
okay.
stuff. So I can't necessarily say it was calm. The roadblock was done there. Was it calm? Do you know? So, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, so now let's talk about events starting late. Masquerade Festival, the one that actually broke our heart. Masquerade Festival that actually.
Wow. That was, what event was that? The roadblock?
Masquerade Festival.
Masquerade Festival.
Okay,
the publicity, like you said, was superb. The flyer was going on and on and on. So why do we ask if it turned out well for the East? Because the turnout, apart from roadblock bringing out people and all that, do you think governments are not doing enough for this? Why would Masquerade Festival be cancelled? Why would roadblock not start when it was supposed to start? Because yes, we know people will still turn out for events.
Yes, but how do you go from 6 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay, let's say 9 p.m.
Was it 9 p.m.
Yes, 9
to
p.m.
12 a.m.
To 12 p.m. for an event to
12
start.
a.m. you mean?
Okay.
12 a.m. my dear.
First of all, this is a general African Nigerian problem. We have a thing where they say, we have a thing called the African time. That have sunk into the system. So we may need to start giving that orientation again about timing. People need to get better. People need to have a better understanding, both the event planners and the people coming for the event, because you may put your event by 7 and people come by 9. So you may have to, you know, delay your event for when you have the crowd to start. Do you understand? So I feel like that's one of the constraints, because a lot of people may want to have that crowd, that energy before
they start
their event. Because if you want to do the, okay, let's say you want to do it the way the white man or the way the American people, if they say a wedding starts by 7 a.m., 6:30 people already there waited, because they know, you know, that's exactly by 7 a.m. the wedding starts. Well, for here, if you say the wedding starts by 10 a.m., the bride is still making up 11 and 10:30. Do you understand? Before you get to, so it's everywhere. I wouldn't say it's restricted to events or it happens just with events. No, not at all. It is something that has been reoccurring, and this is a new year. You know, you guys we can all make a call, you know, and plead to people to, you know, to maybe start learning the ethics of keeping to time and, you know, stuff like that, so that we can now apply it in events. If not, till next year, it will still repeat itself. You know.
Okay, let's talk about Unity Park here. You know, Unity Park is a place they host events there too, right? But Unity Park turned to a sightseeing area.
So we are doing that December time.
Yes. So I personally went there.
Okay.
Right, because of the whole decor and everything, and the gate fee was 2,000 naira. So when we got in, of course, there are people that 2,000 naira is a small money for them.
Yes, but still.
Okay, 2,000 for adults, 1,000 for kids.
For kids, okay.
So yeah, if you're paying 2,000, it's from 18 years.
Okay.
Right. So when we got in there was nothing really.
That's something. What am I paying the 2,000 for? Because I was also.
Do you get
at Unity Park around that area? Like, I get that they lighted up the area. It looks nice. But what am I paying 2,000 for exactly?
Thank you very much. Now going to the vendors, definitely you'll buy what to eat and drink. The vendors, they complained that the 2K is as if it's too much, because they paid for that spot, right? And they're not even getting enough sales for something they paid for. Now, what am I saying? Yes, governments are into the Unitides and everything that happens on festive period. But is it sinking in? Is it working with the, what do I call, the common man to enjoy?
Yeah.
do you think whatever they're doing is working in hand with a common man, someone that I can bring out small money to just go out and go and enjoy myself? Now you were saying, talking about time and all that. Layo was saying the East. Let me take ENUGU for instance. Our motorists or keke and the rest stop at 7, right? And an event is starting by 12. How is somebody supposed to go back home?
Yeah. let's hear from our guests. Let's hear from you.
Okay, the thing is, most of these things you've mentioned are government key areas. You know, they are not private owned. For example, the Unity Park is something the government have decided to bring out so that the people of ENUGU can enjoy tourism, you know, come and do your sightseeing and all of that. So if somebody have decided to monetize it, it means the ENUGU people need to start speaking up. You know, this is an avenue to speak up, you know. If somebody decides, oh, you know, personally, I don't know who is in charge, I'm just saying, you know, if somebody decides, oh, you need to come in there, you need to pay him money, then there should be something, you know, there should be a balance. If I'm paying 2,000, what am I getting for the 2,000? Do you understand? So maybe a lot of work still needs to go in there. So they should not prioritize, personally, I think they should not prioritize the money. That money should not be, this is a government owned. I understand that you may need the money to maintain or also pay staff that are employed there. But the people paying the money should be able to enjoy something at the end of the day. And if it means, and if the money, the people, like I said, people should complain, like people should air their opinion. I mean, there are platforms, that's what social media is for, you know. That's why I believe Signature TV also is this. So people should air their opinion and let the people in charge know that, come on, that you created a recreational park does not mean we should be taxing us or start making money from there, you know. So that's basically what I think. Then for the
motorist part.
Motorists, like I said, these are governments, you know, the last government was one that introduced this curfew and all of that. And personally, I was hoping that when the next government, which is, you know, Pitamba, comes in, that there may be like a change, because personally it's affecting me. If you check boots, what boot prices are, once it's 9 p.m.
I'm sorry for you. If you're still outside by then,
it's a lot. So I would say we'll have to plead, because I don't even know how to. You know, we have to. These are things people should. The thing with ENUGU people, we don't usually talk. When you see things you're supposed to talk about, by this time, these things are not even supposed to be happening. Do you understand? People are supposed to have aired their views, you know. Public opinions are supposed to be louder, so that the government knows that this is not, you know, this is affecting us badly.
Much more from you, but it seems like we're running out of time. But to round up everything we just said, as someone who is very, very actively involved in events, how do you think we can do better for 2025?
2025, let's collaborate more. That's what I think. Let's do more collaborations, and the government should support instead of kicking people. When people are brought out their resources to do events, I mean, we don't usually have events the way we had in 2024, you know. And we're even saying that brands are not supporting, and you're kicking people that are already doing events. Do you understand? So I feel like government should they should throw in more support for event organizers. Please give us venue, please. I mean, do something. Do you understand? To show support. Then event organizers should also do more collaborations, you know. It will really go a long way in pushing the Southeast and pushing ENUGU, you know, so it's from ENUGU to the world. I mean, that's always been my... So, yeah.
Thank you so very much. We've enjoyed this time together. Thank you for coming around.
Thank you so much for having me.
So guys, we have come to the end of this episode. I know that we all like enjoyed ourselves, and I'm sure you learned one or two Let us know in the comment section what your opinion about everything was said. Let us know. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. They'll be written down there. Follow us. Subscribe on YouTube. We are live 24/7 to give you all the updates you need. News, entertainment, sports. We are here for you.
Health.
And do well to tune in tomorrow again by 1 p.m. to enjoy the very best of entertainment. Like I always say, I've been your lovely host, Layomi Ademi.
And of course, it's your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you.
Ada yo, Joko. Ada yo,
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region, or the southeast, or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Wabara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Effiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Queries and all the other tribes. Well, the Queries are Igbos actually, but
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, South Africa's authorities retrieve bodies of illegal miners while hundreds of miners remain trapped. Israeli Minister Ben Gvir threatens to quit Netanyahu's cabinet over Gaza deal. And Biden says Californian fire recovery to cost tens of billions of dollars. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Rescuers hoisted 8 more bodies of dead illegal miners out of the abandoned Stilfontein mine on Tuesday, while hundreds of illegal miners remain trapped. A civic representative said that they have sent their own volunteers down the mine to get a true assessment of the situation. Authorities say more than 400 people are stuck underground, while the number of dead illegal miners is over 100. There's been a tense standoff with police since November, and miners have died underground. Police said they blocked miners' supplies of food and water to force them out and arrest them for illegally entering the abandoned mine in search of leftover gold, part of a crackdown on illegal mining that has plagued South Africa for decades. The rescue operation resumes within letters scribbled on pieces of paper last week from the trapped miners, saying that they were dying like flies in unbearable conditions. A High Court order issued last weekend has therefore mandated the uninterrupted delivery of food, water, and medical aid to the trapped miners, with the judge requesting that stakeholders act decisively to prevent further loss of lives. French Prime Minister François Bayrou is expected to use a speech on Tuesday to lay out the contours of a deal to dilute pension reforms in return for support from the left on passing a budget. The speech comes after a tumultuous 2024 for France, when President Emmanuel Macron shocked the nation by calling early elections, only to lose his working majority in Parliament just as the public finances went off track. Bayrou's government, which was formed last month after the collapse of his predecessor's administration, is trying to win assurances from some opposition parties, socialists in particular, that it will not vote against its 2025 budget. The socialists, who voted down the previous budget proposal in December in conjunction with far-right lawmakers and precipitated a fall of Michel Barnier's government, have made concessions to the 2025 pension reform a condition for support. It was still unclear before the speech whether a deal could be reached, having decided to make concessions to the left to avoid being at the mercy of Marine Le Pen's far right. It may anger conservative and centrist lawmakers who fear the cost of any pensions compromise.
In 2 days, there's going to be a vote to find out whether François Bayrou can stay prime minister or not. This is what's at stake, either a part of the new Popular Front, the left-wing alliance, or the far-right National Rally needs to decide not to vote no confidence in the government so it can survive, keep going, and maybe present a budget. The different left-wing parties, the Socialist Party, the Greens, the Communists, have said that the only condition which could make them vote for a budget or allow a budget to pass without backing a no-confidence vote in the government is the suspension of pension reform. So that's the question today. Will François Bayrou announce an agreement on pensions, a modification of the timeline, or a path towards a discussion on that topic? As I'm talking to you right now, we have not reached a deal. But you know, in a negotiation, there's what's called money time, and we're in money time, the moment where everything is at play. And I see that between 2 p.m. and midnight yesterday, a lot of progress was made, and we are maybe, I repeat maybe, a short way, a few hours away from a possible deal.
Israeli far-right police minister Itamar Ben-Gvir threatened on Tuesday to quit Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government if he agrees to a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal being negotiated at talks in Qatar. Ben-Gvir, whose departure would not bring down Netanyahu's government, urged Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich to join him in a last-ditch attempt to prevent a ceasefire deal, which he described as a dangerous capitulation to Hamas. Smotrich said on Monday that he objects to the deal, but did not threaten to bolt Netanyahu's coalition. A majority of ministers are expected to back the phased ceasefire deal, with details a halt to fighting and the release of hostages.
The deal that is being formed is a deal made for Hamas. I call on my friend, Minister Bezalel Smotrich, to join me in full cooperation against the deal being drafted. The power of Otzma Yehudit, the faction, is not sufficient to prevent the deal on its own, but together, we can go to the Prime Minister and inform him that if he goes ahead with the deal, we will resign from the government. I emphasize, even if we are in opposition, we will not bring down Netanyahu, but this cooperation is our only way to prevent the surrender deal, to prevent this terrible deal, and to make sure that the death of the hundreds of soldiers will not be in vain.
Palestinians mourned their loved ones. At least 9 Palestinians were killed in the airstrike early on Tuesday, including women and children, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Negotiators would meet in Doha on Tuesday to finalize details of a plan to end the war in Gaza, which has upended the Middle East after U.S. President Joe Biden indicated a ceasefire and hostage release deal was imminent. Mediators gave Israel and Hamas a final draft of an agreement on Monday. An official briefed on the negotiations said after a midnight breakthrough in talks attended by envoys for both Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. If successful, the phased ceasefire could cap over a year of start-and-stop talks and lead to the biggest release of Israeli hostages since the early days of the conflict, when Hamas freed about half of its captives in exchange for 240 Palestinian prisoners and detainees jailed in Israel. Israel launched its assault on Gaza after Hamas fighters stormed across its borders on October 7, 2023, killing 1,200 people and taking more than 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Since then, more than 46,000 people have been killed in Gaza, according to the Palestinian health officials, with much of its population displaced.
As you may know, we were displaced from Rafah, and he was staying with his in-laws. He was martyred along with his relatives, his brothers-in-law, wife, and his 20 days old newborn baby. Just today we were scheduled to visit my father. We came from Rafah and were scheduled to meet and go visit our father at the Al-Aqsa hospital. We were saying, thank God, there will be a ceasefire and we will all go back to Rafah, but his brother, was not destined to return. Thank God.
Palestinians on Tuesday searched through the rubble of a house hit by an Israeli strike in Gaza's Khan Yunis, killing 9 people, including women and children, according to eyewitnesses and Palestinian Health Ministry. Israel's military offensive in the Gaza Strip has killed at least 46,645 Palestinians and wounded 110,012 since October 7, 2023. Palestinian Enclave's Health Ministry said on Tuesday. Meanwhile, negotiators are meeting in Qatar Tuesday hoping to finalize details of a plan to end the war in Gaza. The U.S. President Joe Biden indicated a ceasefire and hostage release deal was imminent. The talks in Doha has been attended by envoys of both Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith concluded that Donald Trump engaged in an unprecedented criminal effort to hold on to power after losing the 2020 election, but was thwarted in bringing the case to trial by the President-elect's November election victory, according to a report published on Tuesday. The report details Smith's decision to bring a 4-count indictment against Trump, accusing him of plotting to obstruct the collection and certification of votes following his 2020 defeat by Democratic President Joe Biden. It concludes that the evidence would have been enough to convict Trump at trial, but his imminent return to the presidency set for January 20 made that impossible. Much of the evidence cited in the report had been previously made public, but it includes some new details, such as that prosecutors considered charging Trump with inciting January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol under a U.S. law known as the Insurrection Act. After the release, Trump, in a post on his Truth Social site, called Smith a lame-brained prosecutor, was unable to get his case tried before the election. Trump's lawyers, in a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland, made public by the Justice Department, called the report a politically motivated attack and said releasing it ahead of Trump's return to the White House would harm the presidential transition. Let's take a quick break. This U.S. President Joe Biden stated during the Monday briefing that tens of billions of dollars will be needed to restore Los Angeles to its pre-wildfire state after the devastating fires in California. The president pledged full federal support, promising the government will cover 100% of cost for firefighter overtime, debris removal, and temporary shelters over the next 180 days. He also called on Congress to provide the necessary funding for recovery efforts. Biden shared updates on the containment levels of major California wildfires, saying 4% containment in the Pacific Palisades. That's how much has been contained. 33% in the fire in Pasadena, 95% in Slama, and the fire in Ventura has been 100% contained. At least 24 people have died in the fires that began last Tuesday. The blazes have reduced whole neighborhoods to smoldering ruins, leaving an apocalyptic landscape. Officials said at least 12,300 structures have been damaged or destroyed. The return of high winds threatens the hard-won progress that crews have made in containing the fires. Bulgarian villagers dressed in colorful costumes with large copper belts danced around a bonfire on Monday to drive away evil spirits and bring in good health and a harvest for the new year. Suva is held every January in villages across Bulgaria and is a mixture of Christian and pagan rituals that can be traced back for generations. Svetlana said the modern edition in Eltivold had been celebrated for almost 200 years. The dances are known as suvakars or cookers, and some wear handmade wooden masks decorated with feathers, which can be up to 2 meters high. The loud clanging of the bells on their belts is believed to ward off evil and diseases.
On this holiday, we all go outside, and the village is alive all night. We wish each other good health and plenty of abundance. We jingle bells and clappers in every house. People welcome us with various delicacies and baked goods for the Sirvakari, the New Year carolers. The holiday is celebrated on January 13th and 14th, which corresponds to St. Basil's Day in the old Julian calendar. The Sirvakari must bring abundance and fertility, chase away evil forces, and ensure that the people in the village are alive and healthy, along with everything in it, the village. Our group consists of up to 140 people. Each year, we welcome groups from neighboring villages in the region. There are about 5 to 6 groups that come. The following year, we visit them to wish them health, happiness.
Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hodgman on Monday announced charges against 9 suspects accused of burglary and looting, as well as 1 for arson amid wildfires that have devastated large swaths of Los Angeles. Hodgman detailed charges against several people arrested for looted homes and against a man in Azusa, California, was detained for setting fires, although the suspect's actions were not connected to the wildfires that have raged in the communities of Pacific Palisades and Altadena.
Today we're here to announce that the promise that we made when we started this, that these criminals would be arrested, they would be prosecuted, and they will be maximally punished, is a promise we are keeping. As we announced today, the charges being filed on 10 different individuals, 9 of them for looting in both the Palisades and the Eden fires, and 1 for arson. And arson, by the way, not connected with the origination of the major fires, but an arson that occurred in Azusa. The first set of charges are against 3 individuals, Martrell Peoples, Damari Bell, and Travin Coleman. What 2 of these individuals did is on the night of both January 8th and the early morning hours of January 9th, they went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon.
It's presented footage from a resident surveillance camera that allegedly captured one of the burglaries. According to Hodgman, the thieves stole $200,000 worth of goods during the incident. Hodgman also stated that one suspect, Martrell Peoples, could face a life sentence under California's 3 strikes and you're out law, designed to impose severe penalties on repeat felony offenders. Officials said they would also go after people who they said have been illegally flying drones in the fire-stricken areas in violation of an order banning such devices. A such device collided with a firefighting aircraft last week, grounding it for repairs as the fire raged.
Or of people in our community suffering, losing their homes, losing their property, and just like everybody else, people are saying, hey, this is the reason I don't want to evacuate. I don't want to be victimized again. This is a strong message from all of us that we are here. And when we catch people, we mean business. So whether we are talking about burglary, looting, we're talking about scams, we're talking about the misuse of drones, whatever it is, we're going to get you. Do not make this worse than it already is.
You know, the numbers we're putting out are probably between 20 and 30, and the fire department's is about double that. But the fire department is correct. There are that many drones in the air at any given time. And that's why we continue to stress to the public, stop flying your drones over these fires. Let us do our job. Let us save lives. Let the firefighters do what they do best, and that's put these fires out.
Meanwhile, a contingent of 72 Mexican firefighters began assisting with the ongoing wildfires in Los Angeles, California on Monday. The group is made up of military specialists, including doctors, engineers of the U.S. Forest Service. The major wildfires that have been raging in the Los Angeles area since Tuesday have claimed the lives of at least 24 people and burned an area the size of Washington, D.C. More than 90,000 residents have been forced to flee their homes, and entire neighborhoods have been incinerated. Mexican team will join firefighters from 7 states and Canada to try to bring the inferno under control. Mexican firefighters' deployment duration is uncertain. According to Zuniga, it could be a week or 3 weeks. Police clashed with supporters of former Bolivian President goods and a lack of fuel and dollars in the country. Bolivian Government Minister Eduardo del Castillo attributed the demonstrations to a hearing scheduled for Tuesday concerning a probe into Morales over allegations of rape, trafficking, and people smuggling. The march coincides with a critical period that Bolivia faces economic challenges and political divisions ahead of its August elections. Morales under investigation remains in the Tropic of Cochabamba, supported by his followers pressuring for the acceptance of his candidacy for the August elections.
We don't want to be murdered. We placed brother, Bolivian President Luis Arce in power.
The government should regulate the price of basic goods. Sadly, they don't know how to control the country's economic administration. They must also ensure fuel and dollar supplies. That is why the government. It's a protest to defend pedophilia, EDS note, referring to Prosector's investigations into former President Evo. All the people of Bolivia knows that tomorrow in the Tarija department a hearing of precautionary measures will be held to determine the legal situation of the former president, Mr. Evo Morales Ima. It is no coincidence of gender.
We don't want to be.
Air raids are launched from Yemen, according to an Israeli army statement. The missile was likely intercepted, said the statement, after several attempts were made to intercept it. No injuries or damage were reported. On Monday, Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi group said it had launched missile and drone attacks on targets in Tel Aviv, an operation that achieved its objectives successfully. Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi group said on Tuesday they had carried out a missile attack on Israel, the third in 12 hours. The group's military spokesman, Yahya Sarea, said in a statement the operation targeted the Israeli Ministry of Defense in Tel Aviv with a hypersonic ballistic missile of a Palestinian II type. According to Sarea, the Yemeni armed forces and the great Yemeni people reiterated that they will not abandon their religious, moral, and humanitarian duties towards the oppressed Palestinian people, regardless of the consequences. This latest strike marks the third such operation claimed by the Houthis.
The missile force of the Yemeni Houthi armed forces carried out a significant military operation targeting the so-called Ministry of Defense of the Israeli enemy in the occupied city of Jaffa, Tel Aviv, with a hypersonic ballistic missile of the type Palestine II. The missile reached its target with Allah's help, and the interception systems failed to confront it. The Yemeni Houthi armed forces and the great Yemeni people reiterate that they will not abandon their religious, moral and humanitarian duties towards the oppressed Palestinian people, regardless of the consequences. And, with Allah's help, they will escalate their military operations against the Israeli enemy until the aggression on the Gaza Strip is stopped and the siege is lifted. The missile force of the Yemeni Houthi.
China kicked off its 40-day Spring Festival travel rush on Tuesday. Last year, around 8.4 billion total trips were logged during the holiday period. Authorities expect an increase in journeys this year, estimated a record 9 billion domestic trips will be made. Travelers at Beijing railway station were excited to return home and express optimism for the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday. University student Shi Jianye hopes the economy would improve, boosting a likelihood of finding a job post-graduation. This year's Spring Festival comes at a time when China's economy is in the doldrums, struggling to recover from 3 years of pandemic control and hamstrung by a prolonged property market crisis. Exports are a bright spot in growth, but face possible new U.S. tariffs when Donald Trump takes office this month. The government has rolled out a flurry of stimulus measures in recent months, including interest rate cuts and expansion in the scope of a consumer goods trade-in scheme.
Pretty good. In my hometown, they've started decorating, and in Beijing I can see the city is starting to decorate. It's beautiful. Although the economy has slowed down, I think the country as a whole has its own considerations.
If the economy does get better in the new year, I will have a better chance of finding a job, and I won't have to go back to study for a master's or doctoral degree because of it. And, also, if the economy improves, because we are not like everyone else living in the big cities, we have don't too much pressure of coping with high living costs and finding jobs. We did actually stay in a big city for a while after graduation, and then later chose to return to our hometown, which was...
South Korea's acting President Choi Sang-mok said on Tuesday that the country will sternly respond to North Korea's provocations as he condemned Pyongyang's latest missile launch, saying it is a violation of UN Security Council resolutions. North Korea fired multiple short-range ballistic missiles off its east coast on Tuesday, South Korea's military said, marking Pyongyang's latest show of force just days ahead of U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's return to office. The missiles traveled about 250 kilometers after lifting off at around 09:30 a.m. on Tuesday from Gangye, Jiangnan province, near the country's border with China, Seoul's Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS, said. The launch came about a week after the North fired what it claimed was a new intermediate-range hypersonic ballistic missile, which was its first test since November 5.
This morning, North Korea conducted another missile provocation 8 days following the missile launch on January 6. This is a clear violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Our government will sternly respond to North Korea's provocations based on a strong defense posture in the solid South Korea-US alliance. Our military detected several projectiles which appear to be short-range ballistic missiles launched from North Korea's Jagang province toward the East Sea. Our military has strengthened our monitoring and vigilance for possible additional launches, while closely sharing information with the United States and Japan and maintaining a full readiness posture.
Meanwhile, South Korea's Constitutional Court adjourned the opening session of impeachment trial of suspended President Yoon Suk-yeol within minutes on Tuesday after the embattled leader did not attend the court. A lawyer advising Yoon had said the president, who has been holed up in his hillside villa in Seoul for weeks, would not attend, saying a bid by authorities to detain him prevented Yoon from expressing his position at the trial.
We must protect our constitution, defend our democracy from its enemies, and save the Republic of Korea, South Korea's official name. The most urgent task for the Republic of Korea right now is the arrest and removal of Yoon Suk-yeol. Before questioning the authority of Yoon Suk-yeol, I would ask you to reconsider whether the warrant is legal and valid. Saying it is a constitutional trial so as not to apply the criminal procedure rules is a direct violation of the law itself. It is an act through which the Constitutional Court.
An extra session is scheduled for Thursday, and if Yoon also does not attend, the trial will go ahead with his legal team representing him, Acting Chief Justice Moon Hyung-bae said. North Koreans across the country took part in mass exercises to mark the nation's first sports day of the year, state media KCNA reported on Monday. At Kim Il-sung Square in Pyongyang, officials and workers from various national agencies and ministries staged a mass taekwondo demonstration while the group was seen jogging en masse on the road. Kim Sung-ho, the vice chairman of the Central Committee of General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, GFT-UK, said the mass sporting event would allow participants to demonstrate the collective strength, unity, and social and solid physical power they have built. Meanwhile, participant Choman Kill, a metal industry worker, taking part in the event made him feel really energized. Teachers and students and investors in schools across the country also took part in various sporting events and folk games, reported KCNA.
Participating in this event makes me feel really energized. I am determined to fulfill my duties in helping the metal industry sector lead the way in the struggle of this year. Today, in the Day of Sports, all the organizations participating will fully demonstrate the collective strength, unity, and solid physical power they have built through their regular mass sports activities, especially in the group running and taekwondo pattern competition.
Multiple short-range ballistic missiles fired by North Korea off its east coast on Tuesday did not land in Japanese territory or in its exclusive economic zone, the Japanese chief government spokesperson said. North Korea fired multiple short-range ballistic missiles off its east coast on Tuesday, South Korea's military said, marking Pyongyang's latest show of force just days ahead of U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's return to office. According to Seoul's Joint Chiefs of Staff, the missiles traveled about 250 kilometers after lifting off at around 09:30 a.m. from Gangye, Jiangnan province, near the country's border with China.
Either way, we did not see the missile landing in Japan's territory or in the exclusive economic zone. and there are no reports of damage from it. North Korea has expressed interest in strengthening its nuclear missile program, and their actions, including their missile launches, are threatening peace and security of Japan, the region, and the international community.
Tuesday's launch occurred days before the inauguration of Trump, who held unprecedented summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un during his first term, and has touted their personal rapport. Lebanese citizens expressed satisfaction and hope on Tuesday after the designation of a head of the International Court of Justice, Nawaf Salam, as the country's prime minister. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun summoned Nawaf Salam, head of the International Court of Justice, to designate him prime minister after most lawmakers nominated him on Monday, January 13, a big blow to Hezbollah, which accused opponents of seeking to exclude it. Choice of Salam underlined a major shift in power balance among Lebanon's sectarian factions since the Iran-backed Shiite Muslim group Hezbollah was pummeled in a war with Israel last year, and his Syrian ally Bashar al-Assad was toppled. Salam took over the presidency of the ICJ, which is based in The Hague, as it held its first hearing in 2024 on a case filed by South Africa accusing Israel of genocide in the Gaza Strip, which Israel has dismissed as baseless. Salam won backing from Christian and Druze factions and prominent Sunni Muslim MPs, including Hezbollah allies and opponents of the group, who have been long demanding it give up its powerful arsenal, arguing it has undermined the state. Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin began his two-day visit to Vietnam with a state welcoming ceremony in the capital Hanoi on Tuesday. Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh hosted a ceremony where both prime ministers inspected a contingent of honor guards before proceeding with a bilateral meeting. Both countries later signed 6 cooperation agreements on energy, defense, and other sectors. Among them is an agreement between Russia's nuclear energy company Rosatom and Vietnam's state-owned power utility EVN to boost cooperation in the nuclear sector, according to a joint document. During a state visit, which ends on Wednesday, Mishustin is scheduled to meet with Vietnam's other top leaders, including Party Chief Tu Lam, President Long Quang, and Assembly Chair Tram Thanh Ban. This is Mishustin's first visit to Vietnam since he took office in 2020. The European Commission is re-evaluating its probes into tech giants including Apple, Meta, and Alphabet's Google, Financial Times reported on Tuesday. Tech giants have urged U.S. President-elect Trump to challenge European Union's regulatory scrutiny against them. Implications of Trump's presidency were a factor in the review, one source told the newspaper, clarifying that his victory had not triggered it. The review could lead to Brussels reducing or changing the range of probes and will cover all cases launched since March 2024 under the European Union's Landmark Digital Markets Act. DMA. The DMA is one of the most stringent regulatories targeting tech giants' market dominance. It dictates what the world's largest tech platforms can and cannot do, and can impose fines up to 10% of a company's annual revenue. Reports said that the regulators are now waiting for political direction to take final decisions on the Google, Apple, and Meta cases. Apple, Meta, Google, and the European Commission did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The DMA took effect in 2022, aiming to curb the power of big tech and ensure a level playing field for smaller rivals. Last week, Meta scrapped its U.S. fact-checking program in one of the biggest overhauls of its approach to managing political content on its services. This comes as CEO Mark Zuckerberg has been signaling a desire to mend fences with the incoming Trump administration. According to reports, the EU is modeling an expansion in investigation on whether Trump's close ally, Elon Musk's social media network X, breached its content moderation rules. Let's take a break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius arrived in Kiev on Tuesday for talks with the Ukrainian government to discuss further aid and assess the military situation. Germany is among Ukraine's top military backers in its war against Russia. There is debate over Berlin's support for Ukraine ahead of Germany's snap election in February 23, particularly as the incoming U.S. presidency of Donald Trump puts pressure on Europe to boost its own defenses.
Some expectations, and above all the message 1 week before the American President Trump takes office, we have to send a clear signal that we in Europe, that the NATO partners are standing by Ukraine, especially now in this particularly tense situation, and to make it clear that Germany, as the largest NATO partner in Europe, naturally plays a special role in this, as it has done for the last 3 years. I don't think the danger is much greater than it was a year ago. The crucial difference is that Putin is of course trying to make up as much ground as possible before January 20th in anticipation of the possible ceasefire negotiations that he has raised. That is probably a relatively normal process. That the Ukrainians cannot always immediately throw everything at that as one would like is also obvious, but they are doing everything. They are fighting with enormous courage. And, thank God, the supplies of materials are not cutting off either. Therefore, I believe that they still have a real chance of getting into a position that will allow them to enter into sensible negotiations on an equal footing with the support of the West at some point during the course of the year. So the first and most important thing is to make it very clear, psychologically and politically, that we continue to stand by Ukraine. Or to put it another way, the fact that we in Europe, in Germany, and armed forces with systems in war, in order to be able to feed them into the production processes, but also vice versa.
Trump is set to be sworn in for a second term as U.S. President on January 20. Pistorius' trip to Kiev comes a day after he visited Warsaw, where he met his counterparts from Poland, Britain, France, and Italy. The Kremlin said on Tuesday that Russia values its close relations with Armenia, and the United States, which is set to sign a strategic partnership agreement with Armenia, had never played a stabilizing role in the region. Armenia, an ex-Soviet republic in the South Caucasus, has traditionally been a key ally of Russia, but in recent years the country has forged closer ties with the West. Armenian Foreign Minister Ararat Mirzoyan and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken are set to sign a strategic partnership agreement in Washington later on Tuesday.
The U.S. has never played a particularly stabilizing role in the South Caucasus. I would say, even the opposite. So in this context of doing the contrary, to stabilizing role, the U.S. is trying in every way to drag more and more countries in its track.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on Tuesday that Moscow was in contact with his Serbian friends regarding the fate of the ownership of Serbian oil company NIS. Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić said on Friday that following new United States sanctions against Russia's oil sector, Russia's Gazprom Neft will be given 45 days to exit ownership of NIS. NIS is majorly owned by Gazprom Neft, which holds a 50% stake, and Gazprom holds a 6.15% of shares. The Serbian government holds a further 29.87%, with small shareholders accounting for the remainder.
Of course we want that our relations with Serbia were grounded exclusively upon the interests of Serbian and Russian people, upon the interests of our states which coincide in the overwhelming majority of matters. These relations are rich with concrete agreements and projects, including those in the field of energy. We shall see. We are in contact with the Serbian friends regarding the fate of the ownership of Serbian oil company NIS. We requested the urgent consultations. We hope to receive the reaction very soon.
Enemy witness captured video footage of large flames and clouds of smoke emerging from what appears to be an industrial area on Tuesday. It could be heard saying Saratov oil refinery after a drone attack. Location was confirmed from the position and shape of the oil refinery pillars, buildings and surrounding trees, with matched fire and satellite imagery of the area. Ukraine officials said the Russian region was struck with a major drone and missile attack overnight, damaging factories in at least 3 cities. Roman Busagin, governor of the Saratov region, about 720 kilometers southeast of Moscow, said the cities of Saratov and Engels on opposite banks of the Volga River have been subjected to a mass drone attack, and there was damage to the industrial sites. President Vladimir Putin said in November that the Ukraine war was escalating towards a global conflict after the United States and Britain allowed Ukraine for the first time to launch their missiles deep inside Russia. The Philippines accused China on Tuesday of intimidating its fishermen at a disputed South China Sea shoal and mobilizing an illegal presence as Beijing sent its largest Coast Guard vessel into Manila's maritime zone. The move comes against the backdrop of rising tension between the Philippines, a U.S. treaty ally, and Beijing in the past 2 years, stemming from an overlapping claims in the busy waterway of the South China Sea. Philippines had protested this month against the entry of Chinese vessels in its 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, EEZ, including a 165 meters long ship 5901, last spotted 77 nautical miles off the western province of Zambales. China's expansive claims in the South China Sea, strategic shipping conduct for about $3 trillion of annual commerce, overlap with the EEZ's Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. 2016, an international tribunal ruled China's claims to large swaths of a disputed waterway had no basis, a decision Beijing rejects.
The presence of the monster ship in our waters is illegal and inconsistent with the exercise of freedom of navigation and innocent passage. It is clearly a provocative act. It is also a clear attempt to intimidate our fishermen and deprive them of their legitimate livelihood. It is, in short, an intimidation tactic used by the PRC to break the spirits of our fisherfolk and discourage them from fishing in the West Philippine Sea.
Indonesia plans to use a regulation to set a minimum age for users of social media, a move aimed at protecting children in digital space, as Communications Minister said on Monday. Regulation said Communications Minister Mechia Hafid will proceed a stricter law regarding underage use of social media. Mechia did not specify what the age limit would be. Our remarks made late on Monday came after Mechia discussed the plan with President Prabowo from accessing social media, with fines for tech giants from Instagram and Facebook owner Meta to TikTok if they fail to prevent children from accessing their platforms. Internet penetration in Indonesia, a country of about 280 million people, reached 79.5% last year, according to a survey of 8,700 people by the Indonesian Internet Service Providers Association. Survey showed 48% of children under 12 had access to the internet, with some respondents of that age group using Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. The survey showed internet penetration was 87% among Gen Z users, of those aged 12 to 27.
We're still discussing and studying this, but principally before a stricter law will be issuing a government regulation for underage social media use. First, while stronger child protection measures, which need to involve the parliament, is being prepared. So again, this is to bridge between those laws, and we will discuss with the parliament what measures can be taken to protect our children. Yes, we had a discussion. Details will follow.
And that's the news this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever, that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Wabara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Effiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I'm advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade.
It's a beautiful day. It is indeed 14 days into the month of January 2025. My name is Charles Pies. Welcome to the morning show.
My name is Lover's Day. It's a bit for the Lover's Day, the Valentine's Day. I hope you are ready. This is a beautiful day, like he rightly said. We'll be taking you through the newspaper headlines, review and interviews, and everything we have lined up for you this morning. You don't want to miss any of it. Don't forget, you can always follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube at Signature TV and all the platforms at Signature TV News. We'll go for a short break and we'll come back and bring you the newspaper headlines. We'll begin with the Punch newspaper just above the mast. Again, Boko Haram strikes in Borno, kills 40, abducts scores.
Port rehabilitation delayed despite $700 million loan.
Inside story, how hubris intrigues power play sealed Obasa's fate, with the rider Deputy Speaker Miranda sworn in as Lagos' first female speaker. Sanwo-Olu claims innocence.
Coronation dates fixed as Alaafin designate gets staff of office.
Tariff hike, telcos, ICT firms, all banks, 1.69 trillion naira.
Depot raises petrol price to 950 naira per litre.
Gospel singer arrested with severed corpse members' head in Nasarawa.
Wow. Demonic.
It's been trending really on the socials.
We're moving over to the Guardian newspaper this morning. On the Guardian, USSD codes may become inactive in 14 days over banks' 250 billion naira debts.
Lagos Assembly alleges infractions against Obasa, elects first female speaker. That's on the page 3.
Federal government okays 1,125 naira daily feeding allowance for correctional inmates.
NAS probes alleged 4 trillion naira loss to waivers by agencies.
ISWAP kills 40 farmers in Borno despite paying levies.
Tax reform bill set for passage as Senate FIRS clear key hurdles.
Ohaneze, Ikwere groups threaten protest over Mbata's emergence.
Lagos broadcast stations NLC protests non-payment of minimum wage.
All right, we're moving over now to the Daily Times newspaper. On the Daily Times, federal government's plan to abolish TET fund threats to tertiary institutions, says ASU.
PDP crisis. Ayawo can't take to serve help. That's coming from party.
Why Lagos Assembly impeach Speaker Obasa.
NAF probes Zamfara airstrike over civilian casualties.
Nsako sacks staff, orders investigation over extortion allegations.
Police arrest gospel singer Oluwatibileyin for beheading Abuja girlfriend.
Indeed, Abuja girlfriend. On the Nation newspaper this morning, how federal government plans to raise 36.35 trillion naira revenue by Bagudu.
ISWAP kills 40 farmers in Borno. CDS to troops. Hot terror.
Senate panel, federal government's team meets over tax reform bills.
Ayawo back as PDP National Secretary.
Why Tinubu should intervene in ABCON firm disputes.
4 airlines to lift 2025 pilgrims. Group rejects Mbata as Ohaneze president.
All right, all the details you can find on The Nation. We're moving over now to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Tribune, just below the masts, no guarantee yet. There will be no more grid collapse. Power Minister speaks.
Ayawo resumes as PDP National Secretary. That's been trending.
Indeed, police arrest gospel singer caught with girlfriend's head in Nasarawa.
36.35 trillion naira revenue target. How we will realize our projection? That's from Minister of Budget.
Ibadan Stampede, court admits Naomi Oriyomi, principal to 10 million naira bail, 2 sureties each.
Loss of revenue. NAS Committee on Finance to probe MDAs over 4 trillion naira shortfall.
Makinde presents new Alafin staff of office certificate, threatens to prosecute Oyomesi over bribery allegations, coronation to hold in 4 weeks.
On the Blueprints newspaper, how Lagos Assembly ousted Nigeria's longest-serving Speaker Obasa.
Coast now clear for tax reform bills in Senate. Abamoro Adedeji speaks.
After Makinde's alarm, suspected 100 ISWAP members arrested in Osun.
PDP back to trenches. Anyanwu resumes as secretary and meets protests.
Waiting trial robbers, mothers. That's from ENUGU.
NCAA sues female passenger for obstructing Abuja-bound flight.
We will achieve 2025 revenue projection by Gudu assures.
Anambra sisters regain freedom from kidnappers.
All right, moving ahead to the Daily Trust, which is probably the final. Right, on the Daily Trust, how Boko Haram killed 40 farmers in Borno. Survivors with the right of victims for mass burial today. Pursue attackers. Zulum tells military.
Federal government confirms bird flu outbreak in Kano State.
PDP crisis, Ayawu resumes as secretary despite court order.
Lawmakers queried JAM for spending 9 billion naira on meals, trips, trainings, others.
Tax reform bills top agenda as National Assembly resumes today.
Sins that cost Lagos Speaker his seats. Find out those sins. Not sure they can be cleansed by any kind of blood. All right. It's time for us to do some review on the newspapers this morning. Chris joins us. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles, and good morning, Belinda.
The way you're staring on the newspaper, is it about the sins?
Well, the Lagos State House of Assembly decided what is seen in Lagos. Because what is seen in Lagos might not be seen in Enugu State. This set of House of Assembly we have these days. And to think that Obasa has stayed as longest serving House of Assembly Speaker in Nigeria, I think he has 19 years or so.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know for a state like Lagos, he must have been a very powerful speaker. Somebody said he was taking a trip
to Atlanta.
Yeah, he was in Atlanta, and it was a coup, palace coup, and then he will be hearing that his revered position is no more. But that's how volatile power and feasible, power can be. It can fizzle away over time. And that's what a lesson for everybody living.
But don't you think there's a higher power that did that? Because for somebody who has spent that amount of time for 19 years, you would think that he has a measure of connection within Free. And some people are also alleging that he's eyeing the seats that the president's son wants, the governorship seat of Lagos
these
State.
are all the speculations, but whatever that has put together to make a heavy sin for him to go after 90 years is a sin enough for whatever. And you cannot rule off anything when it comes to this kind of power play. You can't rule off. For him, who has become this powerful, so he takes what the Igbos call aka kaka bajiraka. Then a stronger hand broke the less stronger hand. And then that's why it has to happen. And to think that, irudike na nyummanko. Now, if you see, behold a strong man, even if the sharpest knife will be to use it on him, you have to think twice. So that's why the Igbo say irudike na nyummanko. You can have a very strong knife, and when the DK is sitting on his desk, you even find it difficult. So his absence cleared the way, made it easier for whatever power play that worked, even to buy over his house and his loyal members of the house to impeach him.
I'm scared for Sanwo-Olu. Remember some few weeks back he was shouting that EFCC are on his trail, and he went to court to obtain an injunction to ask the EFCC not to probe him even after his tenure. I wonder what governor does that. So when you start seeing that, and now that Obasa is out, maybe the guy that is giving him from some protection, you never can tell. They can one day impeach the governor of Lagos.
Well, the proverb said that if a slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, you just know that the same fate awaits him or her. So they are all slaves. I'm sorry to put it that way. They're serving some power block and power that holds Lagos. So once you're once the power you are serving has interest in it doesn't matter how loyal you are. So you are as good as your master say you are. That's Nigerian politics. And you can't rule off the Godfather and the implication and the challenges he has on Nigerian politics. So I wish him good luck. Come easy, go easy. He knows how he got there. It's just like when some of us were having this sympathy for Fubara. We said the person who willingly gave himself to befriend a broken West woman, he has the duty of carrying her up the bed and down the bed. And that's it. So whatever you see by playing along, you play along, they are all the same. It's just that sometimes we start weighing sin. Whose sin is bigger, and that's it. But sin all the same, and the way you started. So Obasa's sin has found him out, and he's out. Let him go and enjoy his 19 years dividend as the longest serving speaker of one of the strongest states in Nigeria. It's not easy. He's not. I don't have too much sympathy. If I have the opportunity of getting to that level, I shouldn't consider myself as a mere man. I should consider myself as a fulfilled human being. The speaker for Lagos State, 19 years, it's not a mere feat. So once in a while, you find that this power fizzles out of your hand. So let's leave Obasa for his Atlanta, whatever Atlanta has cost him, because if he had known, and that's happened, he wouldn't have gone for that holiday.
But would it have changed anything even if he was back, or if he
just
was
like I
was
choose the
around?
proverb, if he's around, they will play. Power is play, and if you're looking at the faces of people who say Judas, even you, Brutus, even you, and you look at all the people around them, maybe they will start saying, "Oh, sorry, we are being pushed, but their presence has." So then maybe he would have.
The lion was asleep.
Yes. So, and that has given all the squirrels and the ants and all the one room to do whatever they have to do. So let's move on.
All right.
The ISWAP and the fresh attack on Borno calls for what a sad way to start the year. And you can imagine when numbers, you can imagine innocent Nigerians, we just say 40. And we read it as headlines, review it as newspaper issue, and that's it. But the people will always tell you that the shoe, whoever is wearing the shoe knows where it's penning. These are human beings. There will probably be people's relations extended on nuclear. Husband, wives, daughters, sons, uncles, aunties, kids and kings. They just wake up and under nothing, they will just say terror. And they will still ask, what is so difficult about this? Why can't Nigeria? Because this issue of terror is now the highest in Nigeria, across the globe. You know, you hear about, but the way the stories are jumping out of Nigeria is put Nigeria as the highest, among the highest insecure nation in Nigeria, in the world. It calls for attention. And we all talk about it. Why we're concerned. Like I said, if a fellow slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, who knows who's next? Makinde said in Oshu, it's not Makinde, the Oshu, 100 of them are arrested. This one, they're already everywhere. It means they are everywhere. There are visual audio going around about people who are kidnapped and killed and the things they say that they experience inside this terror's den and all that kind of thing. It tells you there's no pretending that we are really sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Let the government in power, let all the chief security officers, the state governors not pretend. Because my concern is that the little security apparatus we have, these people that call themselves chief security officers, use them to secure themselves. And me and you, they will come tomorrow to ask us for the votes, are just vulnerable as anything. Because most of the people who have money have jackpot out of Nigeria. And that's a very fact. And more people are struggling, selling their property to go away. Because they look, what happened in the recent past has continued in the recent future. So, what's the hope? Every day, Nigerians are being killed, kidnapped, decimated, terror, insecurity. I'm not saying the security people are not, the apparatus are not doing anything. We're just saying there must be a way out. Even if it means a more, I don't rule out even to call some people to come and help us. It's not about signing bilateral agreement where people come here and exploit us. We signed bilateral agreement with France to come and mine our mineral resources. Is that the only thing they just come and take what is good and go, and we remain with our problems? And they sign bilateral agreement to help us solve this terror issue. Because there's no such issue in their own country. They must have a way they've secured their own country. Let the blacksmith who doesn't know how to mold a metal gong look at the tail of a kite to learn. That is the only thing I can say in that. Let's move on.
Gospel singer arrested.
The gospel singer, that will tell you the highest level of what Nigerians has gotten to. And when you hear how the devil has come to the church, it's a very serious issue. And it has happened. It started with when they say a gospel is now commercialized. It's one of the greatest weapons the devil used against the church. Now he has come into using other things. Now, if the church or people who claim they are gospel singers or gospel preachers can go to the extent of beheading and even have a girlfriend that you have the mind to behead, don't you think it calls for a lot of reflection? Are we in the last days that you say? Some preachers have said we are in the last days, so let everybody dress warm. Because from what is happening in Nigeria, God may need to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Great.
No. The matter is true. What has happened in Sodom and Gomorrah that made God destroy Sodom and Gomorrah that has not happened 1,000,000 times in Nigeria? What? Tell me. Tell me. We have suddenly borrowed the issue of this LGBTQ. That one they swept it aside and is eating and crippling under Nigerian situation, culture. You find that one as no more. That's what you think about the way it will going to take over Nigeria. Now you see the issue of Yahoo, all this quest for fast money, what it has brought some young Nigerians who would have used their energy for development of Nigeria into they use the word now because it hooks their tongue to use the word that you kill people. They now say bye. It's now easier for them to say they buy, and it will be when you hear that buy is to kill people. That's it will soon enter what they call the Oxford Dictionary. As one of Nigerian words, yes, at the beginning of the year, I find about 20 Nigerian words that have entered Oxford Dictionary. Now, buy will soon enter, when it means when you hear buy is what Nigerians call kill. And that's what Nigerians have been buying themselves in different guises. Kidnap, kill, terror, juju, organ harvesting, cut head to go, and all manner of useless things that when you say, are you going to blame government for this? A nation that has taken this path and the path of extinction. And God will visit Nigeria soon. And it's going to be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah.
Interesting. I mean, I just thought about the circumstances around the killing of this young girl, a core member. If you look at him, the guy himself, he goes on TikTok advising people, very young person too, who you would think wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing.
That's how they come. That's how they come. But
very unassuming.
A lot of Nigerians are time bomb moving around. A lot of people have a psychological issue. Most of these things are psychopaths. They are mad people by all ramifications, but they go about and people are not. In the first place, almost everybody is mad. It's just in different degrees. There are people who their level of madness they require. In Nigeria, we don't use psychologists, we don't use psychiatrists. If you mention that people should go and check their mental health, they will fight you and they'll say they are not mad. But the way they will respond, when you recommend that, we tell you they are really mad. I'll tell you a story of a young man who was in exam hall and he was reading the question papers. He saw the first question, he knew it. The second one, it was like, this is a beautiful exam. He was going to make A. He dropped his biro and shouted in the exam hall, "Kai, I don't catch them." The vigilators caught him And took him to the clinic and they gave him injection, sedative injection, and he slept off. When he woke up, he was asking for the paper. He said, "Where is the paper?" He said, "Say you are mad." He said, "No, it's not." And then the effort to prove that he's not mad even made him more mad. There's no guarantee that there will be no more power collapse, and that's coming from the power. And that's what we said yesterday.
Yes. Is it because
6,500 megawatt has been alternative source. So the power minister and his grid will soon become used after them. If Nigeria really are sincere and allow the market, if they think they are really operating, allow the real market regulation to take effect, very soon, me and you will be looking for alternative energy. And the minister will be using this power grid to go and power his toilets. I mean, or power the streets. Because people don't, the industrialists who need this power are not getting it. The people, Nigerians who have not jackpot and need this power to work in Nigeria and survive are not finding it. And the minister could come out this morning to tell you there's no guarantee. It means he's telling you, look for alternative power source and get it if you can. That's a very clear way. What else can a minister of power tell you? So good luck, power minister. When all Nigerians look for alternative power, you will go and become minister of grid. Because no more power. You go and minister the grid. That's how we tell you irresponsible people who put in authority. This kind of power minister should resign. If he finds that he cannot guarantee, tell Nigerians that he is making effort. Even if he thinks he shouldn't come out to tell Nigerians this. And that's how they do not think and make statements. These are people we bestow with our lives to manage. And they come and tell you. Imagine when you go to the hospital and they say, "Doctor, is there anything possible to revive this patient?" And doctor said, "We are trying to do something, just relax." It's giving you hope. Even when you know professionally that the case might be a serious one. But when you go to a doctor and the doctor say, "Hey, now this kind of sickness killed a car for yesterday. This kind of thing that is suffering, that the one man died yesterday in this hospital. Hey, I'm not sure this one." What kind of doctor would that be? He's telling you, better take your patient and go somewhere that he has not guaranteed anything. That is what the power minister is telling Nigerians. With power sector that Nigerians depend so much on, I'm thinking about future. And they have a power minister, and the federal government will allow him to sit there, tell Nigerians that I can't guarantee that the grid will.
So whatever you see, you take.
So whatever you see, you take. And that's why the kind of people we give our establishments to manage. God bless Nigeria. Well, PDP, our time is up, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Almost, but just to wrap things up.
60% of 48,932 inmates that are waiting trial are robbers and murderers. Nigerian, I worked with UK8, then DFID, when they sponsored what they called speeding of criminal justice system in Nigeria. It was a almost 6-year project. When we did work that project, it became obvious that Nigeria is a nation that tells itself lies because of corruption. Why should this percentage of people be awaiting trial in Nigeria, what they call correctional centers? So how many people are serving their sentences? These are the same people Nigeria will budget for. Why the delay? Criminal justice, murderers and criminals. Who are you? Civil, somebody will steal a crate of beer. You put him in there and tear his paper and you'll be in prison for 12 years. That's the kind of thing we saw when we were doing that project. But robbers will be rolling these, doing their business inside the correctional centers, becoming more rich and controlling their business outside, feeding on federal government budget. And you cannot hasten. Even the people that committed small said have no access to the court. For them to be tried, if you commit offense and you go to court regularly and the court say you have 1 year in prison to start, you go and start counting your year, it's safer for you. How can you commit an offense that should be 3 months or even option of fine? You find yourself 12 years in prison
1,125. Before
that 1,125 naira get to a prisoner, if you see the beasts they served, I swear to God, you cannot give it to the worst animal on earth to eat.
That's really sad.
And the soup and things they eat there, these are money. Before that 1,125 naira gets to a prisoner, the grease and corruption will cut it down. Some of them do not get up to 125 naira.
Absolutely.
In this inflation, so you can imagine what that is. But some people are there in correctional center, living big, running establishment in and within and outside, and people are there and they are pretending they know what we are talking about.
Absolutely.
So I still say a nation that sits down on this thinking that we get better, we only digging our trenches. That's why some of the criminals, even when they have opportunity of coming out and being released, they go back there because life in there is better. For some of them that are running that cabal of underground crime, and they say they are correcting. Just wish you don't go to Nigerian prison or a correctional center. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much, Chris Madoka, for your time this morning. Thank you. All right, so that's the most we can take. We'll go for a short break and we'll come back. We'll bring you more. You don't go anywhere.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bill by the board.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Recently, Serap dragged the federal government to court over the misuse of Cybersecurity Act. As a matter of fact, that has lingered for a while. We're going to discuss extensively about that particular topic with a cybersecurity expert, Prince Will Basi Efyong. He is on Zoom with us this morning. Good morning. You're welcome. Basi?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. I'm sure you are very much aware about these developments. Can you give us an update from your end as to what specifically the Serap is talking about? What misuse are they referring to, and how in any way did that, offend the Cybersecurity Act?
Okay, so one thing we have to understand about the Cybersecurity Act is users have to understand that there is an act that is tailored towards individuals, and there are acts that are tailored towards the government. And what this is causing, and what's causing the whole uproar in the cybersecurity industry right now, is the government are really using this act and misusing it in a way where For example, let me narrate this. So, if an act prohibits cyber stalking, phishing, what other thing? I think cyberbullying.